But you're listening to it at the wrong place. Because there, that's the input. I would be listening to it here if I was you, which is there. Yeah. I'm not sure if you can listen to it though. But it's there already. It's showing. The levels are there. Sorry. Yeah, yeah. 1, 2, 1, 2. It's there.
It's there, but not.
I think you need to change your listening. Yeah. 1, 2. I don't know. Headphones. Yeah, I had to kill it. Yeah, yeah. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
1, 2. Sound check. 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, as long as it's there. Okay.
Today we're expected to have an interaction with Sol Plaatjie University on governance, administration, teaching and learning and related matters. So we'll get a briefing from the university management, which they will be led by the chair of council. And then we'll then have a presentation from labor unions of the university. And then we'll then get a briefing from the SRC and then the institutional forum on the state of affairs of the university from their perspective. And then from there we'll have discussions. So what we will then do now, we'll then start with, we're using roving mics here because our mic system, we're told last night that it's not working. So there's a mic, so we'll start, we'll circulate it. We'll introduce ourselves. When we introduce ourselves, we give our names, the institution we represent, and the position we have. So for an example, I can't say, my name is Tebo Kholitsia from Parliament. So I must say I'm a member of Parliament deployed in this Committee of Higher Education and Training as the chair. So that, so when you introduce yourself, please let's do so, so that we at least know who's here and in what capacity. So I'll start with myself, Tebo Kholitsia, member of Parliament, member of the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education, and I'm the chair. So I'll give Anele from there. We'll start with you. Yeah, I'll give you, and then Dr. Carolson, you start there.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Anele Kabingis. I'm the Committee Secretary.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Randall Carolson. I'm the chairperson of Sol Plaatjie University.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Deborah Meyer. I am DVC Research, Innovation and Postgraduate Studies, and also here today as Acting Vice Chancellor and Principal.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Paul Green. I'm the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Teaching and Learning at Sol Plaatjie University. Thank you.
Good morning, Honourable Chairperson Letzi and Honourable members of this committee. My name is Jody Cedras. I'm the University Registrar. Thank you. At Sol Plaatjie University.
Good morning all from my side as well. My name is Anneline Marais and I am the Chief Financial Officer at Sol Plaatjie University.
Good morning, everybody. My name is David Kangue. I'm the COO, Sol Plaatjie University. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Nomsa Dube, the other Deputy Minister in the Department of Higher Education and Training.
Good morning, Marcia Sotrikwa, the DDG for University Education.
Good morning to everyone. I'm Glynis Darris and I'm from Sol Plaatjie University, the chairperson of the Institutional Forum.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Maria. I am a off-campus student provider in Kimberley, Sol Plaatjie.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Gershon van die Kerk. I am the SRC president of Sol Plaatjie University.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Siamo Mase, and I am the Secretary General of the Sol Plaatjie University SRC.
Good morning, everyone. Dan Lewisage. I'm a director of NCOP Building student accommodation.
Greetings to you, Chair, and your committee. Good morning to everybody else. My name is Tolani Khan, Director in NCOP Building.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Sarah Creek, also a Director of NCOP Building.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Kidiboni Chwewu. I'm a chairperson for Spacer Union
the only recognized union at Sol Plaatjie University. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Graham Abrams, Deputy Chairperson of SPESA Union at Sol Plaatjie University.
Good morning, Chair, everybody. I'm Tanya Kleinans, Executive Secretary to Chairperson.
Good morning, Chair, and to everyone. My name is Sinovuyo Chomela. I'm from Broadcasting here in Parliament.
Morning, everyone. I'm Prudence Kloete from Broadcasting Parliament.
Good morning, everyone. Pando Chikelo, Parliament photographer.
Morning, Chair. Morning, everyone. I am Tando Kolo Potoman. I'm a committee assistant.
Morning, Chair. Morning, everyone. My name is Trivari Mkondeleri. I'm the Senior Manager responsible for University Support at NSFAS. Thank you.
Morning, Chair. Morning, everyone. My name is Tinswalo Ngwenya, Department of Higher Education, University Governance Support.
Good morning, Chair, members, delegates, delegation. Agnetha Arends, I'm the researcher for this committee.
Good morning, Chairperson, members, Deputy Minister, and everyone. My name is Mamparo Modiba, Committee Content Advisor.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members, Deputy Minister, colleagues. My name is David Mohlamme, Parliamentary Liaison Officer and Office of the Teacher.
Good morning, Chairperson. All protocol observed. My name is Unombali Mncwabe. I'm the PLO in the Office of the Deputy Minister, Dobengcube. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members. I am Tabile Lengwane, Parliament and Cabinet Support, Office of the Minister.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members, protocol observed. I am Mapifa Molatlo, a community member but a service provider for Sol Plaatjie University student accommodation.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Rosemary Swartz, race manager of Ntabiseng Courts at Sol Plaatjie.
Good morning, colleagues. I'm Dalmain Christians, a member of the Portfolio Committee.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Khaulatli. The surname is Khabo. I'm a member of this committee. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sidugan Latsepolo. I am a member of this committee. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, everyone. My name is Sihle Ngubane. I'm the member of this portfolio committee.
Ke a leboha modulasetulo. Ke o hlomphe. Ke hlomphe baetapele ba university, ke o hlomphe mme Dobengcube and everybody in the room. My name, and my colleagues. Lebitso la ka Limpopo is happening. Lebitso la ka ke Karabo Lerato Gagau, ke setho sa committee na.
Thank you very much, colleagues. So, like I said, today we are meeting to have a discussion on governance, administration, teaching and learning with the Sfago Makhat, with the Sol Plaatjie University. It means, yeah. So, before we do so, we will give to the ministry, the department, council, management, and then we'll go to labor unions, then we'll go to SRC, then institutional forum in that order. But before we get there, members, you've been with that. Okay. You have been asking that because Parliament program has changed you have been proposing that we bring 1 or 2 items before the committee. I was written to by Honorable Khakao. I think about 3 letters last week. I also received a letter from Honorable Dr. Christians asking that we prioritize the issue of NSFAS after the resignation of the chair of NSFAS. Honorable Zondo also wrote. Honorable Zondo, the letter that he wrote to us, we had already discussed the matters of that letter. So the difference between the what Honorable Ngubane, you guys were raising with what Honorable Zondo was raising is that on the 19th of September, the issues that he wanted us to deal with, which is the appointment of the administrators, we have already dealt with. We did have a meeting to discuss those issues. What you guys are now raising is different. So I'm going to give each one of you 3 minutes just to state your case of what is it that you want. I must inform you that we have written to the ministry and the department after our meeting of the 19th of September, indicating to them that they must respond to matters that we asked them in the meeting and they did not respond to. We had written, I don't know how many follow-ups. We have written, I think, about 3 follow-ups. I'm raising these members because you on Friday were accusing us, myself, that the department and the ministry is not responding. And you are blaming me, and I told you that we have written to them. The last day would have been on Friday last week, which because we had written to them that other Friday, they did not respond. So I'm informing you so that when you leave here, you don't say it's me who is protecting the department and the ministry for not responding to the issues that you have raised. I know, Honorable Ngubane, you also said you had written to the ministry and the department and they've not responded. The problem with that part is that you wanted me to respond. I can't respond on behalf of the department or the ministry. So like I said, I'm going to give so that at least what you want is captured correctly. So I'm going to give each one of you 3 minutes. Those who want to speak to not only lament but also propose what must happen, so that at least we take that particular decision. So I'm going to open my clock here. You know when it says, I will read the apologies after this part. We do have a number of them. So Honorable Ngubane, I'll start with you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Our main concern, Chair, on our conversation is just to keep writing letters and they keep going in the hole, and there is no response in the department. So that's our major concerns, and issues keeps coming up, and there are issues happening at NSFAS, at CETAs as well, and we write letters and expect a response. And there is an issue that is outstanding of NSA chairperson as well, that is outstanding for about a month, where we wrote letters. Our major concern is when we write letters and expect department to respond on issues that we've raised, which are issues of concern that we receive from the public. And there is no response on it. And that, Chair, is a challenge to us. In each and every occurrence or challenges that are happening in these institutions, in the department specific, immediately when we write to it, we need an immediate response from the department as well. No matter whether, Chair, sometimes when we CC you on the letters, it doesn't mean that we want to respond. We want to see what we are doing, and we are conversing. There is this challenge, and it needs to be directly resolved by the minister himself. So our concern is that, and we really need the minister to take us serious, so that we don't want to start these things of moving to the next step, moving to the speaker, to the chair of chairs. We're not there. We just want the minister to account on the work that is he is given with by the public. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Khakha.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, let me first say, I think we've reached a point where we can safely say there's a communication breakdown between our committee and the ministry, and by extension, the department, with specific reference to the Director General. Because as the accounting authority, he is the person that is supposed to be able to, when we request any and every document of the department, to receive it from him. It is not a secret to this committee nor the Republic of South Africa that he has effectively classified as persona non grata in his life and in his job, because he doesn't come to our meetings. He forever has reasons to not be here. So So my proposal moving forward is, because we can't have members of parliament constantly writing letters to the minister and the department and being ignored. I move proposal 1, that you, on behalf of our committee, submit to the leader of government business, that being the deputy president of this country. There must be a whipping in action in that regard. We will not have our work stifled by people. So we must do that as a matter of urgency. Please, can you ask? I ask that you do that today. Number 2, with regards to the change in the programs, there are. So you write to the leader of government business to register the effective ignoring of the committee and individual members, and that you request that the leader of government business invokes his whipping onto the minister for submission before Parliament. That's 1. Number 2, as far as the parliamentary committee is concerned, calendar is concerned, selemo se fedile, and we only have one opportunity, which is next week, to be able to sit down with the minister to engage on all CETA matters. So I understand that you've said that you've written to Frolic to request that happens, but I'm requesting, and I think members would share the sentiment. It doesn't matter at what time the meeting starts and at what time the meeting ends. This committee has been able to adjourn meetings at 2 a.m. It's our job. It's fine. I'm happy to do that. But effectively, the minister must appear together with the National Skills Authority and the full composition of the departmental staff that is responsible for CETAs, its coordination and all, so that we can ventilate on these issues. And in their appearance, as part of the submissions that must form their presentations, is any and all legal opinions received together with the submissions thereof on the appointment processes of CETA accounting authorities and CEOs. So that's that. I think the rest of the agenda, other committee members will be able to touch on. Thank you.
You'll come after Dr. Christians.
No, thank you very much. I think it's only fair we follow that protocol in terms of academic procedure. I can't speak before the doctor, so it's only fair that I speak before her. So with that being said, Chairperson, first and foremost, let me start by indicating the continuous absenteeism of the DG. That has made our work very difficult as a committee that must play oversight on the work of the department, most importantly, hold them accountable for their decisions and actions. And it becomes very difficult when the DG decides to no longer attend such meetings where he can be held accountable. It even becomes more difficult when the DG would even submit misleading apologies to this committee, Chairperson. It is for that reason that I was highlighting this issue, so that I must remind you of our standing resolution as a committee that we have long taken. In fact, I believe as a chair, you must have taken a decision. In fact, you must have been slow in implementing our decision. We should not be discussing this matter once and more again. We have discussed this matter extensively. We have made our recommendations clear. I'm not sure, maybe we might be differing with Honorable Khao in terms of the approach. Our initial agreement as a committee was that we must request the intervention of the President on this matter of the DG. That we must stand our commitment, affirm our commitment to that decision. We are not moving away from that decision. It should be implemented. In fact, Chairperson, we should be clear on this one, that we are going to give you 48 hours to give us an update report in terms of the letter that you should have submitted to the presidency in relation to all these issues. We have submitted a full report where we believe that the DG seems not to be having the necessary capacity on fulfilling his responsibility of leading this department, Chairperson. That is one issue that I wanted to raise. Chairperson, the second issue is on this. It even becomes more difficult to hold the administrative head accountable when the political head also seems to be found wanting. It becomes extremely difficult. It is for that reason that, Chairperson, as we are preparing for the 2026 academic year, it's very much important that we must have an urgent meeting with the minister, process issues of NSFAS, Chairperson. Currently, the country is discussing one of the critical issues of which is a pandemic. And when we look into the broader scheme of things, one of the key contributing factors to students taking their lives is NSFAS. So we must discuss the issue of NSFAS, not only issues of governance, but also assessing its preparedness for the 2026 academic year, Chairperson. One other issue that we cannot run away from, Chairperson, our role is to hold the department accountable, not vice versa. Ourselves, we are directly elected into this parliament. We have never went to any interview to become officials of this department. We don't have any responsibility of defending this department, but our relationship must be clearly defined, that is both complementary and contradictory. We'll embrace the department when it's doing good, but will not be with the department when it's standing counterposed to the legislative framework. It is for that reason that I'll agree with the proposal. It is for that reason that I'll agree with the proposal that we should have a meeting amongst us, not only to discuss the issue of NSFAS, Chairperson, to discuss the issues of CETAS, Chairperson. In the last meeting, we were embarrassed when we were sitting here, when one of the members of the accounting authority was saying a lot of things that did not make sense to us. And it is only fair that the minister must take us into confidence in terms of the process and procedures that he has followed, not only in terms of appointment of interim chairs, the appointment of your CEOs, everything in relation to that. Not only CEOs who have been extended 5 years, but there are those who have been given probably who are acting as CEOs, if not mistaken, Chairperson. So broadly, we would need a department to take us into confidence. And it is for that reason that we will re-emphasize our commitment in holding the department accountable without any fear of contradiction. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Christians.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm not going to repeat what my colleagues have said, because essentially I agree with regards to the Minister and the DG who has not been in attendance in our meetings. And I think essentially we are just speaking to ourselves in these meetings, and we are unable to hold the DET accountable for the chaos that's currently unfolding in the higher education system. So with regard to NSFAS, I think that's where my concern is. Currently there's a chaos, there's a risk for 2026 with student funding. There are allegations of corruption and misconduct within NSFAS that must be investigated. The Minister has said that he has spoken to Dr. Karen Stander, he has spoken to the NSFAS board, he has spoken to the CEO, Wasim Karim, and yet we haven't heard back from the minister as to what came out of those meetings. So we all know that Dr. Sander has resigned, and she cited things like toxic workplace, bullying, etc. We still don't know what came out of his meeting with Dr. Sander. And quite frankly, Chair, I think this is going to disrupt funding for students in 2026. I think we are facing a crisis. And in my opinion, I think we should urgently call the minister and the DG to our portfolio committee. He needs to come out. He needs to take us into his confidence. He needs to tell us what happened with his discussions with Dr. Sander, the board, what legal advice he obtained. He said he had obtained legal advice. In the interim, he has appointed an acting chairperson of the board, which in all respects is also a quite a clandestine operation, for the lack of a better word. So really, the minister needs to come and tell us how he's going to stabilize leadership in NSFAS. And I think that must happen, Chair, before next week Wednesday's meeting. I don't think we can wait for next week Wednesday, simply because there are other entities coming to report as well. And we might not have enough time to engage with both the CEO, the acting CEO of NSFAS, the minister, and I also suggest that we direct a letter to Dr. Stander to invite her to come and report about the board as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Low.
Thank you very much, Chair. I would also not want to repeat. Cardinal to what is raised by members is quite important. And I want to take you back, Chair, on the last committee meeting when we could have reminded you that the clear indication for resolution was saying that due to all of these conundrum and all of the mishaps of the department where there are failures of internal controls, entities are not adhering to the standards as prescribed by the law and the act, we've got no choice but to echo the same sentiments that Honorable Kabo is saying, to say we must write to the President immediately about the Director General. And we are empowered as the Parliament to also get to submit and investigate key issues that we think are not of going to assist this particular way. And I'm not quite also content and happy on the behavior whereby we don't get replies from the department. We've been writing, there are no replies, and it's a concern because we write based on the fact that constituencies must be in the position to get feedback, and there should be effectiveness in terms of how we're going to run government. So one is quite concerned and content, and I'm quite concerned also about the consistent apologies that seeks to undermine the committee that seeks to play oversight on the entities of South Africa, where students every day, they are suffering, students are being raped, students are losing their allowances, students are not able to access their own results. In 2025, where we would have said that we are building a better life for all, for them to build the country and for them to build the economy. So I think we are not going to mince our words. The DG must be taken straight to the President, to the letter written to him. The minister must arrive here and come and account, because there are issues that we want to clarify also, that we need clarity from. The people who lied on Parliament, who could have been appointed by the minister, who administrators, who lied to us. The minister must come and account on such issues so that we are able to deliberate and move forward, so that we are able to not waste our time when our entities are here, or institutions who must also deliberate on issues of the department that is incompetent, that is failing to adhere to its principles. So I am of the view that 48 hours, the letter must arrive to the President, the minister must arrive, the sooner the better, to this committee to come and account. And then the committee must proceed, and so we are able to track our resolutions in terms of impact and implementation on the outcome that we could have done. Thanks, Chair.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Sols. Do you want to add anything?
Fune Mike.
I agree with my colleagues, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. No, thank you very much. So this is what you are asking that we do. That next week, it being a committee week, because Parliament program changed, we find a day outside of our scheduled days, which is Wednesday. As on Friday, we also have a joint committee with a committee on women, children, persons with disabilities, and we have with basic education. That is what it was a commissioned program by the Speaker of the National Assembly for us to have that that committee meeting. So in essence, you are then saying that between Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday, and Thursday, we must apply to the chair of chairs to have a meeting where we will have NSFAS governance issues being discussed, the stabilization thereof, and whether NSFAS will be ready to administer funding for 2026. We are also saying in the same meeting we must have the ministers to explain everything concerning the sitters, including the board appointments and the CEO's appointment, whether on temporary basis or on a fixed term contract basis of 5 years. So that must be part of an agenda that must form part of those meetings, right? And we must write to the leader of government business, indicating to the leader of government business that the minister has not been responding to us on a number of issues, and therefore we want him to intervene on those things. Then we must write to the president to indicate to the president that the DG does. In fact, the last time the DG attended our meeting was on the 19th of September. So he has not attended. Next week, it will have been a full 2 months of him not attending. And this is outside of the number of times would have written to them, and they've not responded in the and then you are also saying that before the minister comes, he must give us all the legal opinions and related documents on the appointments of the CEOs. And then we must also make sure that the NSA and that the coordination responsible for sitters, everybody responsible there, including legal, should be present in the meeting so that we don't have. And then you are giving me 48 hours to report to you whether I've written. To write the letter is not. I can write the letter now. I can write the letter now because it is what the committee now is talking about. There's a. Yeah, I think those are the issues that you guys would have raised. On this issue, have I captured all your issues correctly? Honorable Kaka, on these issues. No, it doesn't work. Can we borrow the mic? Yeah, 1 minute.
Thank you, Chair. You have, there's a thought I had left behind which you sparked, which is the 21st of November. It is known that there is going to be nationwide demonstration on the subject of the meeting we're supposed to be having. It makes no sense for Parliament to be locked in rooms having discussions about something that the nation is protesting outside about. So perhaps there must be a consideration with the Speaker if that date still works, or the venue of that meeting, if we want to have an open conversation with the Republic as all those three committees on that day, or we go still to gather information or public participation and then regroup on another date. I just don't want us to be at risk of being accused of being elitists who don't have understanding of the ground. We can't have women protesting outside and then without them.
Okay, so So just to put it in context, give Honorable Khabo there. Just to put it in context, on Friday we're supposed to have a conversation on GBV that is happening in our institutions, basic education, and then we're having to have a conversation with the Women, Children and Persons with Disabilities Committee. So, but there's a nationwide march in Pretoria, I think, on the 21st, on the same day, about the GBV issue. So she's suggesting that we rather have the committee joining the march and not having a meeting. So that's the suggestion she's making. Or we have a meeting in a different place, or we go there, listen to the issues, then come back and have a conversation amongst ourselves. So in just 1 minute, Honorable Khabo.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Let's apply. We agree with the contents of the resolution as we have captured them. Let's apply to the chair of chairs. But of course, we'll give that indication of what Honorable Kakao has made mention of. But the reality of the matter is that we don't decide on when must we have that meeting based on the availability. But those issues must be taken into consideration. I'd plead with you that we want to interact with Sol Plaatjie. Thank you very much.
Okay. Anyone who wants to have a bite? Okay. No, it's fine. We will then do as you had instructed. At this point, welcome Sol Plaatjie. I'm sorry, we had a clearinghouse mechanism. The Deputy President was answering questions in Parliament yesterday and says now we've got GNU clearinghouse mechanism. So this was this was our own clearinghouse mechanism. Welcome. On apologies, the Minister is attending Cabinet. Deputy Minister Gondwe at prior family responsibilities. The DG sent us an apology this morning. And the apology no, it says due to competing priorities. Yeah, so that's the apology of the DG. And then who else? From member side, Honorable Lonzi will arrive slightly late. Honorable Msazana will arrive. Is landing or is not arriving? Or has got party work. He must send the apology to. Yeah. You see, Honorable Ngubane. You see, Honorable Ngubane. It's you who's studying. Now, these members are going to ask you about your members in Russia or in Ukraine. Yeah. So, Honorable Msazana had indicated that he will arrive late, but if he's no longer coming, it's okay. We don't have an apology of Honorable Zondo. Yeah, so those are the Honorable Governor. We also don't have an apology of Honorable Governor. So those are the apologies that we have on our side. So I'm going to Deputy Minister to give to yourselves, or you want to discuss the apology of the DG, Honorable Law. Let's give you.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I want us to put it in record that we are not accepting the DG's apology or the contempt it has, because it's undermining and it seeks not to speak on good governance, because what the problems he have or he is confronted with, he was supposed to have known that it's better that he arrives here. Because in 3 to 4 occasions, we've been having issues of information of whether or not to get adequate responses based on the fact that he has sent that information in his office, he's dealing with it alone, and then it has not come to committee. So we're rejecting it, we're not going to accept it. He was supposed to have been here. Thanks.
Thank you very much. The rejection is noted of the apology of the Director General. We will write to the President today. So, Deputy Minister, I'm going to give you, then you will indicate, because the apology of the DG says Dr. Sekigwa will act. So maybe you will give to her to act, and then they will give to the Chair of Council, then the University. Just want to indicate we're going to have interactions after your presentations. These members, when they ask you questions, between 95 and 97% of the time, they know the answers to what they're asking you. So your presentation, they probably have 3 different versions of your presentation. So when you present something close as close as possible to the truth, because they come from constituencies, they interact with the people in the communities, and some of them, they may work at your institution or be students at your institution. So they do have the information. So I'm trying to say to yourselves, let's be as honest as possible, because we don't want your presentation after you've presented and they ask you questions, and we try now to be technical in responding or economical with the truth. So I'm trying to prepare you that they go to same churches with the people in your communities. Some of them, you see, they are young. At least in this committee, I've got 2 members who come from Kimberley. So you must know that they would know issues that are happening around that institution. And so let's be truthful. And then we're going to engage. We're going to give you Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Members, and the delegation from Sol Plaatjie and all other colleagues. Good morning once more. And Chair, we have indicated that the Minister is at Cabinet. As you would know that today the Minister of Finance will be tabling the midterm, and Dr. Gondo is also having other prior arrangements. But Chair, thank you very much for allowing the department to accompany, to be here with the Sol Plaatjie University, an opportunity to brief the committee on the state of governance, administration, and other matters at the Sol Plaatjie University. It is worth noting, Chairperson and honorable members, that Sol Plaatjie is one of those 2 universities established in the post-apartheid South Africa, and it is also first to be established in the Northern Province. And I must indicate that the institution's presence in the Northern Cape Province has increased significantly. The kind of stress that communities has had to face with having to travel to other provinces because they did not have the institutions within their province. When the university opened its doors, it could accommodate only a modest initial 135 students. And recently it celebrated its 10th anniversary, with enrollment having increased 20.6% in 2023, and with over 4,400 students registered at the university. As one of those universities, we trust that the university will continue to attend to the desperate pleas for access to higher education by our students and communities within that province. The university also obviously needs to adhere to the community-focused teacher education, ICT, as well as the areas of greatest need to our curriculum in our country. It has also been cognizance of the fact that the critical skills need to be incorporated into its curricula, embedded in the global warming, climate change, and other areas. As you would know that that is one of the provinces that is undermined by water scarcity. So we are glad that the university is doing something about that in terms of its R&D. The department noted that the university has revised and reformed its constitution to tackle the student challenges and foster a more inclusive campus culture. Despite the university's commendable performance, there's still a lot, Chairperson and honorable members, that still need to be done. It is inevitable, honorable members, for a growing institution not to encounter any challenges. However, we trust that the leadership of the institution has got to be able to also share with the department some of these so that we could all work together in support of the university as a community institution. Chairperson, it is also important to report that all the ministerial appointees had been done, and the department unit has recently released a draft reporting regulations, which is out for discussions and comments. And we are hoping, Chairperson, that that piece of regulation will assist us, because we do have a problem, as you will all know, with the universities not fully complying with the reporting requirements. I'm not talking about Sol Plaatjie, I'm talking about the sector general. And you would also know that the amendments to our legislation that is being discussed is also aimed at tightening some of these lessons that we've learned between the government and the institutions in terms of transparency, in terms of accountability, but also in terms of understanding that these are public institutions and therefore we are all accountable with what is happening in those institutions. Chairperson, I do want to say that it is unfortunate that yes, we do our oversight visits to institutions as the department. We are still need to strengthen our oversight model in the whole of PSET system. I must say it still needs a lot to be desired as it stands. But we are working very hard in terms of ensuring that our human resource is to the level to which it could satisfy the demands of the sector. Chairperson, as the university will be presenting to you today, would like to hand over to the university delegation led by the Chairperson of Council, as well as the acting Vice Chancellor. That will lead the presentation. We further want to thank the Portfolio Committee Chair, and we do not take the work that you are doing, Chairperson, for granted, because as you correctly say, honorable members, we are all accountable, and that cannot be overemphasized. We're not doing anybody a favor by being transparent and by being accountable, but it's in the best interest of our country, but also of the communities that we serve. So at this point, Chair, I would like to hand over to the university that will lead the presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson and honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, the Deputy Minister, Dr. Nomusia Dube-Ncube, officials from the Department of Higher Education and the SRC of Sol Plaatjie, Union Leadership and Institutional Forum, acting Vice Chancellor and Vice Chancellor Designate Professor Deborah Meyer, and the Executive Management Team of Sol Plaatjie University. The current Vice-Chancellor, Professor Andrew Crouch, is convalescing at home following major surgery, and we hereby tender his apology for not attending. Professor Meyer will introduce the team in an overview. When one must describe Sol Plaatjie in 5 minutes, key issues jump to mind. First issue is that of governance. The university institution boasts an unblemished record of unqualified audits since its inception a decade ago. And to cite the CHE, the university has a strong basis to build on and to become one of the leading institutions nationally and perhaps internationally over a period of time. On a recent visit in 2025, both the President of South Africa and the Minister of Education commended Sol Plaatjie on the stability achieved and its commitment to good governance. Council members are drawn from a diversity of professions. They have shown utter commitment to the institution as shown by the strong attendance rate in 2025, which is 82%, and the effective and robust participation in discussions within Council. The second issue that jumps to mind is the appropriateness and the positioning of Sol Plaatjie to provide future fit and future relevant programs. There had been an unprecedented and exponential growth of technology and artificial intelligence capabilities, challenging current work practices. The World Economic Forum estimates that an average 40% of existing skills sets will be transformed or become outdated between 2025 and 2030. Cognizant of this dilemma of growing graduate unemployment, which is keep on slipping as we watch the statistics, and the global shift in future skill requirements, and in response to the developmental agenda of South Africa, Sol Plaatjie focuses on education, data sciences, heritage studies, arid desert studies, and is in the process of commissioning a Faculty of Health Sciences is currently underway, which is critically important development for the Northern Cape. We have a geology program which is rolled out in July 2025, and we fully intend to have that articulated with mining qualifications from our sister universities. That is a big need in the Northern Cape that was identified in our interactions with the stakeholders and especially the mines in that particular area. The third point that jumps to mind is the point of excellence and delivery against mandate. The acting Vice-Chancellor and the team will elaborate more on the success rates of our students as measured by the throughput and retention rate. Suffice for me to state is that these metrics currently exceed that of the sector. It is worth noting that 72% of the academic staff of Sol Plaatjie hold doctorates, well above the national average of 50%. This influx of qualified and talented professionals contribute to a more diverse, dynamic and skilled economy in the Northern Cape. Through the generous infrastructure endowment from the department, SPU invested over 3 billion rand in infrastructure development in Kimberley over the past 10 years. Beyond the construction of 29 new buildings and refurbishment of an additional 10, our latest donation of the iconic De Beers building will now house a large part of the administration. Currently we're managing a property portfolio of about 40 buildings. This was delivered on time and within budget over the past decade. The university's presence catalyzed new business activity in the city, such as student housing and transportation and retail stores. This speaks to the growing confidence of the stakeholders in the Northern Cape about the relevance and future contribution of Sol Plaatjie. The fourth point that jumps to mind is financial sustainability. Sol Plaatjie aims to become operationally sustainable by 2030, when the special grant for new universities comes to an end. This we aim to achieve through our research output and our graduation rates, both of which are in the ascendancy. Sol Plaatjie developed an advancement strategy to integrate with the research and development programs of companies operating especially in the Northern Cape and align its offerings with the specific skills requirement of the development agenda of the regional government. And we've had a number of talks with the Premier and his officials in the Northern Cape to see how better we can align with the expectations. The fifth point that jumps to mind is that the Sol Plaatjie is positioning itself as an anchor institution in the Northern Cape. The concept of an anchor institute integrates universities with their communities in attaining social and economic transformation of its ecosystem, especially for universities in historically disadvantaged or declining communities. This is the potential of Sol Plaatjie to make this ideal realistic is supported by international research. Robust evidence from 15,000 universities across 1,500 regions in 78 countries showed the huge positive impact on regional GDP per capita driven by university spending on human capital development. Premier Sol noted significant employment increases in agriculture, renewable energy and mining. The GDP growth of the Northern Cape advanced in the 5-year term of his provincial administration, close to 5% on an annualized basis and well above the rather pedestrian national growth of below 1%. In 2020, the total economic impact of SPU, Sol Plaatjie University, based on net purchases by business salaries and spending is estimated to be between 560 million and 800 million. This results show that the annual total economic impact of SPU is between 27 and 38% of the monthly district GDP. Since the university is still relatively new, supply-side contributions such as human capital, research, innovation and technology transfer are yet fully to be quantified. Sol Plaatjie recently had to intervene to pay accommodation service providers in the city and to actually settle the bills to avoid that students be evicted. We are in the process of reconciling these payments with NSFAS. While challenges such as this and growing rising debt amongst missing middle students and postgraduate funding persist, we remain dedicated to provide the valuable skills in supporting the infrastructure, the future well-being and success of Sol Plaatjie. It is worth noting that 80% of Sol Plaatjie's undergraduate students are funded by NSFAS, which is both good and also must be treated with a lot of caution. The fact that it's good is that our debtors are then to an extent contained because the money is with NSFAS, and of course we are working very hard with NSFAS to make sure that the transfers happen on time so that we don't have to dip into operational funds. The bad part is such a large reliance on NSFAS of 80%, much higher than the industry average and certainly much higher than many other universities, also means that our administration processes and all of our policies be perfectly aligned for seamless delivery. We are preparing for the start of 2026, and together, of course, NSFAS being a primary stakeholder, we are in the offices quite regularly to make sure that this happens as seamless as possible. My comments are on the overviewish side. I will ask the Vice Chancellor to go into the detail, and of course I'm quite happy to come back to any one of the points that I've raised. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Chancellor. We have 40 minutes to go through the presentation.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Members of the Portfolio Committee, Deputy Minister, all protocol observed. I will not be doing the presentation alone. I'm going to introduce my team who will then take over at specific points. We will start by providing information on teaching and learning, which will indicate the size of our institution and our continuous success in pass rates as well as retention rates. The teaching and learning overview will be provided by Professor Green. This will be followed by research and innovation, indicating our upward trajectory in that area, and I will do that part of the presentation, also highlighting what the Deputy Minister already mentioned, and that is that our research focuses on needs of the Northern Cape in particular. This will be followed by our Chief Financial Officer, who will present an overview of the finances of our institution, indicate the size of student debt. We've already heard from our chairperson that our students are largely funded by NSFAS. Our CFO will also comment on our revenue streams, provide information on our plans for financial sustainability post the new university grant. This will then be followed by our Chief Operations Officer, who will start by giving an overview on safety and security. Also infrastructure. our growing portfolio of infrastructure, and then provide information on student accommodation before I will provide concluding comments. Honourable Chairperson, we are aware that we provide a very large slide deck. That was at the start of the briefing we received on what information the Portfolio Committee would need. We are aware of our time limit. We were informed yesterday of the amount of time that we have available, so we will not try and discuss every slide in detail. We will provide salient information only. So we'll start with teaching and learning. Professor Green.
Honourable Chair, honourable members, good morning. I stand on the protocol that has been observed. I will cover the area on teaching and learning, and as one can see in the first slide, that is on enrollments, and that shows an upward trajectory in terms of the enrollment at the university, starting off with a very modest figure of 124 students in 2014 and increasing to 7,182 in the 2025 academic year. I can also indicate that the gender composition of our students is 64% female and 36% male, which is very much aligned with the sector. The reason for the upward trajectory is also aligned to the increase in our PQM as and when programs are approved. Our PQM is also aligned with the STEM as well as education. And I do want to indicate, Chair, is that we are strategic in the Northern Cape, but very much aligned to the fact that the university is a national asset. Looking at the next graph, it depicts the annual student growth. And as understandable, in the first 2015, there was a significant increase, that being from a zero base, and moving up to 2025, indicating an increase of 22.1%. I must indicate that very recently the Minister has approved an annual increase of 1.5%, but we are mindful that in 2030, our new university grant will expire, and as an institution, we have an enrollment target of close to 10,000. So we are mindful of meeting the enrollment target of 10,000, and that's largely to ensure financial sustainability. On the next slide, it then covers the academic structure, and currently the university has 4 faculties in place, and as articulated by the Chair of Council, we are currently working on the establishment of a 5th faculty, that being the Faculty of Health Sciences. It is now in its planning phases, and we are currently working on 2 programs aligned to the Faculty of Health Sciences, those being nursing as well as physiotherapy. I must also indicate some good news that in this week, we received a letter of endorsement from the South African Nursing Council that is also aligned to the fact of the rollout of the nursing qualification at Sol Plaatjie University. Currently on our PQM, we have a total of 42 qualifications and programs with an articulation pathway from the higher certificate all the way to the PhDs, and incidentally, we have received accreditation for our first PhD in science, and we are just awaiting the NQF registration with the idea of rollout in the 2026 academic year. So we are very excited about that, but we are also equally awaiting the accreditation of our other PhD programs that are currently sitting with the CHE. Also to mention, we've got on our PQM a total of 44 short learning programs, which we also attribute to the fact that there is a need for that of access. Moving to the next slide, and this slide covers largely the area of the teaching capability. And we have a very proud record, as indicated by our Chair of Council, that 72% of our teaching staff are holders of doctoral qualifications. We also receive assistance from the department in terms of various interventions that are aligned to professional development, largely in the area of UCDG funding, Some of the programs include the Nurturing Emerging Scholars program, that's the NESP, the NGAP. We also have other capacity building initiatives in the area of Siya Phumelela, as well as the Future Professors program. On the part of the university, there's also council control funds in the area of learning and development to support the professionalization of our academic staff. Also, we are advancing the area of scholarship of learning and teaching, and this is largely informed by research also that is supported by research. And then obviously as an institution, we have a Center for Teaching, Learning and Program Development, which largely encompasses 3 pillars: professional development, student academic support, innovation technology, and curriculum development. The next slide then looks at the part of the learning, the students. So in terms of facilitating learning as an institution, we are a digitally focused university where learning is supported through state-of-the-art digital infrastructure, whereby all of our first-year students upon registration are issued with a laptop, not to mention the fact that in terms of the provisioning of learning, it is through face-to-face, online, as well as a blended approach. Learning is also enabled through innovation, and as a university, we take pride in the fact that our teaching also embraces technology-mediated teaching. We use virtual reality. We also embrace artificial intelligence. In the area of teaching, learning and assessment plans, we embrace a student-centric philosophy, so much so that where possible, there's consultation with students in the area of policy development. Not to mention the fact that we are mindful that we are the only institution of higher learning in the Northern Cape, and as such, we aspire to increase the footprint of the university to the rest of the Northern Cape. And currently, we have a presence of a learning center in Uppington, which is functional. We are in a planning phase with the learning center in Postmasburg, and that's funded through Anglo-American. The next slide, and I'll be brief on this slide, is in the area of academic performance. But we have a very good record in terms of academic performance. Our pass rates of our undergraduate students, and as we can see from the years 2022 through to 2025, and that was the brief that we were given, one can see that in terms of the number of written, that is the number of candidates who sat and wrote the examinations, were impressive. Starting off with 87, 88, 91, and 91% again in 2025 first semester, and we are awaiting the results of the second semester. With regards to our postgraduate students as well, they are very similar in terms of an impressive record. Our graduate throughput rate, which is very good, I do want to indicate that as an institution, we have the highest throughput rate for students in quintile 1, 2, and 3 within the sector. And this is what we can see in this presentation is that our performance as an institution is above the sector norms. In terms of retention strategies, this once again is also extremely impressive. When one looks on the extreme right-hand side, you see numbers in excess of 95% with regards to the number of students that remain once registered within the institution. And one could then ask the question, what does this attribute to? To the fact of strong student support, given, yes, our class sizes at this point in time, as well as early interventions. Chair, the next slide then speaks to dropout and throughput. I won't go into too much detail. We all have a copy of the presentation. But suffice to mention is that as an institution, we understand and we study the causes of dropout, and that's largely in the area of transitional difficulties, not to mention social exclusion or a lack of belonging, academic underpreparedness, socioeconomic disadvantages, also the fact of financial stress. But we do have some mitigating measures in place. And I think the one that I'd really like to hone in on is the fact that the university is working very hard on establishing predictive tools to understand students at risk. The next slide speaks to supporting students at risk, and as I've mentioned earlier, we do have student tracking dashboards and early warning signals, not to mention the fact that we've got faculty level support, wraparound services, monitoring and evaluation. The final leg of my presentation is in the area of work integrated learning, and this is extremely important because this also speaks to the employability of our students. But as an institution, we are aligned to the CHE World Good Governance Practice. We also have a strategic plan for the years 2025 through to 2029, and we've just recently had a Senate-approved learning and teaching plan. With regards to programs at our university that currently have a work component, and that is in the area of retail business management, agriculture, education, and court interpreting. And then the final slide is in the area of our world partners, and those are the partners on the slide that speaks to our engagement with our students. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Just very briefly on research. The next slide shows you we only established a research office in 2019. However, after that, you can see an increase in the trajectory of research output. In 2022, we had 49 publications approved by DIET. In 2024, we submitted 92, and this year, in September, we are already at over 100 research output units. That shows we are now increasing our focus on research and trying to make a contribution there. We are also increasing our number of postgraduate students. What we can show now from 2022 to 2025 is honors and masters only, and you can see there's an upward trajectory there. We are, however, hopeful that we will register our first PhDs in 2026, which would then mean we have a full PQM. With regards to research niche areas, I'm not going to go into all the detail there, but I want to highlight that we focus on what is relevant to the Northern Cape. One of our strongest areas is data science, and that is, given the proximity of SKA, makes very good sense to us. We focus on indigenous languages, desert studies, and we have arid region water research that is very well funded by the Water Research Commission. We have received 25 million over 5 years. We only have 6 research centers at the moment, but we'll be expanding them. By the end of the year, we hope to launch a research center on renewable and sustainable energy. With regards to technology transfer, it is in the infancy for us, but we have a technology Innovation and Tech Transfer Office that's been established in 2023. What we focus on is identifying, managing, and protecting IP. If you can move on, Registrar, the highlights of our innovation and technology transfer is that we have IP disclosure forms that we share with our staff and students to promote that they declare intellectual property. NIPMO approved our IP policy in 2024 and is very supportive of the approach we are taking. We had 6 IP disclosures in 2024-25, 2 of them with commercial potential, and we are investigating further. I think that is it. We're going to give over to finance.
Thank you, Prof. Meyer, and once again, good morning to the honourable members. I am going to go through the finance slides without going again into too much detail. If we go to the first slide, this is an overview or an illustration of the university growth in what we call the formative years, 2016 to 2024. These are all the audited figures. And what is interesting to note there is that the student costs increases at a slower rate due to economies of scale, and also the average cost per student is on the decrease, whilst we also keep a close eye on our personnel costs. The ratios are there for you to read. The next slide is just a summary. We were briefed to provide numbers from 2022 to 2024. So I have summarized in this table all the elements which I think are worth noting. And you can see also clearly the growth of the university as illustrated in numbers. When you look at the growth in assets specifically, I want to draw your attention to the PPE, which is the first line, and our chair of council mentioned the investment in infrastructure, which is over 3 billion to date. Next, I am not going to read all of this. These are some highlights of the 2024 audited financial statements. Again, just looking at our capital expenditure, our growth in total assets, and the fact that we did manage to generate a surplus, although part of that surplus is the donation of the Harry Oppenheimer Building, which is not a cash surplus, but rather a donation in kind. Then I do want to just spend 2 or 3 minutes on the matter of student debt. Members, these figures are audited as at 31 December 2024. You can see that our gross student debt at the time was just under 200 million. It was at 170.7 million, and the impairment there 77 million. You can also see the breakdown in terms of how that debt is then made up in terms of the funders. We do have our worry about our missing middle or self-funded students, that is over 100 million. If we go to the next slide, you will see a picture as at 30 September 2025. And here I do want to indicate that we had experienced challenges with NSFAS in 2025. These challenges ranged from blocking of registration data due to NSFAS budget issues, to the timing of payments, and we had particular issues with our NSFAS accredited off-campus landlords, whereby payments were delayed to these landlords to the extent that the university had to intervene and pay for 2 months from their own funds to these landlords. We have actually really engaged with NSFAS, the CEO, Mr. Karim, as well as the chairperson at the time, Dr. Stander, and I am aware that payment has now been made to these landlords as of last week. I have to also state that some incorrect information was provided by NSFAS, which we took up with the CEO, and we are in the process of resolving all of these issues. But I just thought I should highlight that. In the next slide, I'm just looking at the time. We've already said that NSFAS is about 75 to 80% of our student population at any given moment in time, but we do have other significant funders that you can see there. The recovery of student debt is a challenge across the sector, and if we look at the next slide, I just want to highlight as well to this committee that we have from the university side, we have actually started some initiatives to assist the students. And you can read there's about 4 that I want to highlight. We have financial assistance to undergraduate students, whereby if a student passes all of their subjects in a particular year, the first time we actually write off the tuition fees in total, and we fund that from university funds. We have postgraduate merit awards for students who are eligible. You have to have about 65% average pass rate. We've got a student graduate fund for students who are in their final year and they don't have money to fund, just that final year up to graduation. We then have a fund established for that. And our SRC also have a Tusa Moituti fund where they use their own committee to then assist students who are in need, especially during registrations. Our revenue streams in the next slide, you can read there. We are highly reliant on government funding because the larger part of our tuition and other fees are derived from NSFAS as well, which is why there's a direct link between our operations and whatever is happening at NSFAS. Next, I'm not going to go through the slide in detail. I'm just demonstrating to you what the net result was on the income statement side over the past number of years, 2020 to 2024. The university has, in general, performed well. Then the Chair of Council also mentioned that we do have a financial sustainability strategy that we're developing, and the aim of this strategy is that by 2030, we need to be in a position to transition from our current regime of funding, which is an earmark grant, to the block grant that other universities, more established universities, are on, and that is where you essentially then generate your own fund or your own grant through your teaching input, output, and research output as well. Some observations from the Financial Sustainability Chair is that We need to look closely at our projected student numbers. We're very much aware of our over-reliance on government funding. We're focusing on our third stream and alternate revenue sources. And of course, we are also looking at things like cost containment and specifically management of personnel cost. I do want to say that uncertainty remains regarding NSFAS, and the budget constraints that the fund experienced this year has really had an impact on our university and many others in the sector. And that final slide that I have is just to illustrate in terms of readiness for 2026. I've indicated the financial support that we do provide to students. We've got registration and financial guidelines. We communicate with the SRC, and then students who are approved NSFAS students we don't ask them to make upfront payments if they fund it. And we do have, however, outstanding debt that needs to be reduced below a certain threshold, and ours are quite lenient in comparison to the rest of the sector. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, honorable members. I will talk on security and safety. The first slide on this security and safety topic really shows that we are running a hybrid security contingent at SPU. Simply because Sol Plaatjie is not like other universities. We are an open university spread throughout the city. So we are forced to put other measures in place to protect the students, and that takes the form of an outsourcing approach to security within the city, something that should be done by the security cluster. The second box there shows the budgets for the two respective categories of security personnel. The third box really shows what we use to enable security. We've got a security plan approved by council, of a 3-year plan. We are empowered by reports and assessments from the State Security Agency, who have visited our university and gave us very good pointers on security in the city. We have overarching policies. Sol Plaatjie has zero tolerance to ill discipline. Ethical misconduct, and that's empowered by the ethics and conducts policy. So Plaatjie has got the policy on sexual harassment, gender-based violence, which we are currently reviewing to take into account the developments in the country as well. Because Sol Plaatjie is also very much compliant with the legal framework. We are recognizing the need for technology as a university, and therefore we use technology to enable our security as well. We, as I said before, we patrol the city using, university sourced resources, and we are establishing a very close relationship with the South African Police Services to assist us. We've established the community safety forums. We're trying to get our municipality to work hand in hand with the university. We have established on-site a GBV and femicide desk. We've empowered our security personnel to be able to do statements, certifications, affidavits, as well as to assist with other matters within campus as well. We recognize the need to educate our youngsters. That's why we have what we call Majita Mondays, where we teach students about various matters that have to do with conduct. We hold annual seminars on various topics. Some of them is sexual harassment, mental health, and we work hand in hand with the Department of Justice to effect some of these initiatives. This is a picture of our crime statistics. I must say these statistics are what is reported to our control room. We share these statistics with the South African Police. We have been seeing a decline in incidences since 2022 to date, and this is all because of the initiatives that I have mentioned in the previous slide. Going to infrastructure, I've already explained that we are spread throughout the city. That complicated picture is basically showing our north campus from the top, our central campus in the middle, and our south campus in the bottom. All we have to remember there is the green boxes, they show development, and that picture is directly linked to the 3 billion rands that was shown earlier on by the CFO. If we go to the next slide, Our portfolio, property portfolio has developed like that over the past 10 years in the university. We now have a property portfolio of about 40. If we go on to construct, we'll have about 50 by the end of 2030. These are the projects that we ran between 2022 and 2025. 4 of those are shown there. We have realized a total saving in these projects of close to 100 million rands, which we think is commendable. Now, just to show, these are the pictures of the projects I just showed. If you move from left to right, top to bottom, we show the places where the projects were conceptualized, where there was nothing, to the point where they are now buildings. The top one is our residence. The bottom left, so sort of the middle left, that's the old Oppenheimer Park that we bought as a university. We now have a great hall on the park that we just completed. We held our first graduations from that. And then the last one is the agriculture building that we just finished constructing as well. These are the fields. Sol Plaatjie has installed 1 megawatt of solar power, so we are moving towards green energy as well. All those fields are also used to harvest water during rain season and so on and so forth, given the difficulties of the area where we operate. Thank you, Chair. Just here, just want to show the split in accommodation that we have. From 2022 to 2025, the student numbers have grown, but we've only increased our residences by an extra 204 beds. The rest of the students, they stay off campus, and as you can see the split there, 4806, they stay in SPU accredited residences, and 975, they stay in the NSFAS accredited residences. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and honourable members. Just to conclude, our university was established by the National Development Plan as an anchor institution in the country, based in the Northern Cape. We take that very seriously. That goes into all our planning for academic purposes as well as operational. We consider our university to be a catalyst for development in the region, so we intentionally and strategically manage our resources and operations to address educational, social, economic and environmental priorities in the Northern Cape. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Labour, or you have the presentation of Labour there. You have it, yeah. So Labour, you can present from where you are. They'll just move the slide for you here. What I'm told, we're giving you 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I want to take the opportunity to greet all the honorable members of the Committee of Portfolio and our designated Vice Chancellor to be, and all the members of the committee. I will share this introduction with my Deputy Chairperson, which is Mr. Graham Abrams. Thank you very much, Chair. Yesospesa was recognized in SPU in last year, 12 September 2024. We are currently the only recognized union with the recognition agreement with Sol Plaatjie University. However, we do have a memory of some of the events that happened in the past in relation to employees. Our key issues. Apologies for SPU there, I see it was supposed to be, OSPESA was founded in 2024 to this date. Employees do not get what other universities are getting. While we know each university has its own policies, SPU always benchmark to other universities when it suits them. As a result, our total cost to company is incomparable to other universities using same. As a result, there is not clear contribution of any benefit in the payslip example, housing allowance, pension fund, etc. Mismanagement of funds. SPU insourced securities and cleaners in 2018. Despite this, SPU went on to bring a contract of cleaning and security. Because there was no need, they sent the SPU securities to patrol the streets while the contract securities were housed at SPU. Once the street patrolling was completed, SPU and contract security guards were paired together in the guard room. Thus, additional securities were brought without a need. In mismanagement of funds, in addition to security, SPU employed a contractor for cleaning. This cleaning company is cleaning student rooms, making SPU the only university to spend money on cleaning student rooms. SPU bought a stadium only to rent it out. None of our students are using the stadium, making us wonder the purpose behind the purchase. We view this as a mismanagement of funds that can fund employee benefits. We are going to matters of strategic concern. SPU has spent money to a consultants for job grabbing, while all positions were filled in line with the job grading. The Directorate for Legal is still not filled. The lack of director for legal has been other employees being treated differently. There are employees whose cases are referred to external lawyers, while others are handled internally. There is no clear guidelines which is followed for this. SPU is yet another university that is run without a directorate for legal. The money spent on legal fees can be cancelled for the benefits of employees. Thank you very much, the Chairperson. I'll give over to my deputy.
Good morning, Chair. There's just two matters. The SPU management members chair the university tender committee. So we think there will be this issue of great concern around the room that it creates for corruption and favoritism. Our view is that a member of council should chair the tender processes. Those few things presented here have been presented to SPU management in one way or another. We are waiting for the acting VC to resume a position so that we can submit other matters to her. We will write to this committee if there is any need to. It is our request that after this, the term of a VC, a unit audit should be done to identify the abuse of governance of government resources. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Labour, SRC. SRC. We also have 15 minutes.
No, thank you very much, Chair of Council, honorable members of this House. Good morning once again. So, yeah, the SRC obviously is very grateful for this opportunity to present the view of students on the matters of the university here in front of this particular portfolio committee. And we might add, in terms of our overview of the state of student affairs from a student perspective, that our experiences as students, of our students there, we can see a lot of growth, as mentioned by the management of this institution at and in our university. However, this from a student perspective is, and you can move over to the next slide. Yeah, this is definitely faced with both challenges, as much as we're seeing academic growth and infrastructure development, and also various student support initiatives, right? And for many students, as has been said, this university becomes a beacon of hope to escape, or means to escape poverty and whatsoever.
However, the experience of students, as said, is shaped by both progress and persistent challenges that we are facing in the university, of which in terms of academic and learning environment, teaching and learning has improved, as already mentioned there, and we can see that through the academic success of our students. However, we see also a need for more peer academic advisors and tutors, but most of all, we have a challenge with sufficient study spaces on our campus, and I think we have brought it to the attention of management various times, and I believe and I'm hoping that it's a work in progress to ensure that we curb this element of having insufficient study space, especially during exam seasons. And we do know that we are at the verge of concluding this particular academic year, but hopefully by next year, if the university can take much more spaces, especially those that are not being used, and convert them into study space for our students for efficient studying. So in terms of accommodation and residences, and I think as all other institutions, accommodation and residences remains a burning issue in our institution. We also, I think we need to appreciate the university for trying to create this element or environment of home away from home for our students, Honorable Chair. However, to a certain extent, there are also challenges faced by students, especially on campus, to start with, in terms of the shortages of CCTV cameras on campus. And I'm doing my own summary here, but you'll see on the slides as it goes by. The CCTV cameras on campus, which are insufficient, and I think that goes without saying, it threatens the safety of our students, both them and their belongings on campus, right? And also there's an issue also that students have been complaining about, and I think we need to give an ear on that, for students having to pay for 10 months of accommodation, but during June recess, they are forced to vacate residences in the name of maintenance being done, of which is not always the case that maintenance really is happening when students are going home during those times, right? So in terms of off-campus accommodations, the university accredits quite a lot of beds, a number of beds yearly, and we realized that after the university accredited those beds, it's an issue of the living conditions of our students being very poor, and I think that's a result of not doing much unannounced visits by the institution to those particular landlords. So the SRC would like to recommend that the university see to it that we do much more unannounced visits to landlords in accredited SPU accommodations, right? And then a biggest issue, or one of the biggest issues there, is obviously the admin fees and deposits that our students needs to pay. And you will realize by that what the CFO mentioned, Chair, that our institution consists out of students who are mostly funded by NSFAS. And it's totally absurd to expect from those students to pay admin fees and deposits, despite in actual fact NSFAS guidelines or guarding against that particular element of students having to pay such, right? So it appears that the institution is reluctant in to curbing this issue and assisting that we do away with our students having to pay this admin and deposits to these particular greedy landlords. So another very, very big issue, I think we've been faced with it throughout the year, is the NSFAS accredited accommodation and the pilot failure and the payment delays of NSFAS to those particular accommodations. So that, in fact, is failing our students, the university, and obviously, to an extent, the landlords as well. So this led to students being threatened with evictions, students being at the verge of evictions because landlords have not been paid by NSFAS. And it's very complex, Honorable Chair, as the university didn't accredit these particular houses, so there's no much leverage to deal with these particular issues. In fact, as the CFO has mentioned, the SRC has a fund called the Tusamutiti Fund, of which we are trying to source funds to assist students without funding. And we were, to an extent, forced, and I think management assisted there, to take money from that particular fund to pay NSFAS accredited landlords for so long. to just keep our students there and to keep their businesses running. So the issue of NSFAS accrediting accommodations there and NSFAS not paying timelessly is causing an issue for our students and the university at large. I mean, students having to face evictions during exam times, it's really something unbecoming and something that we must in future guard against. So in terms of the infrastructure and facilities of this institution, we see progress in new buildings being built rapidly, residences and new lecture spaces. However, there are persistent issues such as unreliable Wi-Fi on our campus, which I think undoubtedly goes without saying, it has an impact on digital access of our students, and we need Wi-Fi in our day-to-day working as students. So also there has been some concerns of water contamination despite the double purification system in the institution, right? So at least one good thing, Chairperson, we are not experiencing load shedding at Sol Plaatjie University. And also one big issue that we have.
There's no load shedding in South Africa.
Okay.
The whole South Africa.
No, I think there was in the past, Chairman, and even then we didn't experience it. So that's what I'm referring to. But thank you very much for that, Honorable Chair. So the financial guidelines that was introduced recently or last year rather by Council is one of the most burning issues that we are dealing with in Sol Plaatjie University, where all students are required to reduce their debt to at least 25,000 rand. And I think it's unrealistic to the poor and the children of the working class to reduce their debt to that particular extent. So we view this as the SRC as a type of an academic apartheid that seeks to exclude the children of the working class and the poor. However, we brought up, or this initiative of the SRC called the Tusamututi Fund is really working tirelessly in assisting these students with registration fees, having to reduce their debt, and to an extent paying for accommodation. But what we can really do with, what will assist us a great deal is if management in the university comes to party in assisting us to get as much funds on this particular fund, or to help us to source in order for us to assist these particular students to register. It will also give us the sense that indeed this university wants our students to study there at this particular university, right? So we understand, or to an extent, the fiscal discipline that the university is trying to implement, but we believe our institution should remain student-centric, and we must do everything in our power to ensure that we get 100% registration of deserving students starting from the 2026 academic year. So in terms of the student well-being and YALT, we do have a YALT facility on campus. The biggest issue there is that it's not operational and functional 24/7. So 4:30 every day, Monday to Friday, that particular facility closes. And you'll know, Honorable Chair, that there's no such thing that we do not get sick on weekends or emergencies in terms of YALT in weekends. And that in particular, it doesn't assist us with this clinic being closed. But also another issue is that we do not have a lot of permanent YALT practitioners in this particular facility, in terms of the doctor being a locum there at the university. And I think that goes without saying that at some points locums are not always available when emergencies arises. And we need the university to look into this issue of permanently employing sufficient YALT practitioners. So I think I must give it to the institution on the SRC's perspective that Sol Plaatjie University is an open university. For those who have been there, I think Honorable Lonzi will know that you can go in and out as you please. But our security team is really doing the utmost best that we do not have heard of any incidents that happened and threatened the safety of our students on campus. So it means that the university is quite doing its bit and assisting us a great deal there in keeping our students safe in and around campus. I think what we can improve on, however, just for safety precautions, is a 24/7 visibility of the security, and to intensify that in and around our campus. So in terms of the governance and representation at a particular university, we've seen improvements in the university management responding to the issues of students. However, there's still this element of SRC resolutions and programs being over-regulated. And I think the committee will agree with me that that leads to micromanagement of SRCs. And it takes away the autonomy and the independence of the particular leadership in our campus, right? So the SRC just want to definitely emphasize democratic consultations, transparency, and also freedom and SRC autonomy within the institution. So in terms of transformation and institutional culture, we do believe the university can do much more better in, including elements of modern transformation, especially African identities, and upcoming of the new LGBTQI community in classrooms and in its policy documents, so that we can really take up with these particular communities and groups or ethnic groups as well. So in summary, Honorable Chairperson, the challenges that we are facing at Sol Plaatjie University, the students' perspective is the poorly maintained off-campus housing, and of course this NSFAS accreditation of delays in payments and the threats of evictions due to that, and the mid-year forced vacation of our students from residences, the insufficient study spaces, as well as the biggest elephant I think in the room is the financial guidelines and the lack of a 24/7 YAL clinic and counselors. So with that being said, I don't know if my Ashley has something to perhaps, if I can allow him to add, if anything, I've missed anything, Honorable Chair.
No, thank you very much, Chair. All protocols are observed. The issue that I would like to clarify and raise is the issue of the student safety and security. We understand by all means possible that the institution is trying to solve the issue and solve the issue of security in our campus and off-campus residents. But then I think at some point we are faced with failed logic with regards to security at Sol Plaatjie University and also the patrolling vehicles, because now through you, Chair, make it make sense to a point whereby the students are only transported with vehicles after hours, which is after the midnight hours, from 12 to the early hours of the morning. But then we should remember that our students are studying at the library, which has insufficient space, as the latter speaker has alluded. And to that, obviously some of them are going to leave in the evening hours. By that time also the employees of Sol Plaatjie University, they have knocked off from the time being. And when you go to ask for escort from the security, they would inform you that the escort is coming. Yes, it is there with the patrolling vehicles, but the students are required to walk to their residences while the vehicles are driving behind them. I don't understand the logic behind that, whereby you can transport students after 12, but before, in the evening hours, you can't. And it also delays the patrolling that is supposed to happen, because as SPU, we also cover various spaces in the off-campus accommodation and the radius in Kimberley. So we have 8 SPU patrolling vehicles which cover most of the hotspots and not all of them. So delaying in the students walking and the vehicle driving behind them, there is a delay in patrolling, and it also puts students in other places at risk with regards to safety. And also I just want to raise a point in the issue of the cases that are opened at our university, because remember now we are currently faced, as you would appreciate, faced with an issue of GBVF plus. So I think it's an issue not only at Sol Plaatjie University, but it's a national crisis within higher education and institutions, where there is a manner of protectionism, if in lack of better words, whereby now the student leaders and also possibly the employees of the university are protected when there are cases opened against them. So we should really do away with that. And with regards to the delayed cases of students that are open, because remember, the students that are faced with GBVF, as much as there's lack in health and wellness provision, because we don't have a permanent psychologist. Myself, I'm a former SRC member. I was the DSG. I needed to see a psychologist, and I was booked 2 weeks for me to see the psychologist. When I went there, it was a struggle. The psychologist was not there. And now imagine when a student, particularly a female, is traumatized from being sexually harassed or raped in cases and has to see the school psychologist or the counselor. Because I can even say there are some employees of the university that are not trusted with the confidentiality of the information of students. So it's a crisis whereby now the students go there regarding those cases, and now the pressure is on them when there is a delay in the resolving of the student cases. So I think it's something that you can also look on through you, Chair. And also I would highly recommend that the Higher Education Department also looks into having a GBVF plus committee where they will deal with student cases on campus in the higher institutions to just supervise on that. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much. Sir, I've allowed you 20 minutes because you are touching on issues that at least they are students. If you're talking about tenders and all of that, we're going to stop you, because sometimes we have students who, instead of fighting for student issues, they are co-opted in people's institutional forum. We have 15 minutes, and I'm not saying when you are touching on the right issues, I'm going to allow you. It was only a privilege of the students. IF.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning again to everyone and to the committee. All protocol observed. In terms of the institutional forum, we have a membership that these representatives from the management, the council representatives, Senate, but also academic staff members, support or administrative staff members. There's union representatives that sit in this committee, female representatives, as well as student leaders different abled or staff differently abled, and then also the president of the SRC and one more staff, a student on this committee. There are a few vacancies, but we're in the process of also attending to all of this. So the mandate of the IF, just a few that I want to bring to your attention. So in accordance with section 31.1 of the Act, the institutional forum is there also to advise council on matters such as implementing the Act, being accountable for the acts and national policies related to the higher education environment. Also policies that we look in terms of reviewing but also adding to new policies. Some of it is policies such as race and gender equity policy. Then also, Chairperson, suitability and appointments of the candidates at senior management positions, mediation of disputes, and also the formulation of policies to continuously improve on institutional culture, and our institutional culture that's characterized by tolerance for diversity of opinions, respect for fundamental human rights, positive intellectual and academic climate at SPU. Also, advice given by the institutional forum is submitted by the chairperson, myself, to the council and the vice chancellor's office. Also in terms of the institutional forum, which performs additional functions as the council may delegate or refer to, and then also after consultation with the institutional forum, revoke or amend extended mandate of the institutional forum. Then in terms of the composition of the membership, as alluded to earlier, we find that our HR, our COO, Dr. Kangwe, represents HR matters, and some of these include, but are not limited to, talking about the academic, the support and administrative growth in academic and support staff, new appointments, looking at employment relations and complying to that, talking about or representing in the reports on staff wellness, but student wellness, and also alluding to skills development and what is happening in terms of upskilling staff, administrative staff, and then also opportunity for academic staff and administrative staff members to improve qualifications. Also, employment equity status update in terms of the mandate and the reporting. Looking at our performance management at Sol Plaatjie, which is important aspect, but also very important talent management programs for academic, administrative, and support staff. However, there is a noticeable concern in terms of the appointment of females at SPU with associate professor and professor level, but as an institution this is growing in terms of the fact that there's exposure to programs such as your future leadership programs, future professor programs, that staff members get opportunity, and then also through the university capacity development programs. Then we also are key in terms of commenting on new policy developments, but also reviews as the institutional forum. Our student matters are also highlighted within the institutional forum as presented by the chairperson of SRC, the voices of students heard from the Division of Student Affairs, what is happening in terms of student support, information and updates also on the key developments in higher education environment that we constantly get updated on, so that we can also just know in terms of decision making or advising to the council our stance. As the chairperson of the institutional forum chair, we sit in as a member of Senate, but also attend in to council or sit in at council meetings as an observer. And also one of the roles is to be key in terms of appointment or recommendations when it comes to senior academic positions, directors of research centers, so sitting in on these important interview panels. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, IF members. It's 11:29. What time is MTBPS 2? Okay. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I'm trying to count your time, yeah. So I'll give you 12 minutes each. I can start if you guys don't have your hands up, I don't mind starting. You have. So we'll go Honorable Christians, Honorable Ngubane, Honorable Khachao, Honorable Khabo, Honorable Lonzi, Honorable Souls, Honorable Low, and let's see. I wanted to start, but Honorable Christians, we've got. Where's the mic? Oh, we have 12 minutes on an interactive session. So if we want to ask all the questions and then they must answer, it must be within the 12 minutes. If it goes, it will be the discretion of the chair, and I don't think we want that. No? Honorable Christians.
Can you hear me now? Okay. Thanks, Chair. I'll keep it interactive, and then I'll also request that the responses then be quick, because I have quite a few questions to ask. Chair. Okay, so to the Vice Chancellor, the Council, and perhaps even the Registrar. So, Sol Plaatjie University is quite a young institution, as we know, yet the committee has repeatedly been confronted with allegations of statutory governance lines being blurred. So, there are alleged unilateral control over convocation processes, disciplinary decisions, appointments, student affairs, etc. And, this is almost, it seems almost as if there is a centralization of these affairs at the university. And my question really is, have they been lawfully delegated? Because this points to serious governance failure and really exposes the university to be at risk. So I'll just rephrase my questions there. With regard to the delegations of authority, which functions are reserved for council, which are delegated to the VC, and if any, are there any of these delegated to the registrar? And specifically here, has student affairs been delegated, or rather lawfully delegated to the registrar? Was it done in writing? And if so, we need that correspondence forwarded to the committee. I'll allow for those three just to answer quickly.
Thank you for the questions, Honourable Christians. There is no centralization. We do have delegation of specific functions to specific environments. With regards to the delegation of student affairs, we have problems in student affairs wherein our Dean of Student Affairs has been exited from the institution, and because of that, we had to delegate somebody else to take over and monitor student affairs, and so that was delegated to the registrar. I'm not sure if there's anything else.
Was that done in writing?
Yes. Yes, it was done in writing.
Okay, further to that, with regard to a suspension that was done by the registrar on the 21st of October, a letter specifically that I saw that was signed by the registrar, was this compliant with university policy? You have clause 6.3.7 of your disciplinary code. Was that in line with that clause? Maybe the registrar can answer there for us.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Yes, we have followed the disciplinary code in terms of the suspension and the reasons for that suspension, and all is within the ambit of the management framework. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Thank you, Chair. My next question, I'll come back to the whole student support issue because I'm concerned about student support, Chairperson, for the simple reason that recently in the student support services there have been a number of suspensions at the university, and I'm afraid that while the results look good on paper, that might not continue in the future. With regard to your institutional culture, your gender-based violence, your ethics at the university, there has been allegations that a former student leader was implicated in assault, in a gender-based violence assault case. And it now has come to light that this very same student has been employed in the registrar's office without a formal procedure. No posts were advertised, the student was simply employed in the registrar's office. And more concerning, it also came to light that the victim at the time was excluded from the university. And, you know, I'm concerned that this speaks directly to the university's ethical framework and commitment to a safe campus. I mean, we heard in depth about the campus being made safe, etc., but it has come to light that there have been a number of gender-based violence assaults on campus. So, if true, I would like a few answers there. Can the university confirm whether a former SRC president that was implicated in a 2023 assault case has in fact been employed by the university without the necessary processes, specifically in the registrar's domain, and that this has happened without any valid process, as I said? And I also just want to know by the university, how was the victim's case handled? And I think more importantly, where is that victim now? Why has she not completed her course? What support was offered? On what grounds was she excluded or suspended and not brought back? Has the council, and I'm speaking to the council, I can't remember who the council member was, has the council in fact been informed of this case, and has there been an independent review of how gender-based violence and misconduct cases are handled at SPU? And then really, what is going to be done again? What is going to be done about the victim? Where is the victim? Is the victim going to be allowed to come back? So I also just want to know about your gender-based violence policy framework. So you have a gender-based policy framework that I think was developed in 2020 or approved in 2020. Now, I think we need that submitted, and we need to know if that has actually been implemented at the university, and whether your gender-based violence committee is functional. You also said that you had a gender-based violence desk. Can you tell us a bit more about that? You didn't, I can't remember it being mentioned. If you had, can you just refresh our memories? Is it working? How many cases are reported? Or how many cases were reported in a year, if so? Okay.
All right, thank you. For some of the questions, I will refer Honourable Christians to specific members who would be better placed to respond to it. I want to make it absolutely clear, we do not exclude students based on something that has happened to them. That would be inhumane. That is not what we do. So in this case, we will investigate very carefully. But if the student exited, it could have been by her choice, or it's an academic exclusion. We do not exclude students for any other reason. There is, of course, financial exclusion, but that we manage and discuss with students the options they have to be to remain a student, and we provide as much financial support as we can. So I will ask the registrar perhaps to respond to the, I think you said former SRC member who was implicated in a gender-based violence issue. We have policies that we follow. When students are involved in certain activities or accused, we investigate and we look at what the outcome is, and we respond based on our policies. But the registrar can respond a little bit more detail there. You also asked about the gender-based violence policy framework. We can certainly make it available. You may recall that our COO mentioned that it is being reviewed because we want to update with more recent developments. I think we want to specifically increase reference to different communities that may not have been sufficiently referred to, like LGBTQ and so on. We want to add to that. We do have a gender-based desk, a gender GBV desk, and I'll ask Dr. Kangue to maybe give you detail on that. So I'll start with the registrar and then...
Before we go there, the mic's still with you. What you're saying your policy on sexual harassment on GBV, what does it say? It says you investigate.
No, we have a number of policies, right? So when there is sexual accusations against someone, we have to investigate.
The question was on sexual harassment by your former SRC.
Yeah.
What is your policy saying and what did you do?
So I am not aware of that particular case. I only joined the university in 2023. I wasn't informed, so I cannot give you details of the specific case. What I can tell you is our policies say we investigate. We then look whether the evidence is clear that this person is guilty. If they are guilty, we take the necessary action. We bring in independent chairpersons to also advise us. So I don't know the specifics of that one case. That's why I'm asking that the registrar give you that kind of detail.
Yeah, but that policy itself then doesn't make sense. Because I'm accused of sexually harassing a female student.
Yeah.
So your policy says you must investigate and get to a conclusion. In the meantime, I am, as a perpetrator, alleged perpetrator, I'm attending the same classes with the victim. You see, that doesn't make sense. In fact, members, if you remember, the reason why one student killed herself at Nelson Mandela last week was because of this. The student being literally forced to be in the same vicinity with the perpetrator, alleged perpetrator, and she could not take it, and she took her life. Because I don't think the people who make these policies contextualizes what they are writing. You just write things, and there are too many of them. Because it doesn't really make sense that you are saying to me, this victim must attend the same class with the trauma that they go through every time they see them. Doesn't really make sense. It makes. I honestly want you to send us this policy. Send it to us so that we can see what does it say, because DDG, it does not make sense. We can't have policies that honestly does not protect the victim. Because this one, if it's written this way, then it's a big problem.
So perhaps if I can just allow to correct, I said we investigate, but the person is suspended in the meantime. We do not keep them on the campus. We certainly do not insist that the victim and the perpetrator are in the same environment.
Yeah, that's not what you had said. That's
no, I said we investigate. I neglected to say that we suspend. It is in the document that we suspend the person accused.
Yeah, then I think Honorable Christians will have a follow-up because...
Okay.
So, Chair, then I'm really concerned because then it seems to me as if the policies are not in action here. Because on the 23rd of April 2023 at 11:34, this student wrote a letter to SPU stating that she does not feel safe at the institution, that she is asking the institution to urgently intervene and remove this person from her immediate vicinity because he is still being housed in a campus or in a housing facility near me. And this was not done. And this very same student wasn't expelled on academic or academically excluded. this student was expelled based on disciplinary action. So it would be well within our questioning to determine on what disciplinary exclusion or disciplinary actions the student was expelled.
Yeah. No, thanks, Chair. Honourable questions, yes. It turned out we got an independent chair as well to chair their disciplinary, to answer the question on disciplinary. And through the investigation or whatever, it turned out that both students were perpetrators and victims in a GBV matter. So the person who might have given the Honourable Christians the information neglected to point out perhaps that she too assaulted the other person, and that was what the investigation, and thus the disciplinary actions. Yeah.
Have another microphone. Is this?
Hold on. So your policy says, and I want you to go with me step by step. Your policy says somebody open a case against me. I have not opened a case against that female. You, during an investigation with your independent chairperson, find out that there was another, or there should have been a counter allegation. That is a later point. The point here is, your policy says you immediately suspend. Did you or did you not suspend immediately?
We suspended, Chair, but I can't recall whether it was immediately. What we can do through you, Chair, is make available.
Yeah, but
that,
you don't have to recall,
Yeah.
register, because if you follow process, if you follow your own policy,
Yeah.
you don't have to recall.
Yeah.
It's not something you can forget.
Yeah.
Somebody reports a case.
Oh, there was suspension.
Somebody must not apply their mind.
Yeah.
That's
No,
not
there
what your
was.
policy says.
Yeah.
So it means, she's right, Dr. Christian said, it means you don't follow your policy, because if you say, I can't recall whether we did it immediately or not, it means somebody uses their discretion, which is not what you are supposed to do.
Yeah.
In this case, you don't know what happened.
Chair, I know there was a suspension. I know that both students complained at the same time, and that is why it was investigated. And that's why I say through you, Chair, that we can make available that information.
Okay, so you are saying to us, both students complained at the same time?
At the same time, Chair. That is when we receive that complaints from both students. And we can make that information available, Chair.
And then this lady wrote this message saying, I'm not safe, because this person is still at the same rest.
Chair, I don't know. I'm hearing from now.
Chairperson, we didn't get the answer whether the student who was in the alleged case, the SRC member, is in fact employed in the registrar's office.
Yeah.
Just a yes or no. Just quickly, because I have a lot of other questions.
A student assistant, Chair, not an employee. A student assistant assist with certain preliminary tasks. Yeah. Now I'm just careful in terms of the designation of employee, Chair. In terms of our labour legislation, and requirements from the department. No. He gets a stipend. Yes.
Employed.
He works a certain number of hours through your chair. Through your chair. Yes, he works a certain number of hours, Chair. But there are regulations from the department as well, Chair, in terms of when it comes to student assistance. Chair, for the purposes of this committee, yes, he works for the university. Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'm mindful of the labour legislation of our country through you, Chair. Thank you. As well as regulations by the department when it comes to student assistance, Chair.
Yeah, Chair, I'm very concerned about this gender-based violence case and the fact that, you know, really we're not getting the answers that we are requesting. The student is employed. There, we've gathered that he gets a salary. When you get a salary, there's a contract, the student is employed. The other question I asked is what happened to the young lady who was suspended? We don't have an answer, which simply means that the university does not know. I can tell you what happened to the student. All right.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. The young lady was not excluded, Chair, from the university. That was at the time offers were made in terms of the student support through the counselling services, acknowledging what the young lady went through. She opted not to use those services at the time. There's nothing stopping the young lady from returning to the university, Chair. Thank you. She exited, Chair. She went back, the last I heard, she went back to Gauteng from where she came, Chair. Thank you. There was disciplinary action taken against the SRC member, Chair. He was suspended for a year from his studies. The young lady, I'm not sure, Chair, what the disciplinary was against her.
Sorry, I think the question is, the other one gets expelled, but the other one gets employed. That's what you're saying?
No, it's not what I'm saying, Honourable Deputy Minister.
So, our mics were short of mics, but yeah. So the question is, the lady opens a sexual harassment against
GBV case.
GBV case.
Yes, Chair.
Against this.
Both of them opened GBV
no problem.
case, yeah.
No problem. We'll get to the other one. So this lady opens a case of a GBV against this SRC man. What is the verdict on GBV? Again, you appoint independent people. What did you do? So there's a case. What happens? You can answer. What happened?
Chair, I must again check whether it was on the GBV itself, whether this member was found guilty, or on which basis was he found guilty.
So you don't know?
Chair, I know it was a finding, a sanction. I don't know the actual details of that sanction at this point. Like I said, again, that can be made available.
No problem. But my worry is that we're not talking about breaking of glass windows. We're talking about GBV, which is a big problem here. And for you to say you don't know what happened there, you're creating a problem for us. Because it's as if we want to treat this GBV as a small matter. No, we do. In fact, from where we're seated, like I said, when we ask you questions, we do have this detail. And we know that you know that this guy was found guilty on this thing of GBV. And then after, you guys then employ him. And then you call it some regulation. You say, no, regulation, I must be careful. But you have employed him. He draws you call it a stipend, no problem. He draws a stipend. For us, he draws a salary. And this is how it looks like. COO. This is how, or register. This is how it looks like. It looks like the powerful, or those who are connected to you guys, can do anything, including GBV. And then they will be protected, rewarded, and the victims are going to be taken up. This is how it looks like. It looks like. And in fact, how they say to us that this person, you can't tell me you don't know whether they were found guilty or not. When they are hired in your office, you should have said, this person, I know them, there was this case against them, you are putting them in my office, or I want to put them, I need to know whether women in this environment are going to be safe. You have a responsibility to defend these young women there. But you are saying to us, you are not sure. No, I don't know whether it was for this specific thing or not. That in itself is a stressful thing to me, because you are saying to me, even if somebody would have been accused of rape, you don't mind to hire them to look after your children. Because that's what you are saying. That's what you are saying to me. And it's a worry. That's what worries me. That you don't see... Sorry? No, hold on. Okay, give him the mic.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'd like to add some perspective to this matter. What the registrar probably forgot to talk about is that there was an external case as well between these two students, where the young man was going to court all the time. And it ended up that the case, I think it was thrown out because the young lady, I think, was not attending anymore or something like that. The gentleman was hired a year later after serving his 1 year punishment. Now, for me, I think he was punished for 1 year, and I think it's in the student records. I don't deal with student records. 1 year later, he's used as a student assistant. Now, as someone responsible for HR, I want to explain a student assistant is not an employee, because they don't get the contract of an employee. They are not counted as employees in the university. If you go to any university, you'll find that a student assistant can be as simple as...
What was the process that was used to hire this person like this?
Well, student assistants get recommended sometimes by the student affairs. Sometimes they get requested to come and assist based on their talent.
So anybody, it's a discretion.
Many students are used based on the fact that they used to be student leaders.
It's a discretion.
It could be a discretion, yes, sir.
No. So you guys, Vice Chancellor and Chair of Council, this is my problem. That you don't see anything wrong. Because this is a display of patronage. If you are saying, I can use my own discretion to bring in student assistants or whatever you call them, you are giving somebody unvetted rights to display patronage. No process. You just say, SRC, current SRC, you will also be former SRC, recommend these ones for now. And I'm going to take that particular decision. You don't see anything wrong. And by the way, you did not put any perspective. Whether that person went to court or not, the register, you had said, this person was found guilty of something on a separate matter. Let's leave the court. And, to come and say, what is your position? COO, to come and say, this person has already been punished. So what about that lady? Did you guys call him call her. You call her and check how she's doing. So it does not matter. This one, because this one is your faction, is part of your arrangement. You don't care about the other one. And that's where my problem is. Acting VC, that you've got this, it's a bad attitude. It does not look good. It looks like, from somebody sitting out there, that you've got, it's bad that you guys are even men. That men are perpetuating this thing. They are in fact defending somebody that they know that was found guilty of GBV. And the story out there is that the victim was then chucked out of you. You are saying she left. That's your version. The version they have is different. That you guys made it impossible for her to stay there. She left. And who is defending her? It's this man. So it does not look good from where we are. Sorry, Honorable Christian.
No, thanks, Chairperson. I think you gave a lot of perspective there. And I'm very concerned that the HR manager came in and defended this. Okay.
No, I just want to know, the person we're talking about, the student, the guy who's not an employee, is he working, is his position in the registrar's office?
It's in the registrar's environment, yes.
So he's reporting to you?
No, not directly to me.
No, but you are
overall, I've got oversight, yes.
Interesting.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm intending to disrupt you. The discretion part, Chairperson, does it basically mean that you can wake up in the morning and just handpick a person without any due process? Is it true in line with my understanding?
Thank you, Chair. No, it's a process of recommendations through the different levels, including HR, finance, etc. So it's not just through academic administration, myself, and then HR, then finance. Thank you, Chair. Chair, it's no. I'm sorry, Honourable Chair. I'm not laughing because of the question, Chair. It's a small university, so it's inevitable in terms of the staffing that's there. This constitute the whole executive management of the university. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, I just want to make a comment on, the HR manager said something very profound. The matter was taken from the university, it was taken outside. Why was it taken outside? Because the student was not receiving the required assistance from the university. She wrote emails saying, please assist me, and she was not getting that assistance. And eventually, when she was not getting the assistance, she stayed away from court proceedings. Because what woman wants to be subjected to that repeatedly, Chairperson? And then further to that, it has also come to light that the student was suspended. The student did not leave on her own. The student was suspended for apparently taking the matter to social media. There was then a disciplinary matter held at the university, and the university deemed it fit to suspend the student because she took the matter to social media. She took the matter to social media because she was not getting the required assistance from the university.
Thanks, Chair, and I try not to get involved in operational issues, but I just wish to assure the committee that we take GBV very serious as a new council. There's no two I'm not in any doubt about the seriousness of this plague that scourges our country at the moment. I have I have daughter-in-law. I've got women that are very close to me in my life, and this is something that's abhorrent. So, as chairperson of council, we will commit that we will not create the culture that these perceptions go out that we are a non-caring or uncaring university. Okay, so we will go back to this. This was unfortunately, and this is a bad excuse, before our time. But we'll take this as an example to feed it back into our inculturation of sensitivity and relook at our policies. Because I don't want us to to appear that we are defensive about these matters. We are not defensive. I'm sitting here and I'm cringing because as we proceed here, we look more and more defensive and we more and more portray a culture of not caring. So I can assure the committee that we will look at the policies, and if we had erred, we will fix it and we will admit to that, to the error, and we take it as a learning going forward. But as a council, we are standing very, very strong on GBV. I don't want to leave you in any doubt about our intent and our culture that we would like to prevail at the university.
Thank you very much for that response. I think that is the most mature response we've received for the day. So thank you very much for that, because we do take gender-based violence very seriously in light of the month we are in and in light of the scourge the country is currently in. We cannot see our girl children going through this crisis anymore. We have to stop it. Chair, just lastly, I have a question about the NSFAS accommodation and especially the external accreditation. I just want the university just to take us through. We don't have NSFAS here, but I will certainly direct that question to them when they do come to us. So we've seen that there has been a number of NSFAS-related instability, with regard to landlords not being paid, landlords threatening to evict our students for non-payment, etc. We've also seen that or heard that NSFAS only pays for 10 months of accommodation. So that in itself is also problematic. But I don't think it's a question the university can answer. I suppose that's a question that NSFAS must answer. But with regard to your accreditation processes at the university, you said that you have so many beds available in-house, and then you make use of external providers. How are those external providers vetted? That is my first question. Who does the vetting for that? Who goes about ensuring that students are placed in a space that is safe and conducive, etc.? And then we've also heard that NSFAS enrolled a pilot at your university where an external entity sent by NSFAS was sent to the university, and they also accredited accommodation providers. And it seems to me that that is why there has been so many accommodation crises or accommodation issues recently. Can the university tell us about that and why it was that the university did not approach NSFAS and say that, the two concurrent accommodation processes are not working for you? And when you saw that certain providers were not on your list of accredited but are on the list of NSFAS accredited, what were you doing about that?
Right, so Chair, can I go ahead? The first question around who does the accreditation, we have a committee where there are students involved as well, so that they can give their input, and we have a policy, guidelines to follow, things that we look at. If they have a certain distance from the university, for example, they have to provide transport for the students, there has to be Wi-Fi, it has to be as close to what we provide ourselves as possible. So we do have guidelines for accreditation. With regards to NSFAS, we have no control. They decide who they accredit. When we noticed there were differences on the list, we approached them. We have had, and we tried to phrase it very carefully, we've had very, very great difficulty in getting responses from NSFAS and getting engagement. Near the end of the year, they have been more responsive. But early on in the year, we did not really get the necessary responses. We have indicated to NSFAS now that we insist on being the only accreditor of accommodation in our environment in Kimberley, because then we can ensure that the accreditation or the what the places look like are on exactly the same level of what we offer. Our students have mentioned, you would have heard, that some of these individuals will look good at the beginning and then let things lapse. We have tried to intervene and go there and communicate about what the residences should look like, but if the student have signed a contract with the accreditation provider, accommodation provider right away, we have very limited control there. But I want to repeat, we are very well aware that for the accreditation to make sense, it should be under our control only. And we've communicated that to NSFAS. We've done it in USAF meetings as well, along with other universities, saying accreditation should be with us only and NSFAS should not get involved. But it has been very challenging getting NSFAS to respond and provide us answers or giving the kind of information we require. If you don't mind, I want to check if our CFO wants to respond on the NSFAS accreditation issue as well.
Yes, thank you. Maybe just to add one or two things. The acting VC is completely correct. We've had challenges with NSFAS accommodation providers, severe challenges. Timing of payment was delayed. Firstly, because of issues with the registration data submission, in that some of the data that was sent through was blocked. The portal was completely closed for a long period. That's the one reason. And I do believe, and I've written this in a letter to the CEO of NSFAS, so I can state it here. I do believe one of the root causes of our problems this year is, in fact, the agent that was appointed by NSFAS. I can name that agent if I need to. I've written twice, Training Young Minds. The data that we get from that, what I can state is that the information we receive from Training Young Minds is, one, it's late, and two, it is inaccurate. And again, I can prove that. They give us lists of students that apparently are residing in NSFAS off-campus accommodation that is not even registered at SPU. So I can add further details. I truly believe that's one of the root causes of what had happened with our NSFAS accreditation providers and payments for the year.
Chair, I just want to, I know maybe you want to interrogate that further, but can the university provide us with the number of any outstanding service providers that must still be paid? Can you provide us with that? And have you taken any steps to protect the students that are standing at the steps of eviction, so to speak?
Yeah, so what I can say is an amount of I have it with me, just a second. Amount of 8.432 million was paid about a week and a half ago. That's the total payment. That is split between all of the NSFAS accreditation providers. I received the remittance from Training Young Minds. That's why I have the exact figure. I cannot state what is still outstanding because I'm not in possession of the total contracted amount that would have been signed between the landlord and the student, but I can tell you what has already been paid. Thank you.
I'm going to give Honorable Ngubane. VC, you said this young girl was not excluded. I want you to say it on the record.
So, excuse me, may I respond? I said I wasn't aware of this particular case. But what I know is we do not suspend students without reason, and usually academic reason is where we start. If there are other reasons, then we will take that into consideration. But we do not just suspend without an investigation, without a process, and then communicate to the student accordingly.
So this particular case you don't know, your answer is...
Yeah, I don't know the details of that one case, but I know in general how we respond or how we operate.
Register, did you not exclude this young girl?
Not as far as I recall, Chair.
So if
I will check.
If I show you your letter,
yeah,
expelling her, what would you say?
No, then that's the facts, Chair. I mean, but like what I'm telling you is, I'm dealing with a lot of cases, and to recall one case is I will do an injustice to myself.
This one case is a case against somebody who you have just told us you recommended. That's what you said.
Yes,
They
yes,
ask you, what is the process? You said, recommended, and you said, let's be specific.
Yeah.
When we said so, and you are on record,
yes,
you
yes.
said, I recommended. So it's
Yeah.
not just any case.
Yeah.
You can't forget this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't remember the details or not. This one is specific.
Yeah.
And I did say at the beginning, when we ask
Yes.
you, we know the answers.
Yeah.
We just want you to tell us the truth.
Yeah.
So you are saying to me, you are certain that you did not.
No, I'm saying to you, Chair, I must just check my record. But to recall offhand at this point, I will confirm with you, Chair.
Of somebody who accused someone that you have now, who you have now recommended. You don't think that's odd,
Important,
that
no.
this one specifically you don't remember?
Chair, I need to confirm. I need to confirm.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
You know, we have many questions.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, we're starting on the wrong footing, where the registrar seems to have a selective amnesia of remembering others and not remembering others. I think, Chairperson, from the view, this is a challenge we are having in this country, where institutions are on autopilot and people are enjoying perks, but they have no clue what is happening on what they are running. We have a problem with that in South Africa generally. These institutions are running themselves and people are calling themselves these big positions, registrar, vice chair, principal, but you have no clue. Kids are being abused on the lowest level. Abusers are rewarded. Kids even resort to say, let me leave this institution because these people who are running it, they don't care. This is a problem we have. Leaderless problem. Leaders who don't care, or even who don't even know what they are running. They are just puppet on top of an institution. They are sitting there running institution, but they don't know what they're running. That's a challenge we're having, Chair. So there is a question on the accommodation of the rest in Moroka Hall residence. Students are saying there is a cold water. They're bathing with cold water. What's happening on that issue? Why are students bathing on cold water at Moroka residence?
May I respond, Chair? Thank you. Yes, there was cold water towards June, but after June there's no cold water. I have on my phone evidence of the temperature control of the heating of the water. I said yesterday we were at 56 degrees on each of the boilers. So we do not have cold water. We do have a problem of hot water getting finished because of volume in winter. And that is because of the extremes in Kimberley. Kimberley becomes very cold or very hot. That is actually the problem. But we can produce documentation of maintenance. In June, we can also produce evidence of our tracking of the temperature control to show that the temperatures were indeed high. In fact, one of the wardens staying in the residence asserted that he's happy that there is hot water now in the residence. So if there was cold water, it's an issue of volume. Thank you.
So in June, there was no hot water.
In June, there was lukewarm water. The temperature was between 35 and 45 degrees, which is the temperature at the outside. Now, the temperature must be around about 50 for the students to have proper hot water inside.
When you started answering, you said to us, you can confirm there was no water before June, but after June, there's always been hot water.
Yeah, I meant to say there was no
you are
hot
changing,
water.
You are changing.
Yes, Chair. Am I allowed?
Yeah. So, no, you can't say something, and then when we ask you questions on it, you want to change.
Chair, sorry if I may answer, please. I'm not saying there was totally no hot water. Maybe may I just please rephrase
The
myself?
question is Moroka,
Yeah.
Hall of Residence.
Yeah.
There's no hot water. That's the question.
Yeah.
Why? You said, I can confirm there was no hot water before June. But
Yeah.
after June, there's been hot water. Now, if you come and now say, before June there was lukewarm water, it's a different answer. Do you understand this part?
No, I understand, Chair.
So what is the right answer that you want to provide us?
The right answer is, Chair, the temperature control at the outside where we control the boilers was lower than usual. That lower temperature provided lukewarm water in the residence of students.
So it's a lie.
Which was not to the satisfaction
So
of
it's
the
a lie
students.
that there was cold water.
It's a lie, Chair. You're correct.
So you should have answered, or
Yeah.
no, that's not true.
Mm.
It's a lie, there was cold water. Okay.
Thank you.
Student, why are you lying?
Please give the president.
Apologies, Honorable Chair. I went out for a moment, so I'm not sure what we're discussing now.
We're discussing the Moroka Hall residence that has been having cold water issues.
I don't see the lying part. If you can direct me where if I mentioned the cold water issue.
He said there's no cold water in Moroka.
Who said that? Chair?
The gentleman there.
The CEO. There's no hot water in Morocco. No, I don't. That's why I'm trying to understand if
President, you presented and said there's a problem of cold water at Morocco.
on the presentation.
Yeah.
Yes. So what the presentation said, perhaps I must give a background story. In June there was an issue of what we have no cold water, right? And what the COO just mentioned is actually now presenting the reality of the case is that
No,
the water
he
was
says-
not...
Now let me tell you what he says. He says it's a lie that in June there was no cold water. Yeah, it was. Yeah, there's no hot water. It's a lie.
That there was no hot water in June, that's correct.
No, he says that's a lie. So it says you have misled us by saying there was
I think,
a
Honorable
cold
Chairman,
water.
apologies, but I think you're confusing me now. Which is which?
Your
that-
presentation said in June you had cold water.
Exactly.
The COO says that that's a lie.
Well, this is the stats that we are getting from our students. They are saying that the water is not cold, and we present exactly that.
Okay.
Okay, all right. Chair, on the next issue, what I would like to ask, the off-campus accommodation, the students are requesting that 500 rand non-refundable admin review for securing accommodation campus be removed because it seems costly to them.
Chair, there's an admin levy that is charged to the landlords. So the landlords, I also issue at the end of the year VAT invoices. So that is the payment for the landlords to the university for administrating the funds, covering the bank charges. It's in line with a policy.
They're charging it to students.
I don't know if they're charging it to students. But what we are charging is we're charging the landlord. And we provide the invoice to the landlord at the end of the year for VAT purposes. In terms of the policy that was approved by council, which is our accredited off-campus accommodation policy, I think this levy was instituted 2 or 3 years ago. So, but it's supposed to be a levy for the landlords. Can it be removed, Chair? That is something we will have to look into. But currently there is that levy that is being charged to the landlords.
Okay. You want to say something? You're fine. Okay. The inspection of the off-campus accommodation, whose responsibility it is? Is it NSFAS? Is it the university? Who does it sit with? Because students are complaining that the off-campus accommodation is not at a place where students can sleep, can stay. It's unlivable. You can't stay there. Whose responsibility it is to make sure that the student that we're teaching every morning when they come to school, they come from a place that anyone can sleep on and wake up from being accommodated better?
Chair, so I'm attempting an answer. It's not really my area, but what I know is that if it's an accredited off-campus residence that is from SPU, so if SPU accredits the residence, then it is the responsibility of that committee that the registrar was referring to. It's made up of students, representative of student affairs and so on. They have to go and do inspections, and they have to make sure that this specific off-campus residents adhere to the requirements. So in other words, SPU accredited, from my understanding, it's SPU responsibility. Now the problem comes with NSFAS accommodation, because this is what the students had raised in their presentation. These ones are accredited by NSFAS, and the university has got no involvement in that process, from my understanding.
So student, the conditions, the accommodation of campus accommodation is bad. Is it the NSFAS accredited one, or is it the SPU accredited one? Which one is the one that is on bad conditions?
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much, Honorable Member. I would say it's both SPU accredited off-campus accommodation and NSFAS accredited off-campus accommodation. And I think the problem with that, with SPU accredited accommodations, we don't usually do regular oversight visits to these accommodations. So that's why when we go and accredit the accommodation, I also form part of the accreditation committee. When we go and accredit the accommodation.
Yeah, remember, we've passed the accreditation. We're talking about the bad conditions now.
Okay.
Yes.
Could say
on both of them, on bad condition, whose responsibility it is to make sure that that is resolved?
For the SPU accredited off-campus accommodation, it is the responsibility of SPU.
SPU. Then why are you putting students on bad conditions and you're not inspecting them? You credit them, you leave them like that. They must live like pigs, you don't care.
As one of the students, Honourable Member, was trying to explain to you, we accredit at the beginning of the year. The conditions are acceptable and we can accredit. Later on, things deteriorate. And according to the students, there's not enough oversight visits to pick this up early enough so that we can insist on corrections. If that is the case, we will certainly make sure that the visits increase. But in our understanding, the visits has to be there. If the student's experience is that it's not enough, we will correct that.
So you're not aware that you are only seeing them once a year?
No.
You are not aware?
No, I'm aware that we see them at the beginning for accreditation purposes, and then we have regular visits. The students are saying their experience is these regular visits are not enough.
No, your CFO, when you're outside, said you only accredit them. You don't do
never visit.
Visits. So that's, no, we're on record.
He will have to respond, but that is not my understanding.
Okay.
That my understanding is the committee that does the accreditation is also responsible for making sure that we do regular visits to ensure that the upkeep of these residences are continuing. And as far as I know, that is what we are doing. The difference is that the students feel the number of visits are not enough. And I'm saying if that is their experience, we can increase the number of visits.
Okay.
But the COO can respond if he said there were no visits.
So people visit, the number of visits means what? Is it not an inspection? Okay, so, you know, okay, the point of...
No, thanks, Chair. I wanted to check, maybe to ask in this way. What systems are in place for students to report an issue? If so, how does SPU resolve that issue? Maybe you must explain in your criteria of procedure. If there's a matter in a race, what is the system in place? How do you report? How do you get there? And then maybe we can understand each other.
The process is, if students have an issue, they normally start within their res, whoever is the representative in the residence. There are student representatives in our own accommodation at the university. There are also staff members that are house wardens. So you will raise your issues there. You can raise directly with the SRC, and you can raise with DSA. If you are not satisfied that you get an answer there, you can go higher than DSA. This is Division of Student Affairs. Go to the registrar. If you are not satisfied there, you can go over all of that and send communication to any of the management committee members, including myself. For off-campus, the same applies, that students can report if they are unhappy through all of these channels. They always have DSA, they always have the SRC, they always have the registrar's environment, and if all of that fails, they can contact us directly.
Yeah, because me, I was interested on you university taking responsibility of where you're placing the student by continuously inspecting them. Because students are complaining that they are being put them there, you do the first accreditation and first inspection and you forget about them. Hence, one of the students was hospitalized because of the water quality that wasn't good. So these are challenges, yeah.
Yeah, so my understanding is we have the Division of Student Affairs, and this is part of their role. We have inside Division of Student Affairs, they have an accommodation unit that have to do this. And I was informed that we have regular inspections. What I'm saying is, if the students experience that this is not the case, I certainly can undertake to investigate and make sure that the inspections happen, because we have to have records of it. They have to indicate to us that these records are there. And if it is not enough, we can certainly improve on that. I also want the committee to be aware of the fact that we also have an internal audit function. And the internal audit will also, for example, investigate anything around accommodation that students identify, or the Division of Student Affairs identify, or we
I think
identify.
I'm good. I'm interested in inspection. Audit is another thing else. I'm interested in not leaving student just like that, and you're done, you've got your money, and you don't care how they live. The next question is on, there's a challenge, I think it's raised by union, on the mismanagement of funds. Why are you doing the good thing that we all want, in-source the security and cleaning, and all of a sudden again, you start again, you're advertising those services. Why were contract security and cleaning services hired despite insourcing roles in 2018? That's the issue raised by union.
Thank you, Chair. If I start with security, in my presentation I showed that we've got 68 in-sourced security people and about 80 outsourced. The reason why we've got 80 outsourced is because the university has to pay security guards to do the job of what the police are supposed to be doing in Kimberley. These people, they're guarding what we call green routes. They patrol the streets of Kimberley to protect the students, and they work in shifts. That's really the reason why we have done that. It's a costly exercise for the university. We would be much more happy if we had an internal team that could do that. But the contract is coming to an end in 2027, and we might really look at that. I need to stress the conditions under which the university is being managed insofar as security is concerned, because instead of getting assistance from other security clusters to keep the students safe, the university has to use operational funds to fix and to protect the streets of Kimberley, which is not the university's primary role. But we are doing that. That is the reason why we have found outsourced security guards who are more trained and more skilled. We are in the process of skilling our own internal security guards right now.
You always explain long when you're eating my time.
Sorry.
The other questions, leader of the university, you seems to be, your buying pattern. Union is saying your buying pattern is not the pattern of buying for the benefit of the university. What was the rationale behind purchasing a stadium that is not being utilized by students? It means you build the stadium or you purchase it and it's a white elephant sitting there. So it means you bought it for a wrong purpose because students are not utilizing it.
Thank you. Chair, if you allow me, I will answer very shortly, and then the CFO maybe. The stadium is being used by the students. The students are using the stadium for to train. The students are using the stadium when they've got festivals as well. The stadium is, we're generating 13...
So again, now you are contradicting what the union is saying. They say you bought, you purchased the stadium and it's not being utilized by students.
That is not correct, Chair. I think students can attest to that.
Student?
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I think we can attest to that currently our rugby team is preparing for a
So this time around the union guys are not speaking the truth?
Yes, I'll say that in that regard because it's utilized by students.
Okay. The one last one, Chair, so that the others will submit. There is a concern again where employees are said you've got selection on referral of a case to be handled externally and internally. Again, it comes back to the procedures and the process and the policies of what criteria are being used to determine whether an employee's cases are referred to external lawyers or are handled internally. What criteria do you use? Because they're complaining that some preferred employees, their cases are handled differently than the others. So again, it boils down to say you've got these selective better employees than the others. Others are treated differently than others.
Honorable Kubane, no, and that is not the case. We don't have employees that are treated differently. It depends on the complexity of the cases involved. If it is, we have, as you know, levels of disciplinary activity, and if it is a complex case, we will get an external chairperson to review. If it is cases where even the employees themselves are willing to have a discussion, we will then keep that internal. But if it is a complicated case, we normally will request a chairperson external.
Okay, then how do you weigh that complexity? That is, this is a complicated one, this is not a complicated one.
Our policy defines this. There are, verbal disagreements or different kinds of levels of accusations and so on. That helps us to decide whether this is something internal. We give the employees themselves an opportunity also to indicate to us if they see this as something that we can resolve internal. If they are uncomfortable with that, then we will get an external. And it's usually based on expertise, people who know legal matters better than we do. But we do start our processes internally. And when there is an external chairperson, it's normally the chairperson listening to a dispute.
But then there is a clear policy that has, union has exposure to it, that this is how we follow cases. We don't treat...
Yeah, we do have policies, and the union certainly does have access to it.
Okay, all right, Chair. One last one. This is the critical one. It can't happen that at the middle of the student and they are writing, it's exam seasons, and they are busy focusing on books, studying. And when, as a university, you are busy threatening them about expulsion from accommodation because some NEFSA, some NSFAS are owing, and then why is that? Why students are busy? You need to be parents as well when running these institutions.
Yeah, so I can...
Students are complaining that they are busy on exam season, studying, preparing for exams, and you are busy chasing them out of the accommodation. When are you busy with admin? You didn't pay, you are owing, get out. But the student is busy preparing to write.
Okay, so I can very categorically state we as a university never threaten students with expulsion. If students are threatened with expulsion, it's usually the accommodation providers and those that have not been paid by NSFAS that do so. To mitigate the circumstance,
so there's not even a single case of this nature as it put forward by the student? There's no single case?
No, if the students are talking about cases, they can clarify for themselves what they were talking about. But I can assure you, where the students were threatened with expulsion, we ended up using our own funds to prevent that from happening while we were waiting for NSFAS to make the necessary payments.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. What I meant in the presentation, I think it stated clear, is that threatening of eviction came from NSFAS landlords who weren't paid for accommodation.
Okay.
So it's not the university. It's yes, that's right.
All right. Yeah. Thanks. Moroka residence, is it yours? Or it's who owns? Okay. And so all these positions we are talking about are existing. All the positions we are talking about of risk manager or something and all of that. And you had a deceased there this year. You only found out after how many days? Please take the mic.
I think we found out the next day, but the registrar and the COO can support me. But as far as I know, the student passed away at night and was then discovered the next day. We followed all of the required processes by calling in South African police. Our own staff were also there to investigate. There was an autopsy done, and we were then provided with information after that.
And the autopsy says the person had died the day before.
I don't remember. Is it the day before? Yeah. But the COO can give you the details there.
I want him on record.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, the autopsy says the student died the day before.
At night, and then you found them in the morning.
Yes.
Okay. There's no problem. I'm going to, members, I want us to quickly go through the reports. We need to ATC them, the oversight reports, because I know when we get closer to time, some of you may need to go to the house. I want us to vote on, to adopt the thing. So, VC, also for the record, just want for my own notes, you have said that you had given the student affairs to the COO in writing. Can I just give him?
Not the COO, the registrar.
Or to the register in writing?
In writing, yeah.
When we asked you this question, I think it was Honorable Christians, you actually had to ask the register, did we do it? You don't remember?
No, I don't remember. As I said to you, we were found ourselves with a difficult situation where there were issues that needed to be actioned, so we had to put the student services somewhere, and we've reported. We've done so in writing.
There's no problem. That's not what we're asking you.
Yeah.
I'm clarifying.
Yeah.
Because we are going to do a report.
Mm-hmm.
Now, there are certain things, if they're not clear, must come in and clear them.
Okay.
I'm not asking you to tell us what you've told us. And I'm telling you that you turned back to ask the register if you had written. That was the question. And he said yes. So you are now saying you are certain. It's you. So there's a written transfer of
Instructions.
those from yourself, and we are certain we have it.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Anele, which reports? Yeah, let's start with the reports. Which reports are they? Oversight visit to KZN. Yeah. Okay, so those of you who went with us to UKZN were the report to KZN, where the report that was sent that basically says this is where we went and this is what happened. Can I, those of you who have went through it, can we have somebody who want to make corrections there? Because unfortunately we must submit it to Parliament for you guys to go and debate it, to debate the report. If there are no hands to rectify, can I have somebody who move that we adopt it? Honorable Khabo. Thank you very much. Who's Honorable Lonzi? Your supporter. Thank you. The second one, forte would have been myself, Honorable Msazan, Honorable Christians, and Honorable Low were online. There was a report of forte. Can I have a move? Unfortunately, this time it can only be Honorable Christians and Honorable Low, because it was only you guys, the University of Forte oversight visit. Yes, Honorable. Yeah, thank you. No, I did not attack them. I defended them when Honorable Low asked them a question about the report that is not yet out. Honorable Christians, we'll move. Which one, Anela? Yeah, there's the report. Oh, minutes. Oh, there's that report of construction seater and MER seater, where they appeared before. I think it was in this room. Remember MER seater and construction seater, the annual reports. There's that report where, you know, those people are just doing as they please there. Yes, it was in the annual report. It was in the minutes of. Honorable Lonzi. No, he was there. He was seated here. Yeah. Honorable Lonzi. And then who's seconding? Honorable Khabo seconding. No, we'll deal with it the next time. That's done. Yeah, the minutes is fine. We'll deal with them next week. The minutes are fine. The report, wanted to move the report. Honorable Khabo, is it you? Honorable Khabo will come up.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. I think we'll discuss the issue of adjusting time after I've made my submission, because we're running out of time now. No, thanks, Chair. Let me welcome the report by the university and also appreciate the progress that has been registered in terms of establishing the university and making sure that the teaching and learning is not being disturbed. That is appreciated. But of course, there are one or two issues that we need to correct as a way of making sure that we sustain the smooth running of the university. Let me in fact go back to that issue of student accommodation. Visi, do you have a list of all accredited student accommodation?
Yes.
Yes, we do have such a list.
Of both, the ones that you have provided Or the ones that,
that
we
we
have
accredit,
accredited,
yeah,
and
and
the
that,
ones that have been accredited by NSFAS.
yeah,
Can you please urgently provide that with that list?
okay.
So that we can also do our oversight in terms of the quality of services that has been provided.
Okay.
While we are still there on the issues of list, I heard you explaining visits and so forth. How do you conduct your evaluation of the provision of quality of service that has been provided by the private accommodation providers? Not when. I heard the when part of Elinde. How?
So, as I've mentioned, it falls under the Division of Student Affairs. They have a committee, and the committee also includes students that goes. They physically go and visit, they take photos, they make videos, and then they write reports indicating whether a particular residence is acceptable for accommodation. We compare it to our own residences, of course, the ones that are under our direct control.
On the part of checking things that are acceptable, what would be acceptable in the context of the provision of student accommodation?
So it's clean. We look at cleanliness, availability of basic facilities, for example, that there are showers and toilets that are clean. Wi-Fi is looked at. If it is a specific distance from the university, there also has to be access to shuttles or transport to get the students to campus safely, especially after hours.
Okay, now can you clearly outline the team that is part of the accreditation and also explain, because you have also made mention of some of the technical aspects of the building that you need to look into as part of the accreditation. Now my question becomes, do you have anybody within the committee with the technical expertise?
Yeah, I would say we do. So there is, as I've mentioned, the student services have the terms of reference of who should be in the committee, and they will, of course, look at the expertise of the people that go out with them, right? And so I'm not sure what technical you mean. If you say, for example, talking about Wi-Fi, we will then involve the ICT people to come and take a look if it is necessary to do so.
Okay, let me clarify my technical part. The quality of, or the strength, let's say, of the student accommodation. Let me give you a scenario. It has been argued that, or alleged, that these service providers are only refurbishing the student accommodation at the beginning of the year, to a large extent being able to hide some of the cracks that you might encounter during your verification. That's the context. That's why I'm asking you about the technical, because I want to ask you, based on your verification process, are you comfortable with the quality of services that has been provided to students?
So I base my comments on what I know about and what has been reported
All
to
right,
me.
it's fine.
Yeah.
Let's stop it there, Visi. Have you visited where students are residing ever since you are in the university, and when last did you do that?
Yeah, I visited the residences. I visited, I think, 4 residences. This year, I think it's either July or August. I would have to check my diary to check clearly, but I have visited personally.
So, with all those that you have visited,
Yeah.
are you sure, or are you happy with the type of services that has been provided?
No, I was not happy, and I gave instructions so that the places could be upgraded, and what wasn't up to standard be rectified.
Did you make any follow-up after having identified issues that needs to be attended to?
Yeah, I've made follow-up by talking to maintenance, the COO, and the students.
Follow-up.
Students.
No.
Personal visit.
Now, Visi, stop doing that thing to me. You'll never succeed.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't do that thing to me.
I'm not sure what I'm doing.
Okay, I'll tell you what is it that you are trying to do. You are trying to interject me, and you are deliberately deviating from the questions I'm asking you.
All right.
Allow me to ask my question and respond to the question that I'm asking you. If this is how you are conducting yourselves in your management meeting, I want to tell you today, you are not going to see that Christmas with me. Listen to my question. You said that the last time you visited the student accommodation was in June, and you identified issues that had to be corrected. My question is, have you ever conducted a second follow-up visit to check as to whether those things have been corrected, yes or no?
I have not gone back personally. I have received
No,
reports
let us not
including
be
photos.
academic with your, no. That's what I'm trying to stop you from doing. Don't try to act smart unnecessarily. Because my question is straightforward, VC. Now let me go back to the issue of the student accommodation. There are 5,781 students residing outside the university according to your report. Would you say, in terms of conducting the necessary oversight and accountability on government, on what government is spending on the student accommodation, did I hear you correctly saying that you only conduct your monitoring only once a year when you start the academic year?
I said we do the initial visits for accreditation, either early in the new year or at the end of the preceding year. There's the committee that does that. I don't do it personally. And then they have to do follow-up visits.
You see, VC,
or inspections.
You see, VC, clearly you have not conducted that oversight, and you are now presenting a sponsored view of which you cannot sustain it moving forward. Because I want to put it to you that I've visited more than 3 student resident areas, and none of them is equal or can be regarded as an area of human settlement. And I want to put it to you, it's a condition that you will not even put your children in. Unless if you are not aware, I'm very close to Kimberley. Even tomorrow we can be in Kimberley. I can take you there just to show you that you are not telling us the truth, VC. And I'm not sure what is it that you are trying to hide, but you are trying very hard to hide something that does not really make sense. We are human beings, you and me, and everybody sitting here is a human being. Our argument when we are dealing with issues at the center of it must be informed by our level of humanity. Let alone whether I'm wrong or right. Are we actually putting the lives of our people at risk, or are we actually protecting them? And I can put it to you that as a university, you are not doing what is expected in terms of providing the necessary support to national government by playing that oversight to these people who are providing services to our people. NSFAS. Can I go to NSFAS? Yeah, NSFAS. I saw NSFAS. Yeah, I saw someone of NSFAS. He just went up. Let me then wait for him. Can I go to the issues of finances? The CFO. Can I check with you, how long have you been the CFO at SPU?
I started at the end of 2018, 1st of December 2018.
Okay, thank you very much. My questions would be emanating from the 2024 annual report. According to your report, specifically that deals with your sources of income, it has been identified that 41% of your source of income is informed by tuition and other fees. My question to you, how much are you charging for your application fees?
We do online applications, so we don't have any application fee. We do have upfront payment, what if you are not able to prove funding. But there's no fee for the application.
Can you clarify that upfront payment?
Yes, I can.
In a context of a student who's benefiting from NSFAS?
Yes. So if it's a first-year student that comes to the university with proof, that's normally on the portal or whatever document they have that indicates I'm an NSFAS funded student for this particular year, then this person does not have to pay an upfront payment for residence or an upfront payment for tuition. If, however, it is a student that comes to the university that have no funding or cannot prove that they have any funding, then the student will be requested to make an upfront payment. That is the terminology we use, and that amount is currently 6,000 Rand for a student that wants to go enter the residence. This is now an unfunded student, and then also 6,000 Rand towards tuition is necessary. That is the upfront.
So that is before NSFAS. That's when we are not sure as to whether NSFAS will be funding or not.
Most students, so yes, most students, especially returning students that are on NSFAS, would already have an indication by around February that they are funded. But you are correct, there are cases where the students are pending or whatever the case is. We then have a committee that we call Financial Aid and Scholarship Committee. So those students who are saying, but I applied for NSFAS, I'm waiting, we will look at those applications through the Financial Aid and Scholarship Committee. And if we are able to see that indeed this is a deserving student, that student will also be admitted.
Okay, fine. In an event that NSFAS, like it always does, it will decide to defund a student in the middle of an academic year. Is there any way that the university is cushioning a student now that in your report you have indicated that almost 75, if not 80% are NSFAS beneficiaries, as a way of trying to curb the number of dropouts?
Yeah, so that's a difficult one because it's on a case-to-case basis, if I can call it that. So you do find that sometimes in the middle of the year, the student is defunded for whatever reason from NSFAS. Firstly, we try to find out what is the reason, for defunding. Is it because of income? Is it because of maybe the N+2 rule? So it really will depend on the case. Then we will also look at the marks of the student to see is this student on the trajectory to actually getting a degree or whatever the case is. And we will then look at typically other funders. So we will tell the student, yeah, okay, here's the list of other funders. Maybe you can get another funder, or maybe you can make use of some of the other avenues that the university do have, like I mentioned, undergraduate financial assistant, there's a student graduate fund. So to answer your question is, we try. I can't say to you that it always works and we always cushion the students, but we assess it on a case-to-case basis, and we try to assist with.
No, thank you very much. I think you have partly responded to what I wanted to understand. Let's go back to the 41% that I spoke of earlier on. It's indicated that part of the industry norm is that it should be kept at 37%. From a financial point of view, why would you then be still standing at 41%, and how are you intending to take it back to the expectation of the norm of the industry? That is one part of my question. But the second part is that still on issues of finances, it has been indicated that, I think you'll clarify the first question. The second question is in line with your operating expenses. According to your expenditure report, it has been indicated that your second driver of costs is other expenses. And there are allegations that you are quietly abusing your consultants and equally your legal processes. Can you provide us a detailed report in terms of your other expenses with a clear stipulation of the amount so that we can correctly analyze as to what are these things of consultants? The last part, I'm not sure, is that my time? Is it being adjusted before? No, Chairperson, let me just raise, I'm not sure if my person of NSFAS is back, because unless you have briefed him that he must stay outside. No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Mine is on NSFAS, the issues of, I would ask 2 or if not 3 questions that are related to the accreditation process. In line with the accreditation process of people that you have appointed, how do you then conduct that monitoring as to whether these people, let me give you the context. It has been proven on a number of universities that there is some unholy relationship between university management and these student service providers, student accommodation service providers, in such a way that you are also being brought in as NSFAS, as people who are accrediting areas or houses that cannot accommodate or that are not meant for human settlement. I would want to check with you in terms of the monitoring of that part. Secondly, in relation to SPU, there were allegations of service providers who have not been paid for over a year. That led to the disruption of teaching and learning at some point in SPU in particular. there was a claim that has been made that number of service providers have been paid that were owed by the university, if I heard them correctly. The outstanding part is on NSFAS. My question is, do you have any people that you are owing? How much do you owe those people? Do you have a list of such people? And probably give us an indication as to what would be your turnaround time in responding to these outstanding payments, taking into consideration all of these issues. Chairperson, I think given an opportunity of coming back, I want to raise one or two issues in relation to internal issues of the management and infrastructure. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you for the question. So the first one was in terms of how do we compare with the norms of the industry in terms of the revenue breakdown. So just in terms of where the industry norm derives from, I think it's important to understand that there was an exercise done by the Finance Executive Forum. So that is basically all of the universities in South Africa. And we submitted the data, and that's how the industry norm came about. So the purpose of that table is just to compare where are we standing in range or in comparison with the rest of the industry. I won't say our objective is to necessarily be on that percentage. It's just to be in range, and particularly with the third stream income. So if you look at the norms there, I think the burning point for us is rather on the third stream or the extra the sundry income, where we are out of range. The rest we just use it to check. So it's not like a target, if I can describe it that way. Then, sir, if I understand you correctly, you are saying to me our first cost driver, it's personnel cost. Then the second cost driver, it's other expenditure or general operating expenditure, which is correct. Do we have a breakdown of that? Yes, in the annual report, in the actual annual financial statements, there's a breakdown of what other expenditure then actually entail. I can find you the exact reference in the annual report if you want to look at that, and then you can see what the breakdown is. And then I think you said there were allegations of some mismanagement, or you just wanted to see the breakdown. I'm not sure. Just after the breakdown, was there another? Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, so that I will have to, so in the financial statements it will only say, for example, legal cost. Yes, yes. So you need that breakdown. Okay, that I will not have now, but I can certainly get it for you. I can get it for you.
Yeah. Thanks, Chair. Let me start with the second question, Chairperson. I am well aware of the outstanding that the university is raising. And Chair, I think what we would need to understand here is the fact that before NSFAS can make any payment, there should be a registration data submitted to NSFAS. We are not aware of a registered student without a registration data received. The only way for NSFAS to know is through receiving registration data. In a way, it's an instruction to say, for student Mukondeleli, this is the amount that needs to be paid. However, so what happened with these students, these 195 students, by the way, the payments were processed on the 4th of November. And I want to believe that the accommodation providers received their monies. But it's something that we can go back and check. But I'm 100% sure 195 students were paid. So the delay was as a result of NSFAS. My understanding is that, and remember, NSFAS closed registration data. It was the 12th of April, beginning of this year. And this one, it was aligned to the 2025 academic year funding policy, which clearly stated that NSFAS will close submissions of registration data. That's one. The second thing, we also looked at the resources we had in order for us to honor any submissions received from institutions. So that played a role. So what we did, we then closed the portal to say, because when we closed the portal, we were already above the resources we had. Then we said, what do we do? Do we continue receiving registration data, knowing very well we do not have enough resources? That's when, what we immediately did after then, maybe it started with the universities. Universities wrote to us to say to NSFAS, please be aware that we still need to submit more reg. I think almost all the 26 universities, they wrote to us. We immediately started engaging the relevant stakeholders to say, there's still this request. We are looking at what we have, and there's a need for us to look at the resources. And then I think there were back and forth discussions that took place up until a confirmation was then received sometime around beginning of September. And immediately after the confirmation, we then opened up registration data. And these 195 students, their registration data was only received in September. That's why there was a delay. So there was no way that we were going to make a payment without the registration data being received. That's what happened with that. So I thought, let me just explain that part to say payment is informed by registration data. And then going back to the first question, Chairperson, the first question regarding accreditation. So there are a number of things that we've also identified as NSFAS regarding, we call them NSFAS solution partners. We have picked up that some of them are not being honest with NSFAS. Some of the accreditations were not done on time. There are cases where some of the institution, and it was also reported in this meeting, that the reports received from these solution partners are not always up to date, or there were issues. We are well aware of that. And then,
yeah, you know, I avoided the hand of Honorable Khabo. I wanted to tell you, answer the question that they've asked you.
Okay.
Let's not go, yeah.
No, he has triggered us, Chair. I just want to check, what were these 4 solution providers appointed to do, as per the advert of the scope, that the work that they were supposed to do?
Maybe what I would suggest, Chair, is that we can provide a response in
Do
writing.
you know, or
however,
you don't know?
I am aware.
So what were they
the problem
appointed to do?
The problem is that I won't have everything with me right now. But then I can share with you what I know. But then if there's a detail,
share with me what you know. What
Okay.
were the 4 solution providers appointed to do?
They were appointed to coordinate the claims from the accommodation providers. And then once that is done, they will make a submission to NSFAS, and then NSFAS will make a payment. So in this case, the solution partner kept on submitting the claims. However, because there was no registration data, meaning there were no tuition being paid.
Sorry, last interjection, Chair.
Okay.
So the 4 solution providers were not, as per the initial advert, were not appointed to set up an online portal for their IT services, because these are small techs. They've got no FSP licenses. They've got no license to distribute student allowances. That's why they've subcontracted another smaller middleman called Netcash. So they were not initially appointed to distribute money to landlords. They were just appointed to set up a website or a portal, and then after 5 years, give that portal back to NSFAS. So I imagine you are not aware of that, because what you're explaining is not what they were initially appointed to do.
So on this one, we're meeting NSFAS next week. So it's them. I don't think Mugondelele. You see, the problem is that you enter things that are far. Let's not go to things that we have not asked, because you'll end up putting yourself in a situation. But we are meeting with the board, the minister, the senior management of NSFAS next week. So those questions, I think it's NSFAS that must, the leadership at NSFAS, that must be able to respond. I think let me give Khabo first, I'll give you.
No, thanks, Chair. I also wanted to warn the official from NSFAS, but Apart from that, Chair, you know, my questions were straightforward. Can you please focus on my questions? I've asked you about the monitoring. I've asked you about the list of service providers. I've asked you about people that were paid, how much were they paid. I've asked you about whether are you sure whether these people are they paid or not. You are telling us 195 students have been paid, but you are not telling us out of how many students. We cannot be excited by 195. You are telling us that we are not interested on your internal problems of people that you have appointed. Till now we have not appointed anybody. Our area of interest is how do you respond to the queries and challenges of students. You are telling us that you have not received the registration data, but who must get that registration data? Who must hold these people accountable? Is it not you? Because I would want you to respond to my questions in specific to issues of SPU. If you can just respond to those questions, are you aware of the payments? How many of the people were paid? Do you have a list of the service providers? Out of those service providers, how many were paid and how many were not paid? Out of, you said 195 students were paid. Out of how many learners? I mean, out of how many students? If you can give us that understanding. These other ones of the nitty-gritties of how the process were followed in terms of appointing the service provider is a discussion for another day. I think just Honorable Lonzi wanted to grab your attention unnecessarily. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. The 195, that is the total number of outstanding. That's why I'm saying we have paid in full. I think, that is the total number. And then regarding the list of the accommodation providers, we do have the list. It can be submitted. Thanks, Chair.
And you owe them?
No, we paid the outstanding balance on the 4th. The 4th. Currently, we don't owe them.
All accommodation providers?
As far as the reg that we've received, the registration data that we received, we paid everything.
So you don't have an outstanding reg data?
When it comes to the outstanding reg data, it will be the university to assist with that. We're not sure if there's anything that is outstanding from the university side when it comes to the reg.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you know what tagged on your emails of a private accommodation of Sol Plaatjie, people from Sol Plaatjie who are saying to us, who writes to you and say, this is accommodation X. This is how much you have not paid me since 2024. And this is how much you owe me. So you are saying to us now here that such a thing doesn't exist. You have paid everybody.
So, from our understanding, unless if a student is flagged as exception, we have paid in full. So where students are flagged as exceptions, there are exceptions that needs to be addressed. One being the multiple registration data. If there is no confirmation from the student to say NSFAS need to pay this specific university, then we will not pay up until that has been addressed. So where the reg was successfully processed, we paid in full.
Okay, I'll ask my question.
Thank you, Chairperson. I just want to confirm to the SRC President. SRC President, you are Letlogonolo Tinta's successor. Okay. Can we get the mic to the President?
Oh, no, thank you, Honorable Chair. Yeah, that's right.
That is all right.
No, apologies. I'm the successor of
Of
Quentin
his
Oliphant.
successor.
Of his
Yes, of
successor.
his,
that's
yes,
right,
yes,
yeah.
but you're on the list of successors.
Yes.
You were in the institution when he was SRC President.
Yes, I was in the institution.
Is it true that Letlogonolo Tinta is currently working in the registrar's office as an administrator?
Yes, he's working in the registrar's office. I'm not sure if it's an administrator or an officer, but he's
What is
employed
your What is your understanding of what he's doing there, of the work that he does? Do you have a clue at all?
there. Not at all, but I'm thinking he's doing admin, so he might be an administrator.
Okay. Ntate HR, what is your title fully?
Chief Operating Officer.
Okay. Is Letlokonolo's full title an administrator or a student assistant?
He's a student assistant.
What is the difference between a student assistant and an administrator?
A student assistant does, they assist in various functions within the university. When I was a student assistant at university.
It's okay.
Yeah, I would like to explain, it's the same concept.
Okay.
May I? So I used to assist scientists with picking up drums and all those things, but I was
I'm
not
sure
in the
you have
payroll
a phenomenal
of the
life
university.
history. That's
Yeah.
okay. Under certain circumstances, that perhaps be interested, but
Yeah.
not now.
Yeah.
What I'm trying to ascertain is what is he exactly doing there?
Okay, I wouldn't know because it's not in my function, but I know that he is a student assistant.
Okay, I'll get to you the register for you to answer what exactly he's doing as a student administrator. You explained that when the registrar did not know, you had a lot of context to give us about Letlokonolo Tinta himself. So, you said that he had served 1 year punishment.
No, ma'am, it's not the Hlonolo Tinta. It's another
Who's
student.
this one? Which one is this one? Yeah.
Yeah, he was the SRC president in 2024. Yeah.
So Mandla and Letlokonolo are in your office.
Oh. No.
I can
No, you're talking-
remember I can keep lebitso from the onset or na ke botsa ka mang. And two?
No, Mr. Tinta
Yes.
was SRC president in 2024.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he's here an administrator in your office currently.
Yeah, he's doing the administrative. He's employed on a contract as a student administrator.
Okay.
Yeah.
So generally your office has kindness towards previous SRC presidents and absorbs them into your office. That's
Okay,
fine.
yeah,
It's
okay.
very noble,
Yeah,
kind things to make sure that young people have employment.
Yeah.
Hoi to yourself.
Yeah.
So you are saying the Tlokonolo is there?
He's in my office, yes.
As what?
He's doing general administration.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the COO said no.
Yeah.
Because that's what Honorable Kakao asked.
Oh, he's doing general administration.
Okay.
Yes.
But but he responded and said no, he's a student assistant. In fact, I was also a student assistant.
Yeah.
That's what
Yeah.
he said.
Yes.
So you are saying to us he lied to us.
No, he
Or he
was
told the
appointed.
truth.
He told the truth, sir.
So
Yeah,
he's a
as
student assistant.
doing administration. Yes. I'll get to you. Yeah. So
Yeah. So he's not an employee. So you see,
Yeah.
register. I did tell you earlier on. We have this information. In fact, I'm going to produce some now, just to show you. So don't try and mislead us. What is Letlokonolo Tinta's status?
He's signing off, sir, as an administrator.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's what he's signing.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh. So he's an administrator,
Administrator, sir.
but he's also a student
He
assistant.
studied, he studied this year, but he is an administrator on a contract.
Okay,
Yes.
so he's now an employee.
That's my understanding, sir.
Okay,
Yeah.
so earlier on he was not an employee because of labor relation issues.
No, that was
Oh, you're
a
talking about
different.
somebody
It
else.
was someone else. It wasn't the same.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
So this one,
Mm.
you are saying is an employee.
He's on a 1-year contract. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Employee.
Employee.
As an administrator.
Administrator.
Not
sir.
as a student assistant.
No, he's not a student assistant.
Okay.
Mr.
So
Tinta.
I'm saying to you,
Mm.
your COO just responded now
Yeah.
and
I
said no,
don't-
he's a student assistant.
Yeah.
So from what you are saying, you have to agree with me that he then lied to us.
I don't think he maybe had all the information,
No,
but,
but
yes, sir.
with what he gave us,
Yeah.
he did not tell the truth.
I cannot talk for.
No, I'm
yeah.
asking you. No. You see, this is an ethical
Yes.
question. I'm not. I'm asking you an ethical question.
Yeah.
You've heard what he have said. You've just confirmed that.
Yeah.
So from these two things, if it was not him, if it was me who said that,
Yeah.
you would be able to say, yes,
Mm.
the chair lied.
Yeah.
Or the chair did not tell the truth. Because the facts are these ones. So you are unable to say that he lied. Because probably is your colleague. But from an ethical point of view, I want you to look at it from that. It tells us that it depending on who is or should be at fault, you change your, what do you call this?
No.
No, I'm asking, so, but
Yeah.
when a person is not telling the truth, is lying. So I'm asking you, has he told the truth about this? Because he responded to her. You were listening.
I was listening, yes.
What did he say?
He said it was a student assistant.
And is that correct?
No, it's not.
Then is he telling the truth?
He's an administrator, so he was not telling the truth.
So
at
he
that
lied.
point.
Okay, thank you.
Ntate Sifane sa hao ke mang? Kangula.
Kangue.
Ntate Kangula, so what are the conditions that are different for, okay, you've lied already to say Tinta is a student assistant. You didn't know?
No, I signed documents one time for Tinta being a student assistant.
Yes.
And so I still have that memory of student
him.
assistant.
Uh-huh.
As to whether he has advanced now.
The same memory you have of Tinta is the exact memory you have of Israel Mulubetsi.
Israel who? Can you please repeat the surname?
Ntate motho ne ntse re bua ka ena all along o tseba history ya hae wena o tsa lebitso la hae le mang?
No, we didn't mention names earlier. We spoke about a student.
So what's the name of that student that we were talking about?
That student's name is X Mulubetsi. Israel. Yeah. No, I'm not joking too, Chair. I'm just telling the truth. That's it.
Your arrogance is a problem, and I'll explain why. You're very, very insulting, very condescending. I'm not sure which woman you're used to engaging, but not in this parliament. You're not going to do that to us. You know, you heard me very well say Israel Mulubetsi, and you're confused. Israel. So you have a memory of signing the student assistant Tinta. You have a memory, Israel Mulubetsi.
Yes.
And since then, you don't know what has happened since in the office.
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about Israel Mulubetsi. You spoke about him having served 1 year punishment. 1 year punishment, then who sanctioned that 1 year punishment?
I think it was through the student disciplinary processes.
What was he found guilty of?
From what I know, because students' files don't come to me, they stay in the office of the registrar. He was found guilty of having a fight with a young lady.
So the young lady went to go complain that she was raped by Israel. And then your disciplinary committee found him guilty of fighting and not raping her.
I don't know about the raping, ma'am. I am honestly not aware of the raping. I heard there was issues of fighting in their residence between the two of them. And then later on there was a disciplinary hearing. And then later on I heard that they had external issues. But I don't deal with student matters. So
okay.
I'm just telling you what I remember.
It's fine.
Yeah.
What did the same disciplinary process, what was the conclusion of the verdict on the part of the lady? That she was also guilty of hitting him back for self-defense.
I don't remember that, ma'am. I think the registrar is well placed to talk about student matters because I don't deal with student matters.
No, you know them well.
Yeah.
I'm asking
Yeah.
you because I he even served 1 year punishment. You even know there was a disciplinary case. You even know
Yeah.
this. You know very well.
Yeah. I know from our SMT meetings where we report about matters, but I don't have the details of what
Registrar.
transpired.
Fanaka Mike.
Yes, yes, member.
What is so the submission of GBV
Hmm.
was that the lady laid against Israel Mlubet. What did you find him guilty of?
I'm just waiting on that information, but I'll give it to you now, ma'am.
Okay.
The exact finding and sanction.
So when you finance corporate services, and who else is the fourth person that was part of the recommendation for him to be absorbed in your office?
HR.
When all of you took the decision to absorb him, what is the motivation?
I can't recall right now, but I will check for you, ma'am. But it's, and maybe the COO will come in here as well, because we have a program of.
Let's do this.
Yeah.
So let's assume, Akira, you guys are denying the rape. Hore, you don't know rape, you know fighting. Sharp. Let's use fighting. So does it qualify less of a GBV case that Israel Mulubezi utrapile ngwanana skolong? That for you it's okay to just have him as 1 year, and after that 1 year, we're even going to employ you. Is it less of a problem?
No.
Because there was
I hear what you are saying, Honorable Member. No, it's not. I think we need to take it seriously. I mean.
Are you committing
yes.
right now, to this committee with the people of the Republic of South Africa watching, that you're going to get rid of Israel Mulubezi from your office?
We will look definitely into that, ma'am.
Not look into it. Hear my words. I'm not
yeah.
mincing them.
Yeah.
I'm asking you, your institution found him guilty for assaulting a woman on your institution's premises. You gave him 1 year suspension without any test of rehabilitation, without him being behind bars for GBV. You yourself decided your judgment is sufficient to say him hitting is okay, he deserves a second chance to work at an institution where he's already shown himself that he's capable of inflicting harm on female-bodied beings. You absorbed him, and I'm asking you now that you must get rid of him, and you're saying you will look into it. Agra is not an employee, so you won't have problems with labor relations issues when you get rid of him, because he's not employed, according to you.
Yes.
So you're committing?
I'm committing to doing the right thing, Honorable Member.
What is the right thing?
Yeah, what you are suggesting. To do what is right.
Deputy Minister.
Definitely.
I am imploring onto you. Last week we had an engagement with the College of Cape Town. The same level of disgust exists with men in institutions of higher learning who are rape apologists, who are abuse apologists, who are goalpost holders altogether, yet they are fathers, they are husbands, they have mothers who gave birth to them. They have sisters and aunts and everybody. We can't. So please follow up on that thing. We can't have such situations. And I'm saying to you that Chairperson, your council, you've committed that your council distances itself to the stink of such. I'm asking that you please make sure that you do get a report that detoxes the entire system of such engagements. Chairperson's one has not rung yet, so I still have time. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. So, because it is wrong. It is absolutely wrong. And I'm also saying, beyond just getting rid of Israel Mulubezi in that office, it is also important to go look into the registrar, corporate services, HR, and the finances office involvement in not only in the investigation of the disciplinary matter and how his victim ended up leaving that institution. That's it. Second matter, that let's talk, Mayor, Acting Vice Chancellor. Let's talk about Professor Luvuyo Mtombana. His title of professor was taken away from him. What were the reasons?
So the colleague mentioned was appointed, the role he applied for was director. It was not professor. And he was appointed, we evaluated his CV for the director post, not for the professor post. He was then informed that to keep the professor title, it wasn't conferred by our institution, but to keep it, he would have to subject his CV to the policies and process of our institution for the title.
And then what happened?
He decided not to do it. He resigned.
Did he give you a reason for why he resigned?
Yeah, he gave a number of reasons for the resignation. I think one of the reasons he said is he felt humiliated, or he was humiliated publicly because of this title issue.
Let's deal with the director position.
Yeah.
So it is my understanding that he was appointed in April 2024.
Mm-hmm.
So outside of the professorship, the director position he was in for 2024.
Yeah.
What happened until mid-June this year?
I don't know what you mean, what happened. He did the job. He performed his functions as a director.
Okay. So while he was director, the process of scrutiny of his professorship was in question.
No, it wasn't in question. We informed him early on we have to investigate the CV. The process is administered from the registrar's office.
Yes.
So the registrar communicates with him and informs him we have to start the process.
Is it a normal, excuse me, is it a normal thing that each and every professor, let's say Mam Kheti Pageng, who got her professorship, I think, I don't know where she got it, when she goes to UCT or comes to Sol Plaatjie, is it a normal thing that when you apply for any position that you go interrogate before the primary employment whether the professorship exists or not? Is that a thing you guys do?
No. So it depends on what it is that you are employed for. If you are employed as an academic and the advertisement says we are looking for a professor in whatever topic, whatever discipline, then the interview, the whole process, the CV is scrutinized for professorship. So even the shortlisting would be shortlisting for a professor. The interview would be for a professor. So you don't scrutinize every time. It's dependent on what the job is that you applied for.
So Agri, you're saying he was applying for director.
Yeah.
Where does the professorship come there for director?
So directors are not professors. We don't look at the CV for the professor, we look for a director.
So how did you end up looking for the professorship?
No, we did not look for a professor. He happens to be a professor at his institution. So he came asking that as a director, he would want that title to continue with him. So he wants to bring the title of professor with him to our institution. We employed a director. So he was a director for research, not a professor for research.
Okay, maybe my knowledge is at fault here. So educate me. Dr. Dalmain Christians.
Yeah.
Applies to become director corporate services at your institution.
Yeah.
But she's a professor conferred by another institution. So when she comes to you, why does she need permission to have that professorship recognized?
Because professorship titles are given by universities.
Yes.
So the university has to agree that the criteria used at the other institution is aligned to ours, so we can keep the title.
So the reason why I'm having this, your interaction was with himself, that Mtomban. Why is it not with the institution? Like, I'm just really pretend I'm dom right now. Explain why, if your goal is to test if the criteria used by UCT is the same as the one that you use for Sol Plaatjie, automatically you get that information from the institution that conferred the professorship.
That is not how it works.
How
we
does
have
it
our
work?
own criteria for professors. So we can apply our criteria to the CV. Only in cases where the job we are advertising is not the job of a professor. It is, you may or may not be aware, but the role of the research director is an admin role. So in admin positions, we don't naturally just have professors. For those cases, if someone moves from an academic role and decide to move into an admin role, they have to look at, is this advertisement saying I will be a professor? And we have communicated in advance, this role is a director role, it's not a professor. But you can keep the professor title if you are willing to then let us go through the process that we would normally do for professors at our institution.
What is the process that you usually use to go through professors that is different from the process that the institution that gave him the professorship follows?
So every university has autonomy. Universities have the right to decide
That's not what I'm asking.
their criteria
I know
is.
that very well.
Yeah.
That's not what I'm asking you.
Okay.
I'm asking you, what is the difference between the institution that says he's professor versus yours? What's the difference there?
I don't know what their guidelines are. I know what our guidelines are. Our criteria I am familiar with. And so it is not incorrect. Many universities do it, if not all of them, that we take a CV and we look at, does this person's CV adhere to the criteria we have for professor? The reason why it's important for us to do this, if someone asks for promotion and they are not promoted, and they would then say, well, this person that came in as a director was just allowed to keep the professor title.
I don't think I'm that dumb. I mean, I said assume I am, but not that dumb. What I'm trying to ascertain here is, you have the man's CV. You appointed him into a directorate position in 2024.
Yeah.
Why do you need his permission to go test if he can be professor? If he's asking you to say, I'm coming. But the professorship I held there, can I maintain it here? Yours is to check whether, yes, that is possible or not.
Yeah.
What was the hindrance?
There was no hindrance. We told him we will scrutinize. It's not something we do automatically, because remember, the new role he takes is not asking him to do the kinds of things professors would do. So professors would ordinarily teach, they would supervise students to completion, they would publish. That is not what he would do as the director of research.
I hear you. I think my time is gone, but there is a pin that needs to be identified here, because it's either he did not want to comply to that and wanted to force himself his way into the professorship,
yeah,
or there was a communication breakdown around what it is that you are trying to achieve. So if the scrutiny of the professorship is just you take a CV, you test it against your criteria, you do that, and then you move. What I don't understand the problem. Was he refusing to comply with that?
He did not want to comply with that.
Did he give you reasons for that?
No. He simply felt it shouldn't be done, it shouldn't be necessary.
Okay, I'll take this offline, Chair. Thank you.
So you are saying when you recruited this Kiban? Ndomba, you did not give him an indication that he's a professor?
Should I respond,
Yeah.
or are you still?
I want you to respond.
Yeah. We informed him he's appointed as a director for research, not a professor for research.
And you had not referred to him as a professor because you are an autonomous university. He was going to be in an admin role, and therefore, anybody, Prof. Carolson is a professor. So when he is hired in your institution, the assumption is that he's not a professor if he's going to the admin part of things. The assumption from you is that he is not a professor until he passes this certain test that you put.
Mhm.
That's what you are saying.
No, yeah, that is what I'm saying.
So when you offered this person, you did not even refer to them, even on the offer letter. And I want you to remember what I said earlier on, that when we ask you,
Yeah.
by the way, I can even produce it, this, that you actually referred to them as a professor. That's right, right?
Yeah. So the offer letter from our HR department definitely referred to him as a professor, because the HR department has a tendency of using the title the individual gives them, right? If they communicate with HR.
So you are saying to us,
Yeah.
in his application, he used the name professor.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you are saying?
Yes.
Definitive.
Yeah.
Are you definitive that if he can send us the application, it will say Professor Luvuyo something? That's what you are saying?
Yeah, his application, he referred to himself as professor.
And if we show you that is not true, what would you say?
Look, from my recollection, he
No.
applied and he called himself professor.
I'm asking you. No problem. I've taken that part. That's what you know.
Yeah.
And I'm saying if we show you that is not the case, what would you do?
I will certainly look at your documents and compare to what it is that we received.
Okay.
When he joined us or when he applied, even when we were going through interview or shortlisting, he referred to himself as professor. So we accepted that, right? But we communicated to him that, remember, the role is director. For you to keep professor title, there are certain steps that need to be taken.
Okay. So where the university communicated on an offer, where you referred to him as a professor, it's the HR, you are blaming HR.
No, I'm not blaming HR. I'm simply telling you, if people refer to themselves as professor in their own CV and the communications they give to us, that is the title that will be used. We have, of course, noticed this to be perhaps a confusing issue for HR, so we've updated our policy to alert HR to communicate in advance with people who are applying for admin positions
This
who have
person
titles.
worked with you guys from April 24.
Yeah, I think so. I'm not 100% sure of exact date of appointment.
And then in June 2024, that's when the issue of, or 2025, that's when the issue of a professorship came into question.
No, the issue was raised early on. He was informed, you are a director, we will have to go through a process for the professor title.
In writing.
I'm not sure if it was in writing because it's not my office that does this. It is the registrar's
The
office that
normal
communicates.
procedure would have been.
Yes, it will be on paper and a meeting to explain everything that is involved in it.
And then, but even if it was in a meeting, but because he was refusing, the normal thing would have been, let's write to him. So that we should have.
Yeah, there was in writing an indication that he has to meet with the registrar to understand the process. As I remember, he did attend that meeting. It is after that meeting where he decided he's refusing to go through the process.
Yeah, but then it means we would have written to him.
Mm-hmm.
So when we close the meeting, we'll ask you to give us those in writing issues. So when you arrived, or when were you appointed as acting?
Acting in May of 2025.
So, but you arrived there when, in 2023?
In 2023 April as the Deputy Vice Chancellor Research.
And when you arrived, the CEO was suspended?
When I arrived in 2023?
Yeah.
No, not that I recall.
Oh, he was not suspended?
The COO.
Yeah.
Dr. Kangue?
Yeah.
No, not according to my knowledge. In April 2023, he wasn't. When
was he suspended?
This year, there was a precautionary suspension in February this year that I'm aware of.
It was suspended for what?
I'm not sure exactly what the reason was because I'm not the one who did the suspension. It was Professor Crouch. But as I've mentioned to you, it was precautionary for an investigation to happen into whatever the
and then in May you
allegations were.
became the acting VC. When did you come back as a back from precautionary suspension?
I think he may have come back at either the end of May or early June.
So just after you came in.
Yeah.
Then you did not, as a now you are acting VC, you are the CEO of the institution.
Yeah.
You don't ask what would have happened, or you know what would have happened to the precautionary.
No, I looked into it. I was actually, when I joined as acting VC, there was a number of things that I was asked by council to look into and to investigate. In this particular case, I had to look into what was happening and make a decision on whether he can come back or not. I looked into it, and for me, the precautionary suspension had run its course because the investigation was complete. We were just waiting for the report. So I requested that he come back to work.
Okay, so you don't remember what he was on suspension for, but you went through the documentation.
Yeah, look, there was a number of allegations made. It wasn't just one thing.
Okay, so he was, according to what you have looked at, you must have seen, Barry, here's a file, because you decided that he must come back to work, even though you were waiting for
The report.
The report.
Yeah.
You decided. So you must have known what you can't tell me you took a decision to bring a senior manager back into the institution without knowing why he was on precautionary suspension. Let's not make it, we're not children.
Yeah. So, like I said, there was a number of allegations.
Yes.
I was asked to look into it and then make a decision. Part of my decision involved getting a legal opinion and also to keep council in the loop of my decision. So I explained the process that I've gone through to council, told them that I felt that the fact that the report was being written meant the reason for the suspension. Because my understanding of a precautionary suspension is you take somebody out of the environment so you can investigate without their interference. So because I found out at that time the report was being written, I felt there was no need to remove him from the environment anymore because they've done the investigation. They are in process of writing a report. And as I told you, I got legal opinion and I also asked council's support because I didn't want to do this just in isolation. So I said to council, this is the situation. This is what I've identified. It is my view that we should bring him back to work because we were now overloading everybody else in doing his work as well. And they agreed. They supported the idea of bringing him back.
So you are saying you took a decision without looking at the merits?
No, I looked at the merits.
No, you are saying to me the reason you took the decision to cancel was on the basis that the investigation is done and that satisfied the basis, the threshold of precautionary. It's done. That's what you're saying to me.
Yeah, so I don't know if I am not expressing myself clearly. I've looked at the merits, but for me, on
and
those merits...
I'm asking you, what was he suspended for? You've looked at the merits.
Yeah, he
What
was
he
suspended for misconduct. I think the terminology was something about not following procedures in procurement or awarding of tenders, looking at contracts. So it was a list of things. And for me, if the suspension was not a full suspension, it was precautionary. And a precautionary suspension, the definition of it is you remove the person from the environment so they don't interfere with the investigation. So it was my view, if the investigation is done, all that has to happen is the report. Then he's not going to be able to interfere because the investigation is done and we will get the report. And when I brought him back, I also communicated to him, this doesn't mean the process of investigation goes away. We still will get the report and we will act on the report.
Okay. So you are saying your understanding of precautionary means this.
Yeah.
What was the understanding of the person who wrote? Because when they wrote the precautionary, they would have said you are suspended until this point. What did that thing say?
It didn't say. It didn't have a specific time for when the suspension
So
would
they
be
say you are
over.
suspended until Jesus comes.
Yeah, it was just a suspension.
Not until the investigation is done, until the... So if I look at the suspension,
Yeah.
it will say you are put on precautionary suspension, full stop.
from my recollection, there was no end date to it.
No, not necessarily a date.
Yeah.
A process.
A process, yeah.
That's what we're talking
so the
about.
process was, I can't remember the exact wording, but I think it probably said you are suspended until the investigation is over.
Or until the report is released.
Or, yeah.
Or
something-
until you are
exactly.
found not guilty.
Yes.
Now, that's a very important distinction we're making here.
Yeah.
That you should have referred to
Mhm.
when you took a decision that you took to cancel.
Yeah.
And you did not do that.
So, like I said, my instruction from council was investigate and apply your mind and make a decision. For me, what I considered was also the amount of work that is now that have to be done by the remaining people, and you don't want to overload people. So, from my understanding of it was, if there is no chance of interference in the investigation process, then I can make a recommendation that we bring the individual back, because from my point of view was also somebody that is getting a salary that can do the job. Otherwise, I have to do the job and I have to divide it or share it amongst a whole bunch or few management committee members,
Well, that's not
along
good
with our
enough.
own job.
That's not good enough. Let me tell you why.
Yeah.
I'm giving you honorable souls. You can't complain that because of the workload, this person should be suspended
Yeah.
must come back to work. In fact, we went to some TVET college in the Free State where the principal told us, I can't suspend the 7 lectures because of the workload. But what was the mistake or the problem of these lecturers is that they would have sexually harassed students. So the excuse that because of the workload, misconduct must now be overlooked can be. It's very cheap. We can't.
But
We must find something else. No.
Yeah. But we didn't
We can't.
overlook it.
No, we're allowing you to speak when you speak. You've just told us that because of the workload, it contributed to you bringing this. Other people were suffering. That's what you are saying, and we are responding to that point.
Okay.
To that point, that must never be used anyway, because if we allow it, even these ones, like the ones I'm making an example of Bloemfontein, then they can have a leg to stand on to say no, but from a principal point of view, the workload then must be taken as a fact. What must be taken as a fact is the fitness of this person doing this job. But because they are being investigated over something, their fitness must be put aside. Good means their fitness is not right. So that must be the number one issue. You can't say whether or not you are accused of misconduct. He was accused of what is that company? Company that he tend. Isibia. What is this? You don't know a company called Sibia? Isbaya. So what is that? Okay, no, I'll get to my notes. I'll show you. So a person is accused of financial misconduct, tenders, manipulation of this thing, public funds. And you are saying to me, because of the workload, I had to take this thing to council, and council agreed with me. Then you are creating big problems even for council, because we'll then have to ask council, did you look at this problem?
Can I respond? Yes. So, with all due respect, I did not say only the workload. I said I looked at a number of things, and the workload was one of it. And for me, all of these things collectively is what I based my decision on, not just the workload. No, they're not better because I didn't cancel the investigation. The investigation ran its course, and we got the report, and we then acted on the report. We didn't cancel the investigation. We didn't cancel the allegations. All of this went ahead. We got the report, and then we took steps to respond to the report.
VC, you are lying. your HR system,
Yeah.
on the system,
Mm-hmm.
with personnel number, I'm only going to give the first three numbers. 1, 2, 4. There's 5 numbers. He was registered with the title Professor Luvuyo Ntombana
Mhm.
in the Department of Research. You are lying on the oath.
No, I'm not lying.
I'm going to submit this information.
Yeah.
It's from your HR system,
Mhm.
where he is registered as professor. The institution
Yeah.
recognized him as such formally. You embarrassed him. You stripped him as an academic of his dignity. And you still maintain with this, and we will submit it to the record. But you must know, VC, you've broken a man, and we're not going to allow it.
He's done. No, he may as well continue. I'll come in after him.
It's finished.
It seemed like he was on the
It's
road.
done. It's done.
No, I thought I don't want to break his momentum. Oh, that's fine. No, thank you, Chair. Want to want to greet the university as well as yourself, Chair. You will know, Chair, I don't really like interacting much with the universities and the colleges and the entities in the department, because I'm of the strong view that almost about 60 or 70% of the work that we've had to do as a committee this year is work that is supposed to be done by the Department of Higher Education and Training. Because the spirit of the Higher Education Act, Deputy Minister, is such that the portfolio committee holds the ministry and the department accountable, and then the department must then perform that oversight over the various institutions and entities that fall under it. But because we have got a leadership crisis in the department, because we have got no leadership in the department, Parliament is forced to interact with entities that should not even be appearing to Parliament so often. I think this portfolio committee is probably the only committee in the whole of Parliament that is forced to keep calling entities, institutions that fall under a particular department or ministry. So because we've got no leadership in the department, we're forced to even go and discuss the most operational things of a university, which is not necessarily what Parliament should be doing. Parliament can't discuss who is cleaning in a university. Like it shouldn't. Parliament shouldn't be discussing a staff member that was fired and was brought back. Parliament shouldn't be discussing the fact that certain policies in a particular institution were not followed. That is the job of the department. And then the department must then come and present before Parliament and say, according to our annual report, this is the work that we've done. But because there's no department, there's no leadership in the department, we are now forced to come and discuss cleaning and security tenders. On this point of NSFAS, which was raised earlier on, CFO, I'm very passionate about this subject because I'm of the strong view that there is a lot of irregularity that is taking place there. And I think the students at Sol Plaatjie University have actually experienced the worst of the failed accommodation pilot project of NSFAS, if I were to compare it in all the institutions in the country. Because you have got there a very incompetent, corrupt company called Training Young Minds that has been appointed by NSFAS to perform the role of a middleman to pay landlords and does not pay landlords in time. And as a result, these landlords, who, by the way, must be able to pay for their bonds, can't expect Can't be complaining that landlords don't have water, landlords don't have electricity, landlords don't have Wi-Fi, but NSFAS has not paid them for a year, for 2 years. They need money to be able to run their affairs. But maybe before I come to you, CFO, let me get the view of the department on these so-called solution providers. I imagine between you, TDG, or the minister, you would have gotten reports. And how far is NSFAS in dealing with these 4 solution providers? And do we need them? Do we need a middleman for this program of NSFAS? Or should we not capacitate NSFAS so that it is able to run these payments if it must do these accreditations, and there is no need of 4 solution providers whom, by the way, TDG, I don't know if you don't know, they don't have the required licenses. So you've got 4 middlemen companies that don't have the required licenses to perform the duty that NSFAS has appointed them to perform. And because they don't have that license, they went to go and subcontract. So you've got a middleman of a middleman. NSFAS says to you, please come and do the payments. You accept that responsibility, you accept that contractual obligation, but you know you don't have the necessary skill set for this thing. Instead of saying, I can't do this, you go and subcontract. What does that mean? There's a lot of money that goes missing in the system. Just maybe before I go to CFO, just to get the view of the department, as far as that project is concerned.
I'm a strong systems believer, and most of this work can be done via systems. If NSFAS had developed, and I just want to say, because this is where technology is going, the banks are increasingly cutting down middlemen because of the costs for the banking transaction. NSFAS should be doing the same. It doesn't need all these different players when systems can deliver same. In short, I don't believe they are necessary because technology can provide it at a faster, more efficient pace.
No, thank you. And then CFO, and I agree with you, they are not needed. And in fact, that's how corruption is perpetuated. That's how money that is meant to assist students in South Africa is stolen through those unnecessary middleman schemes. There was a question about the list of NSFAS accredited residences. So I just wanted to rehash that. Can we please get the latest one? And then we also want to know the ones that, because NSFAS claims that they've paid all of them, but you would obviously have the update. So I'll just be interested to hear from you. Has that problem been resolved in its entirety, or there are still gaps, there are still landlords that haven't paid, and as a result, we're going to have the problem that Honorable Ngubane was talking about, where in the middle of the examination period, students are going to be threatened with evictions from their residences. Why? Because NSFAS middlemen have not paid the landlords the money.
So thank you. So to confirm, definitely the list that I have, I can immediately provide it after this meeting. What is outstanding is difficult for me, and the reason is I know exactly what was paid, and I've given you the figure. It's 8.234 million, and that is for all of the NSFAS landlords. What is outstanding is difficult for me because I don't have sight of the contract that was signed between the NSFAS accredited landlords and the students. So I do not know if the 8.234 million is the total. What I can say is that with the back and forth between ourselves, Training Young Minds, and NSFAS, we have physically, as the Financial Aid Office, gone through each and every student that Training Young Minds has provided us and have checked each and every student. There was initially 274 students, some of them on TYM's list, some of them have other funding, some of them are not registered as I indicated, and narrowed it down to just under 200 as the NSFAS colleague had indicated. There has been payment made for all 195. Whether that payment is complete, I do not know, and I do not know how many exceptions there would be.
So I just want to understand something here, CFO. So when the students sign a lease agreement or contract between themselves and this so-called training young minds, the university doesn't have access to that?
No, we have access only to an Excel spreadsheet that is provided to us by the service provider. So we need to wait, and I have those emails. We have to constantly inquire where is the updated list, and then wait for training young minds. Because remember, we will know who's in our own residences, and then we will, through our off-campus office, also have a list of students that are in our SPU accredited accommodation. Now the rest we will not know unless the information is provided to us.
I've got a question for NSFAS Chair. NSFAS, when you pay these middlemen the money for them to pay the landlords, do you have a mechanism of tracking whether or not the money you have given them has actually gone where it was supposed to go?
Thanks, Chair. I might not be fully informed, but what I understand is that there is a recon that takes place just to look at what was paid versus what the accommodation providers received. But then if there's a need, we can provide it in writing. Thanks.
Do you know why you don't have it? And you were just supposed to say you don't have it. There's so much communication that comes from NSFAS. Only when the universities and the students complain. And then the response of NSFAS becomes, but we've long paid the money to the solution providers. And then you say, it's not our problem, it's the problem of the solution providers. I'm sure you have said that many times to many institutions and even to Sol Plaatjie University, where you say, the problem is not with NSFAS, because NSFAS has paid these middlemen schemes. It is them that have not paid the landlords. Or you've never seen such a communication?
Chair, yes, there are a number of communications. However, with the Sol Plaatjie situation, I had a meeting with them in PE during the FABSA conference. And
sorry to interject,
okay.
with all due respect, I'm not disrespecting you, I'm just thinking about time.
Okay.
Maybe let me simplify it like this. Has NSFAS ever released a communication which says, we have paid the money to the solution provider? Therefore, if the landlords are not paid, the problem is not with NSFAS because we've already paid the money to the solution provider. Have you ever seen a communication like that from NSFAS?
From my side, Chair, I don't remember such communication. Thanks.
You've never seen a communication like that?
Thanks.
There's a hand from Honorable Khabucha.
No, Chair, the fighter is in a good mood. I wanted to chip into the number of that was presented. There is a problem here, Chair. We are told of 195 students whose problems have been resolved in terms of student accommodation from NSFAS. Yet, from the institution, the CFO says that she received a list of 274 students from Young Minds. And out of that 274 students, only 195, according to NSFAS, has been resolved. My worry is that, can we get clarity as to where is this number? Can we trace it? Because it then means that you are sitting with more than 40 learners whom we cannot locate as to whether their issue has it been resolved or not. Can we get clarity in terms of locating that part? That was the only issue, Chairperson.
No, I think she did clarify. She said a number of them were found not to be students at SPO, were not registered. Others used to be students at SPO. So she did explain. And then the number got to 195. So that's what the issue is. So what we should be asking is, give us this list that you got from Training Young Mind in writing, and then the list that you provided to NSFAS as registration data, and the reason why the others, so that we were able to say Training Young Minds was asking Tebogo to be paid, but according to our system, Tebogo was not a registered student, so that we deal with it in that fashion.
100%.
I think, Chair, because my time comes to an end, I want to propose to the committee that the 4 middlemen companies that are running the student accommodation project of NSFAS be called to appear before the committee, because at the center of the problems that we're experiencing in NSFAS, especially this year, is the corruption that is taking place in those service providers. Number one, they don't have the licenses to perform the services that they are performing, and they have been forced to subcontract, which means there are additional costs that NSFAS is paying. There's a service fee that they are taking from the money that NSFAS is using. But moreover, NSFAS has no way of tracking. I'm surprised an employee from NSFAS claims to not have seen that letter, because NSFAS even goes on TV and says the problem is not with us, we've paid the money to the solution providers, which means NSFAS has no way of tracking that if I give a middleman 10 million to pay for students, does that 10 million reach where it's supposed to go? And they only discover when there are complaints from the university, when there are complaints from the students. So I want to submit that, Chair. Sol Plaatjie University, basindi namhlanje, but maybe I will have to visit them on campus. I just had to deal with this matter of NSFAS, because I think there, if we were to resolve this issue, really we're going to solve majority of the problems. A lot of money, hundreds and 200 millions of rands are going missing each and every year, because NSFAS has middleman schemes that it's got no way of managing, and they're stealing from the public purse. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, I just have a follow-up with regard to the that pilot program. So the previous is the VC, Professor Crouch, Vice Chancellor. He had expressed concerns about NSFAS and the service provider that was engaged with Sol Plaatjie University, and he had actually put that in writing to NSFAS. So SPU received a list of 636 beds that NSFAS recommended for accreditation. And the university engaged with NSFAS at length, saying that they are concerned about implementing the pilot. Despite this, the NSFAS proceeded with the accreditation. And to my knowledge here, it seems to me that this was without even considering what the beds looked like. So there was no investigation done. And if we go deeper into this, you will note, or rather let me ask a question. Was the outside accommodation, the private accommodation, was inspection ever done there? Or was the inspection only done with the in-house? Because it seems to me now that the oversight that was done was only with the in-house and not with the private accommodation. So the properties need review. There's a number of properties. There's numerous complaints, and these the university actually knows about this. Chairperson, the letter was addressed to the university stating that, and yet both the university and NSFAS proceeded to send the students there.
Yes, Chair, I don't, that's not my environment. I would not know whether the NSFAS, if I understand correctly, the NSFAS accredited properties were inspected. I'm not sure, because that process is done totally by NSFAS. We did raise our concerns, But as far as I understand, that process is managed completely by NSFAS, but I may be wrong.
Chair, I have a letter here that was written by Professor. So I hope that just before I end, I'm able to, if my time is up, it's unfortunate, but I think it's very important for the nation to hear how he pleaded concerning this issue. On the issue of cold water, where's the COO now? Welcome back. On the issue of cold water, COO, I have in front of me a report from the residence manager. He didn't give it to me. Through our research, we found it through Mr. Mbogo Dombata. Is that his name?
Yes, sir.
So he will be the most authorized or the strongest authority to report on what the situation in the residence are, correct?
Correct.
So if we have to take a position, it is him that will provide the confirmed position, correct?
No, not entirely.
He's there. He's responsible for the residence. He's the one who reports officially to say what the state is. You are not there.
May I answer, Chair?
Yes.
Yes. We also have inspectors that are on the ground as well. And that's how facilities get its information, and these inspectors interact with Mr. Mbata. In fact, one of them is sitting right in the room here, Mr. Graham Abrams.
You're not going to do well to use the approach you are using. Because I will then even go further and show you emails from a person called Godfrey from July 2024. That says the same thing. And for you to sit here and say that the manager for residents in a formal report, the information he provides is not authority. That's not how things work. So I put it to you that for the record here, it is the manager's version that should be taken. He reports to you as the leadership and he says the state of the following residences is the following. This is what he says in his report. For April, he says there is still a challenge regarding poor quality of drinking water, which forces students to buy water for themselves. He reports that formally. You have inspectors for that too. What did they say about the drinking water?
They concurred with the quality of the water, Honorable Sols.
Right.
So what is the job of a RES manager?
The job of the RES manager is to place students in the residence, is to ensure that student life and development is, what is the English word, alive in the residence, but it's also to ensure that the wardens that report into him report on all other maintenance type of issues in the residence.
What is the job of a supervisor?
Supervisor which in the residences or in general?
No. We are very specific of what we are talking about here.
Okay.
Because you are saying, you are contesting his assertion that the authority in this instance is the the report of the rest manager should take authority. You are saying no, because there's a rest inspector. So I'm asking, what is their role?
Oh, okay. So, Chair, I meant to say their jobs are complementary, because because I'm not in student affairs, but this is how I understand it. The rest manager takes care of the entire residence. And then there are inspectors that are based in facilities that are supposed to work hand in hand with the rest manager to make the residence a conducive environment for students.
Maybe you should have given it to somebody who works with the residences. Because an inspector, it's like a supervisor. So they won't go to every corner of what the rest manager goes to. So maybe let me make an example with the basic education format. You have a teacher who teaches maths in grade 12. Then you've got an HOD who supervises teachers who teaches maths and science in grade 12. So he is saying a report that you must take is the report of a teacher on mathematics when we are dealing with mathematics. And you are saying to me, to him, say, not entirely. Because in fact, the question was not even about the inspector or the HOD in this instance. It was about a principal and a teacher of maths. We're saying when we speak up, a principal is a principal of all the teachers who are teaching maths from grade 8 to grade 12, and all those who teach physical science from grade 12 to grade 8, and all of that. So when we're dealing with a class-specific subject, which is grade 12 mathematics, who is then the right person to have legitimate, whose report must we then take here? And you are saying, no, we must take the HODs, or we must take not entirely this one, there's an HOD. Do you understand?
I get you.
It doesn't make sense. So now let's go back in answering what he's talking about.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Sols, I agree with you. The report that has got authority is supposed to be that of the rest manager.
Thank you, CEO. So the rest manager says,
so, Chair, on the rest manager, I wanted to make a follow-up. Is it still there, or is he suspended also? I wanted to check things.
can ask.
No, the race manager is not suspended, Chair. The race manager is in place. Mr. Mbata.
I hope we don't hear later he's suspended. COO. So the race manager reports formally. 1, the water is not drinkable for students. They must use money that they already don't have to purchase drinking water. That is not right.
I agree. It is not correct, if I may, Chair. What I know is that the university also bought water for students, provided students with drinkable water to minimize the expenses.
No, CO. It doesn't take away the fact that they still have to buy it, you see.
Yeah.
You must fix the problem.
Yeah. Honorable Sols, if I may explain what the problem was.
Just because of time.
Okay.
We both agree the problem exists. We both agree it's not fixed. We both agree you must fix it.
It's fixed now.
Is it fixed now?
Yes.
So there's drinking water, because this...
Yes, it's fixed. I can explain the situation. From the presentation of the students, they highlighted the issue of water as well. as management, we agree there was a problem with drinking water. The SRC president said it had to do with the double filtration system, which is not efficient. The problem actually came from the
CEO,
Yes,
just
sir.
because of my time.
My apologies.
The fact that you're saying it's fixed, that makes me happy. I
Thank you,
hope
sir.
I don't go back now and
Yeah.
then I found it's not fixed. There's still no drinking water. Then there will be problems.
Yeah.
On the issue of cold water, the manager says, in addition, there's also an outcry regarding cold water, not lukewarm, cold water in some of the residences, and this includes the Morocco, and the Tawana that are badly affected by the situation. So he uses the word cold water. So we're taking his as the authority based on your submission. So who's lying?
Yeah. So, Chair, I do agree that the students did not have hot water.
Yeah, but
I do
use the
agree.
what are you now saying is the opposite of not hot water? That's what the contention here is.
Yeah.
It's cold water.
Yeah.
The students has been using cold water. Take accountability. We say the students has been using cold water. It's not right for them to use cold water. We will fix it.
Yes. I do take accountability.
For?
I do take accountability that the students did not have hot water.
What did they have?
They had cold water.
Yes, so you lied earlier.
And lukewarm water.
No, they had cold water.
Yeah.
Based on the report, you accept it's cold water. Then you just withdraw and say, I submitted what I submitted earlier, I withdraw, it's cold water, we will fix it. Finished.
I withdraw, Chair.
You will fix it.
I withdraw. We have fixed it already. The problems, all of them were fixed after June. This is what I said earlier, Honorable Sols.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, but you withdraw the lie that it was lukewarm, it's cold. The students
I
were
withdraw.
right.
I withdraw my use of lukewarm for cold. Yeah.
All right. Why must the students pay top up for accommodation and administration fees?
May I? That one is
Whoever it
the
is.
finance one. Yeah.
Sure.
So NSFAS has a cap on what can be claimed. So say for example, the cost of a residence is 50,000 per annum. I'm just making an example. Or let's say rather 60,000. NSFAS will only cover 50,000. Then there is a 10,000 rand difference, which then goes to the student account.
Doesn't that defeat the purpose? Because if I'm asking help from NSFAS, I don't have the money. Is it fair for the student who is saying, help me finance my studies and my accommodation, you then still make them pay the top up? Just address the fact that, do you think it's fair?
No, I don't think it's fair, Chair, for NSFAS to claim that they cover full education when in fact they are not covering the full cost of education, and it's not fair to the students.
And the logic, do you agree that that logic doesn't work if NSFAS is supposed to help, but the student still ends up paying money they don't have?
Agreed.
I won't direct the question for time to NSFAS, Chair. We'll deal with this issue on the next in more detail. VC, the policy is the same for the suspension of someone who is reported to be involved in GBV or whatever. The suspension policy is the same even for staff that you've mentioned earlier, that this person, if there's an allegation, is suspended immediately, correct?
Yeah, so we do have a distinction in policies for students versus staff.
Now, is the suspension immediate, is that the same?
Yeah.
Is it the same?
Yeah.
Now, why is the CEO not suspended? The COO not suspended?
At the moment, are you talking about now?
Was he suspended?
Yeah, he was suspended in February.
In 2021, there was a allegation of sexual assault or rape against him. And you're saying he was suspended.
He was suspended, yes.
Is the matter concluded?
Yes, the matter is concluded.
How?
So I remind you, I was not here in 2021, so I can only talk of what I learned from written reports. The matter started in 2021. He was suspended by the Vice-Chancellor. An investigation was done, and then he was brought back by Professor Crouch at the time. But the matter was not concluded. So when I was appointed as...
Just pause there. So he was brought back
Yeah.
when the matter was not concluded.
Yeah.
And the victim was still there
Yeah, as far as I know.
when he was brought back.
Mhm.
Why bring him back when the matter was not concluded?
It's not something in my hands. I wasn't there. I wasn't even employed at the university at 2021.
On your opinion, was that an appropriate action?
No, it had
Okay.
to be concluded. The
Yes.
matter had to be concluded.
All right. So then he comes back. The matter's not concluded. He's there with the victim, and you are now there.
Mhm.
Okay. And then what happens?
So then I was asked to look into the matter. Given the time that had lapsed, I requested legal opinion. Given the kinds of actions that was taken, we shared all the documents with the legal person to then advise us what the next steps are that we should take. We then also had a discussion with council on what my recommendations are for what we should be doing next. And we implemented those activities once we appraised council of it.
activities, please?
Well, we started a process of...
And what did you find? What did you find?
So what we found...
Because now, what you found is the reason for which he's still there. You get what I'm saying? So you need to tell us, what did you find that now causes the COO to still be here?
Okay, so I have to... can I go? Okay. I have to also remind you there's a second person involved, right, in this particular matter. And we've taken whatever steps were allowed within our guidelines and within the law. And there's a non-disclosure agreement. So I cannot say everything because of that.
You sure you want to go that route? Are you 100% sure you want to go that route?
A non-disclosure agreement is not something I can just ignore.
No, I'm not asking you to disclose details.
No.
I'm asking you. The COO was brought back.
Mhm.
The matter was not concluded and it was brought back. Already wrong.
Yeah.
The victim is still there.
Mhm.
Alleged, right? Still
Yeah.
allegation. You then agree that was wrong. You bring him back. Now you have to deal with it. Now he's still here.
Mhm.
You must now tell me, we have concluded that the reason why he must stay is because of X, Y, and Z. I'm not asking you for details that must not be disclosed.
Okay.
So what is the reason that...
Sorry. Do you want to answer? Okay.
Honourable Swords, I normally don't get involved in operational matters, so please view this as trying to assist.
Yes.
So when Professor Meyer was appointed as acting Vice-Chancellor, and about at the same time I was appointed as chairperson, we became aware of this outstanding issue. And one of the key things was to say to her that this is probably one of the most important things that you have to pay attention to because of the big reputational stakes that are involved and also people's lives that were involved. And as you rightly pointed out, to have two people into a room that have this type of contestation is totally undesirable for many reasons, but also for executive efficiency. She then did what she had to do. She got an independent legal advice, and on that advice, she kept me informed, and I kept counsel in turn fully informed.
Chair,
Because
so sorry. Just tell me, what is the conclusion? Why is he still there? What did you decide?
it's based on the outcome of the advice that we received, the legal advice. Certain steps were implemented, and certain. Why he's still here is because there were sufficient counter allegations. I try to be very careful about the NDA that they refer to.
So he's still here because there's sufficient counter allegations. There was not a finding.
Sufficient.
He's still here because his counter allegations were sufficient. I'm just hearing from you.
Yes. I'm trying to be very careful.
There was no finding. There
was a finding.
What's the finding?
There was an investigation. There were all sorts of investigations.
In simple English, to me, what is the finding?
The finding was that that it is an allegation that cannot be proven. That was the finding.
So the finding was that there's the allegation that was made in 2021 cannot be proven. That's why it's there. Where's the victim?
The alleged victim, I should say, we engaged her, and we found that her version was not truthful. Okay, I'm going down dangerous ground. Okay. And when we engage her, we find a way to settle this in a manner that protects the integrity of the university and the reputation of the university. It was a negotiated settlement which is subject to an NDA for her exiting.
We just want to, because my time is up, we just want to warn you that we're going to pursue this because your version is questionable. You did the same thing with this alleged victim than what you did with the issue we dealt with earlier. It is exactly similar, and your responses is exactly similar. There's a criminal case opened against the COO, and she's pursuing that outside of this matter. In other words, you are not telling us how did you get to the conclusion that the counter allegations carries more weight than her allegations. How did you come to that conclusion? What evidence did you, what gives you the ability to reach that conclusion? And as a result, then have her no longer be at the institution. Because the counterclaim is that she's been victimized. She has been pressured. And we are going to look into that. Now, I conclude with this. It appears that the reason why the behavior of males against female victims is the way that it is because they have similar allegations against them. That's what it appears. And this reputation that you're trying to protect, you are making it worse. Because if you're talking about perception, the same thing you did to the student, the same way the student was handled, this executive director was handled. Her case was handled in the same way. It's always the female that is at the back end and the males are protected. That's the perception. You are not beating that perception by your actions. You cannot conclusively say, we have found that he's not guilty and she is. You cannot conclusively say that. There was no intentional process to come to that conclusion. And therefore that perception remains. Chair, I will hand over to you. I had one more question, but would you give me a chance for?
Can I continue, Chair? Our time is going. We don't have 2 meetings.
Yeah. So thank you very much, Chair. I don't know the details of the NDA, but I will say what Professor Crouch told me when I came back to work and what he gave me. In fact, he gave me a letter that said the process is concluded.
What are you responding to?
I'm responding to Honorable Sol, who says that the university did not, the process was not complete. I was
No.
told that the process was complete.
No. So you are going to create a problem for yourself. Because you did not run that process yourself. There's the people who brought you to work, brought you back to work. They are the ones who must, and this is the VC and cancer that must report there. Don't enter spaces where you're not supposed to. I'm going to, my questions, in fact, I've decided your attitude earlier on. I did not like, all my questions are coming to you, and I'm going to come after Honorable Law. Because the attitude that you portray here, for me, creates a big problem for us. It creates you are in charge. You can't do anything here. Here we're a strong faction here. And you can't do it. And I'm telling you, this is what the attitude that you are portraying, what it shows us. And unfortunately, that is a public institution and largely funded by public funds. And us as public representatives, we are going to publicly account, and we are going to make you to account on those public funds that we are talking about. So the attitude that Peter Tina, that doesn't work. It won't work with us, I can tell you, including, well, you and the register. I think I'm coming just for you guys.
Chair, now I've figured out, Chair, the CEO is a superman of the SPU. I've figured out there is something about the CEO portrayed as the superman within the institution, but I will pass through that. VC, what's the ethical practice of justice of suspending a person pending an investigation? You are suspending that person on what basis? And when you suspend someone to say, go away because we're still investigation, the purpose is that they must not come and victimize people who have alleged. And they must not have come to erase the evidence while the investigation is continuing. Now, what the clarity I want, there was suspension. When the person comes back, that practice of justice, where is it going to now? The evidence, the intimidation of the alleges, and all and other stuff.
So the suspension is precautionary, meaning so they don't do what you have just mentioned.
And then when you bring them back?
Yeah, when the investigation continues, the investigation is completed, we get a report with a recommendation, and we then have to take action based on the recommendation.
So after the investigation has completed, then he comes back?
Yeah. Well, after, when the investigation is completed, then the individual comes back.
And then you then sought the legal action on the report after.
Yeah.
And then you then said, the investigation is completed, now come back, and then you sought the legal opinion from that.
No, so I'm not sure which suspension you are talking about, the one in 2021 or the one this year. The one this year I can respond.
The one that
more
Honorable
accurately.
Sol is talking about,
That is
that
2021.
is linked to suspension.
Yeah, so the one in 2021, he was brought back by the Vice-Chancellor, by Professor Crouch, because Professor Crouch felt the investigation was complete. He had the necessary reports to then make a decision. There was recommendations. He decided that he can now bring the individuals involved back to the university.
Chair, maybe you must explain. It's criminal to mislead this committee in your testimony. VC, you just responded and said when the former VC felt that the matter was concluded. That is different from your testimony when you spoke to me. That's why I wanted to respond and say it is the VC, not me, that said you were brought back when the process was not fully completed. Then the chairperson corroborated that version by saying because it was not concluded. He then said one of the issues you must deal with is that unconcluded matter. So the person was brought back without it being concluded. You gave two different testimonies before us. Which one is it?
So
you must withdraw one.
So I remind you, I was not here in 2021. I can give you
doesn't-
information on written
I
records.
I didn't ask you to give me other information. I didn't do that.
Yeah.
By your own will, you testified to me that the matter was not concluded and he was brought back. Is that true?
Yeah.
Yes. I
Yeah.
did not force you to tell me anything. You said it by your own will.
Yeah.
If that is so, which it is, and the chairperson corroborated that version,
Yeah.
that he was brought back when the matter was not concluded. Now you say the former VC felt that it was concluded. That's a different version.
Yeah.
Under oath here.
Yeah.
For the record. So we are saying don't lie.
So I'm not lying. I'm telling you the information I got and how I understood it.
Was the matter
if you
concluded?
want me to withdraw the second one, I will withdraw. The matter was not concluded
not what I
from
want.
what I understood.
VC, it's not what I want. And please maintain your tone towards me because I'm maintaining a respectful tone towards you. Do not mistake my meekness for weakness. Ma'am, I did not say what you just said I said. You are the one who said it was not concluded and he was brought back without me forcing you. Later on, you gave a different version. Two contrary versions can't stand. One is a lie. Secondly, it's not what I want. I don't want you to withdraw. I'm assisting you to say that if we take both versions, then you have misled us. So one of it must be withdrawn. I'm helping you for the record.
Okay.
So I'm saying withdraw one. Which one is it?
I withdraw one.
Which one?
The one that says the matter was concluded. If that is what I said, it was not concluded. when he
If that
was
is what you
returned.
said. You
Yeah.
said it and the chairperson concurred. Now you know what? Now that you withdraw the one
Mhm.
that says it was not concluded. You draw which one are you withdrawing? That it was concluded or not concluded?
Not concluded.
So you withdraw the one that it was not concluded. So you
no,
are
I
saying
withdraw the one that it was concluded.
okay, so you are saying, so you
Was
are
not
actually for the record, you are saying it was not concluded.
Yeah.
And that's what the corroboration said. Now, that's the one we are going to take.
Okay.
So withdrawal means you accept it was contrary.
Yeah.
You do not want to mislead the committee. For the record, it was not concluded.
Yeah.
And he was brought back, correct?
Yeah.
Are you still allowing me to ask the...
Oh, so is this for, so is, I mean, so is this for
Other committee to finish the VC. No, thanks, Chair. You know, on a later note, Chair, I'm quite concerned when the NASFAS and the university saying they've paid the service providers from the province. It's not true. Those providers who are here, who came from Northern Cape, they have hosted students. They're still hosting students now. There should be a solution. When they left Cape Town, the university, the department, and NSFAS must come out with a concrete solution here to say they must be paid, because if they are not paid, the student suffers. That's why they get cold waters. That's why they don't have access to Wi-Fi. We can't treat our people like this. We said that we want to bring this country to a point where we want to change the situation of our people. But we are the ones who are bringing them into demises. We are putting stress. We are giving them all the bad things that are not assisting them to progress. And we said, the South African government, we are going to change the scenario for our people. There are parents, there are students who are suffering every day. Others have got trauma and anxiety to the institutions that are abusing them. If you don't suspend them, they don't pay their allowances. If they don't pay the allowance of their accommodation, they don't have where to go and sleep. And it's painful. People have lost their houses. Students have lost their careers. Students have given up. Others are now using drugs and drinking and roaming around the streets because they've lost hope and want to defend our selfless interests that are not within the interest of the country. It's not right. I'm not going to agree that you partially paid everybody, eh? Because if you don't pay those people, the students will suffer. So I'm clear about that, Chair. There should be a meeting that concludes where students, when they go back and the providers, they're going to have an amicable solution. And VC go and visit all the residents, formulate a relationship, have quarterly meetings on incidents report with regard to the incidents on off and in campus, and then you are able to diverge, because I'm worried you don't know. You might have came before, but it's quite content for you to be able to understand and know your institution. Read your annual report, familiarize yourself, and be able to be responsive, because you are current. You must respond to the issues now. What if lack of you not knowing is the one that is pursuing that we've got a crisis in the institution? That's my problem. That one of NSFAS, we're not negotiating. Meet the parents, meet the providers, deal with the issues, align properly, and have relations. You don't need to fight always. Build the relations with people that you are working with. Thank you, Chair. I wanted to address that one. I'm not agreeing with NSFAS to say they've paid people. The students are suffering, they've got cold water. Register, do you know the name of Kim Mohale? Who's Kim Mohale? Yes. Do you know the person called Kim Mohale? Yeah, register. Do you know the person called?
Is it Kim Mohale or
Yeah.
Kimi Mohale?
Kimi Mohale.
Oh, Kimi Mohale.
Well, what was he? Is he still working at Sol Plaatjie University?
He's still working at Sol Plaatjie University. Yes.
Was he ever fired? Or was he ever suspended out of work?
I think that must be answered by the HR.
Okay.
Yeah. Thanks.
HR, have we ever suspended Kim Mohale?
Yes, sir. He was suspended before.
What was the charges for?
There was a portfolio committee that visited the university in 2022. And in front of the portfolio committee, Mr. Kemi made some allegations against the CFO of the university at the time. And Professor Crouch then decided to suspend him because he felt that Mr. Mongale had brought the university's name into disrepute.
How was he brought back when he was suspended for that? How did he come back? What was the charges for? Was he fired? Was he suspended or what?
Yes, the disciplinary hearing at the time found that he should be dismissed. He was dismissed. And after an appeal to the Vice Chancellor and Principal of the university, the VC decided to bring Mr. Mongale back under certain conditions.
What were the conditions?
The first condition, if I remember off the cuff, Honorable Law, is the first one was he must not be involved in any political activity, union activity, for 1 year or 2 years. I can't remember anymore.
No, thanks.
Yeah.
I want to speak of your consistencies of bringing people who are perpetrators of either a crime, of either this crime or particular crime, and they tend to survive more than the victims in the institution. I'm worried about that. I want to put it into, I'm coming to questions. Why was Mr. Shugombane, the off-campus manager, suspended? I want to know also. And the one of Kim Mohale, I want a report. Can you furnish it to ourselves as a committee? A fully fledged report. How he was removed, what was the procedure, how he came back. I need a report. Thanks.
Yes.
Now let's get to Mr. Shugombane.
Thank you, Honourable Low. There is an investigation undergoing because there were complaints from within the university and from outside. So in a charge sheet was drafted against Mr. Shikombani as well to bring it to his attention. And I think that disciplinary is taking place in the next week. So yeah, I'm not sure if you want me to go into the actual charges, but
no.
Yeah, so
no.
that's- yeah.
I will prefer that.
Yeah.
Maybe let me close the charges
Yeah.
issue.
Yeah.
All those who are charged,
Yes.
I will request that the committee gets a report.
Gets a report, yeah.
And then we delve out on the charges so that we are able to know what are the charges propelled for, what has made them to be propelled. And then I want to check what you, VC, the chairperson, council or HR. What is the university admission policy? Does it allow for acceptance of staff, relatives, children? And what process was followed in the acceptance of the Vice Chancellor's niece? The allegation that there's a Vice Chancellor's niece who was appointed, and I wanted to know, is there a procedure that was followed properly? And then I would also want to know, were there psychometric tests that took place? If yes, what are the outcomes?
I'm going to ask the HR to respond since you are talking about an appointment, an employment appointment.
Yes, ma'am. I'm very clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Low. Thank you, Chair. As far as I'm concerned, Honorable Low, the niece of the acting Vice Chancellor is a student at SPU and not employed by SPU. I think she's doing second year now, if I'm not mistaken.
No one was appointed from the niece of the Vice Chancellor. Are you saying that?
Not as far as I know, Honorable
No,
Low.
really. Is it okay? I wanted to check because I was not there was an appointment. Okay,
Can I just make sure, you said admission requirements first,
admission
and then you
policy.
said appointment.
Admission policy.
So
for
are you
accept-
talking about acceptance of a student?
Yes, of
All right.
acceptance, relatives, children. What process was followed in acceptance of the Vice Chancellor's niece?
All right.
And then what was the yes? I wanted
So
to
I
know.
will ask that the registrar respond to that because it's an appointment, a student registering and not an appointment of a staff.
Yeah, yes. We no metsi mo we ketlele re na lo ena utlwa. We ketlele hela utlwa ra go bereka sama. Yes, register.
Thank you, Honourable Low, and through you, Chair. All applicants must apply and go through the application process, even in the event of members of staff's family. So they need to meet the entry requirements for admission to the program. And I think in this case, this applicant was a transferring student from another institution. So she would have come into a second year of study at Sol Plaatjie University, but would have gone through the process of application and selection.
They didn't do any psychometric tests.
No applicants, we don't do psychometric
psychometric.
for
Okay,
applicants.
for
No,
applicants.
no, no.
So no, thanks.
Thanks.
Okay. I wanted to ask you again, the position of Chief Information Officer is quite critical. Whether it's the university CIO, are the allegations that is true that he's been removed without due processes and he was paid a package illegally? So I want to know the status of the CIO.
The CIO has been exited from the institution, yes, but not without a process. There were processes followed. Again, legal opinion acquired and given based on that advice,
How?
necessary steps
Did you
taken.
take him to DC? How did he get the package? What happened? What informed him to have been removed?
So again, I'm going to have to ask, I'm not sure if I'm supposed to divulge everything because there is a non-disclosure agreement in place again.
If you have fired someone, you must tell us through their outcomes. It could have been the outcomes that could have went through. Even in the labor court, when there are outcomes, it goes to public.
Yeah.
Because this is a public entity.
Well, this one, there is a non-disclosure agreement, and my understanding is I cannot disclose information because of that agreement that the institution has signed.
What-
I will also ask the chairperson of council, maybe if he has a different view.
Okay, please. Non-disclosure.
There's an NDA in place, yes. So the NDA is a result of negotiations that we put forward shall we put it, the concerns of the university around this individual. He responded, and on that basis we agreed that it's best that we part ways. So it was not a lightly taken step, I can assure you that. That was properly based on legal advice what we receive and our advisor engaging his legal advisor.
What constitutes this non-disclosure clause? Is it from the policy of the university, or where do you derive it? I want to understand.
The non-disclosure is actually intended more to protect the employee where he or she goes afterwards, so that it doesn't appear that like they're fired or that all of that. So it is a negotiated settlement that is probably best. In fact, it's a weighing up of what would be the cost be of a protracted legal battle, as opposed to let us shake hands and part ways. That's actually the pragmatism that prevails here.
CFO, what are the legal fees with regard to all the people that are charged?
For the current year?
Yes. No, ever since you've been charging people, how much have you spent at the university?
That I will have to check.
For the current year, how much?
Current year, I checked the other day. Please, can I give a figure that is more or less estimated?
Yes, it's fine.
It's in the region of 1.8 to 2 million for the current year. That's the figure that I have.
Okay.
It can be slightly off. I don't have it in front of me.
It's
But I
fine. Can you
confirm.
submit it to ourselves to be very sure about it?
Yes, I can do that.
All right.
Sorry.
Yes.
Through you, Chair, just for the current year or prior year as well?
The current year and the prior year. Okay.
Sure.
The chair, there is an allegation that building C10, the COO and the CFO were involved in a 10 million irregularity when the service provider was appointed. There's allegations that the COO and the CFO have alleged to have been involved into an irregularity of a tender approved appointment that could have taken place. How true is that, CFO and the VC? Is there something like that of irregularity from the 10 million tender appointment?
I am not aware of any of that. I am not aware of any irregularity with the awarding of the tender for C10.
Where it involves the COO
and the CFO.
You are not aware of
I'm
such?
not aware of that
None
at
of you,
all.
sir,
There
are-
was no whistleblowing, no reporting, requesting us to investigate this.
None
So
of you are aware of that?
No.
All right, I'll finish you with the information then.
Okay.
Thank you. Chair, I'm going again to another company. I want to show you the problems. And the problems is paging and finances. There's a company called Vetronics where it was awarded a contract. And then they did not even bid for the first RFQ, and their bid was slipped into two amounts. And it's alleged that for the reason that amount was slipped into two, it was to avoid that the VC must not be the one who gets to that particular amount to be signed. And it's alleged that the amount was signed off without following procedurally by the COO, who's alleged, and even today there's no SLA that has been attached to that particular way. How true is that?
I am not aware of it. The dates, if you give us the dates, I would then know if it is something that would have come across my
The company
desk.
is Vetronics company.
Yeah, no, I am not aware
What
of that.
do you know, my mother?
So I remind you, I joined as acting Vice Chancellor in May. So the dates of different things are important for you to
Well-
provide us with. And I am more than willing to investigate and find out and provide you with the reports. But I am not aware that the COO
I was not
signed off.
I was not in Parliament for the past term, but I can tell you what was the discussion previously.
Yeah.
But it's fine, don't answer. CFO, my last question. The students are saying you could have promised that you are going to give them 4% increment on the last allowance that is going to be sent to them. How far you are there, 4%? And why are you charging them the maintenance fees? And why are you charging them, what is this? They were saying you are charging them for a certain admission fee and maintenance fees. Yes. Why are you charging them while they are anticipating their 4%? Thanks.
Okay. On the 4%, to clarify, what had happened is the NSFAS guidelines came out a bit late this year. So certain students were paid in the first 2 months, which is February and March. The allowances, there was a small difference between what we paid and what the guidelines that came out later said. So that is in the process of being finalized now by the end of November.
Yeah,
That's on the 4%.
Please give the student their 4%. Okay.
Yes.
last one, Chair, or Chair Will. Yeah. VC, what is the role of the HR director and what is the role of the COO and the register? The director HR is kept out of the loo on all staff disciplinary processes. And then what is who's dealing with all the issues, if I must check?
So the director of HR is involved in the disciplinary processes. In the division of HR, we have employee relations, and they do the practicalities of scheduling the disciplinary hearings, setting up the, the chairpersons and so on. So it is not the HR director directly necessarily, but it is in her division. Employee relations takes responsibility, not the COO. The registrar is involved. The registrar is involved on student disciplinary matters. No, I don't think that is correct. If it is an allegation, it would be very useful if people can report it to us and not just go to the portfolio committee. But the delineation of roles is very clear. The HR director delegates the responsibility on disciplinaries for staff to employee relations, who reports to her. The HR director then also reports to the COO. The registrar is involved in disciplinary matters where it relates to students.
Okay. CIO was initially suspended. Or what was the issue there? I just want to follow up. Somebody asked about it.
Yeah, I think someone asked earlier. The CIO was initially suspended. We went through a process and then reached a negotiated settlement.
NDA.
NDA, yeah.
I want us to count these NDAs. I think
yeah,
they are men. NDA. Who's acting there?
In the space of the CIO, we have a combination of people. We have the Deputy Director, Cybersecurity, looking after day-to-day operations, but getting support and advice from myself and the registrar.
So who replaced the CIO?
The CIO is not replaced.
No, I'm saying who took over the responsibilities? The Deputy Director.
Yeah, the Deputy Director for all practical things that are technical in nature. Anything else related to funding, for example, or payments and so on, we then provide support from the CFO's environment. And any contracts or major decisions that they are not comfortable with, that has to come to me. And I normally get the advice, advice and input from the management committee as well.
And this person, the Deputy Director, is not related to you?
He's not related to me now.
He's not anyway have a relation towards you?
No, does not have any
relation. So this person
to
is not a friend to your relative?
I wouldn't know who he's friends with, but he's not a friend to me.
No.
Okay.
So you don't know if he's a friend to your brother or you wouldn't know?
I'm not sure. I don't know. I have four brothers.
So this person who is supposed to be leading, to be reporting directly to you, you wouldn't know if they are friends with your direct sibling. And you don't find that strange?
So, no, I don't know the Deputy Director for Cybersecurity for very long. I've known him only since he's worked at the university. And I think his appointment was in June or so. But he may be friends with my relatives. I am not sure.
And since the CIO left, how has that particular department performed?
They've been managing to keep things together, but with the support of the management committee.
The students said, was it the student who complained about Wi-Fi issues and...
yeah.
So are you saying that is not part of what they are supposed to be looking
No.
after?
So the Wi-Fi problem has been a longer-term problem. It's not just since the CIO has left. It's actually been coming since previous years. So we are investigating, and actually, with the assistance of this acting individual that's sort of looking into things, we are actually making progress with figuring out what exactly is the problem and how to address it.
So you are saying you are comfortable, you are happy with the performance of the person who you don't know if they are friends to your brother?
The Deputy Director, Cybersecurity, yes, I am happy with his performance.
Okay, and how did you measure the performance? How did you measure the performance that made you happy then?
So there are performance contracts involved, and there are direct instructions, and then following up on whether he is performing in those instructions. He also reported on a number of occasions to the management committee. He reports regularly to Senate, and he has also reported to subcommittees of council as well as council.
Okay. HR, COO, do you know Gudani Lesogha?
Yes, sir. I know him.
What does he do at SPU?
He is a student, a former SRC president or secretary, and I know he's a student assistant as well now.
So you have appointed him as a student assistant as well?
There is a letter that I signed, I remember, yes, that says he will assist in the office of the Reg, yeah.
Okay, so this policy of yours of student assistance goes to current students and former students?
As far as I know, yes, Chair. Yes, because I think he's still studying. I don't know a lot about him, but I think he's still studying, yes. And I think there are other students who are doing postgrad diplomas or something like that also, yeah. My apologies, Chair. I don't know that environment well.
So the police, no, you don't have to know a person. What must guide how we do things is the policy that must help us. So I'm asking about this policy. So this policy says whoever can nominate, or the four of you can nominate the student assistants who maybe are former students who, so I can't be, because I've not been a former student, I can't be a student assistant at SPU.
Yes, Chair. Chair, maybe just to share with the committee, I just remembered there is a policy called appointment categories at the university. And in that policy on appointment categories, there is a category called student assistants. And I don't remember any criteria except for the fact that you must be a student of the university to work as a student assistant. I must also admit that the discussions today have actually just sparked an open area in that policy, because the policy needs to be more elaborate when it comes to who qualifies as a student assistant beyond just being a student at SPU.
There's a follow-up here, but you have not answered me on what is the policy. So you don't know what the policy says?
I don't remember clearly, Chair, what it says around that, yeah.
Chairperson, I just want to get clarity between the CEO and the VC, who's telling the truth and who's lying. And someone must tell us who's lying here. Earlier on, I asked a question on the discretion. Whether, do I understand the VC correctly when she said that the discretion, there is no process, you just use your discretion. She said that there was a process that you... But also, Chairperson, this is not how we behave when we're in meetings. It cannot be that when a person is misinterpreting you, you decide to disrupt that person. It's not fair. That's not how we conduct our meetings. Yeah, and this for the second time. I don't know how should I now reprimand you moving forward. But be it as it may, the official now says that the policy does not define the criteria for the appointment of assistant teachers. The VC earlier on, whoever said, I think the student assistant. The argument earlier on that was presented was that I asked the question in relation to the response that they are using their own discretion. And the response was that they are not necessarily handpicking people. There is a process that they are subjected to. And now in your response, you are saying, in terms of our deliberations, you are now picking up that the policy does not provide a process that needs to be followed. So between the two, who's telling the truth and who's lying? Because we are now speaking of the very same position, and now we are speaking with the very same institution, but we are getting two conflicting responses in relation to the appointment of this student assistant. But secondly, can you clarify this discretion in relation to student leaders in particular? Because there seems to be a trend, and there was an accusation on how you are micromanaging student leaders. There seems to be a trend that when you are a female leader in SPU, you are now co-opted into the administration. We can take you back for the past 2 years. That's why I would want you to clarify as to, is this allegation true that you are micromanaging people by you appointing them in the administration?
Thank you, Honourable Member. Through you, Chair. If I may answer, no, we are not micromanaging our student leaders. It's not the intention even to micromanage our student leaders, but to give them an opportunity within an employment environment. That's Honourable Member. Oh, okay. Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Honourable Member, once again. I think what the COO and Emma Stock clarify was referring to the categories of appointment in terms of the different categories. And under that categories, student assistants is one such category. And the process, what we've explained earlier on, is that it happens via a recommendation, a motivated recommendation, that then gets submitted along the various lines of responsibility. And the COO has also correctly pointed out, I think, that the written criteria is what he has referred to that needs to be addressed. I'm not sure if I've answered it, Honourable Chair.
No, you are not answering. Let me tell you the problem we have, COO, is that part and parcel of what's under the operations, as we're here, is HR. So you should be the custodian of policies of this institution. And we are asking you, for me it's a you know, if you ask me what is a policy of convening meetings of parliament, I will not tell you, no, we've got categories of meetings, we've got the National Assembly, we've got NCOP. I'm not answering the question. I will tell you that if it's outside of Wednesdays, which is our meeting, the chairperson must apply to the chair of chairs for that spot. It's a policy. I can't convene a meeting on Friday without prior approval. And I know where I must apply to the chair of chairs. The chair of chairs will then seek political approval from the chief whip, who he himself, when you apply there, He informs chief whips of other politics. So that is police. Because it's under me. I should know it. Now we are asking you a simple thing. That involves public money. Because you are paying this, you are saying stipends, no problem. But you are paying them these stipends. We are asking you, what is a policy of recruiting these student assistants? You should know it. You can't tell me you don't know it. And don't tell me you've got different categories. That's not the question. The question is very simple. How do you recruit these people? And then we'll go so that we want to show you, want to prove to you that you are displaying patronage. Because what you do with one student, you don't do with the other. There is a pattern that when you look at it, is not aligned to your policy. But this pattern is aligned to what we must now say it's patronage. And that's the point. And when we asked you earlier on, when I started the meeting, I said, we'll ask you questions we know the answers to. Because you colleagues, you take these institutions and want to turn them into your personal fiefdoms. And it can't be. Vice Chancellor, it can't be that when it's people who are closer to us, we turn a blind eye. I can tell you that you've had serious network problems on campus. Were they there before the CIO left? Yes. Are they any better? It can't be. You can't say he has performed. No. No. You and I know, because I told you earlier, that we know when we ask you a question is because we know the answer. You and I know that he has not performed better. And you and I know, or you know that I know, that you know that that person is a friend to your sibling. We know. Now, when people tell us these things and you come here, you want to claim it's not true, it's this and that, it can't be true. Register. I hope you have checked, because you said you'll check. What happened to the victim? Which, when I was standing there, I claimed that you know that you deregistered her. You said you'll check there. What have you found?
Sorry. Chair, the victim was rusticated. Rusticated meaning for that year, and she was then informed that she could come back after the rustication itself was suspended, which means that she could come back. The expulsion was in relation to the residences, Chair. That is what happened to her.
What do you mean the expulsion was?
It means that she couldn't stay in university-owned residences.
Okay, so she was also punished?
Yes, Chair, because both of them were found guilty, both parties, Chair.
So then both of them were put
Chair.
away for a year?
Yes, Chair.
And then
ours was suspended, Chair. The other one was not suspended, but
no
Chair.
problem.
Thank you, Chair.
Then why did you not why did you not use this policy on her of making a student assistant?
At the time, it was only applied to SRC leaders, Chair, at that, within that environment. Yeah. Not, yeah.
So this policy is saying student assistants can only be those who have been SRC leaders.
No. In the registrar's environment, specifically, Chair, the administration, not in the Division of Student Affairs, because in there we have other student assistants. At the time, I'm not sure why that was not done, Chair.
So those who can only be student assistants in the registrar's office must have been leaders of the SRC.
Not just the SRC, but student leaders, yes, Chair.
So what is a
preferably.
student leader?
So
How
it
do you
would be
measure student?
SRC, faculty councils, commuter councils, house committees, those who are generally in the student leadership.
And if they
or
belong
student
to a
parliament.
specific political party and they led that political party, they're student leaders.
It's not necessarily with the political parties, but within the university
Yeah,
structures.
policy
Yeah.
can be necessarily. You see, if it's not necessarily.
No, it's not.
definitive.
It must be with the university governance structures. Yeah.
But if you are not in the SRC, you could be considered elsewhere.
If you have served in one of the house committees or the commuter council or sports council as a student, but you would be coming from the governance side of the university, student governance side of leadership.
And she was not coming from any of those.
Not as far as I know, no, Chair.
Yeah, you see what is my problem? When we ask specific questions, you seem not to remember the facts. But on the same person, there are a lot of, because I asked you, and I know even when you answered at the time, you knew that you guys had suspended this student. And so I'm going to ask you to give us in writing. You said there was a GBV case or cases of against each other at the same time. I'm going to ask you to go to those files and then give it to us and tell us this was this day, this was because I want to show you that you were not honest with us. And I want to show you, Vice Chancellor, that when people claim that the perception there is that victims of GBV are punished and perpetrators of GBV are promoted, there's a trend, there's a case. There's a case. We have, when I'm a male, ne? There's nothing that disgusts me like sexual harassment. Like I said last week, this past weekend, we buried a child in Tata, the Eastern Cape, who took her life from Nelson Mandela University. If you listen to the story there, that child's life could have been saved. There is nothing that is humiliating as a victim to seeing your perpetrator walking freely. So when I grew up in the township, we used to have these people that we call them the clever. So I don't know what to call them, about clever. So if you are walking around and you are wearing a nice short, they will tell you you'll walk home with an underwear. They'll take it. Or if you have a nice t-shirt, they take it. And then the following day you go to school, you see this person. That traumatizes you. Or this Popeye is here. Nothing is happening to him. I've reported to the principal. This person, every day they take my lunchbox. Nothing happens to them. You feel betrayed by the system. Now, this is worse humiliation. It's sexual assault and sexual harassment. So this girl, in fact, when you listen to her mother, she says, she told me that she can't do it anymore because this boy, when he walks past me, he gives me this smack that, who the heck do you think you are? So she felt betrayed by the system. So we have, students at Wits University closed down campus yesterday. Why? Because it is alleged that one of the SRC leaders assaulted this one female student. Open a case internally and externally. Nothing happened until they had to take the matter into their own hands. And the university only suspended the alleged perpetrator yesterday. So when that is why, and I think Honorable Lonzo, you're correct. When we say department, Dr. Sokiko, this is where we believe that the department is not helping us. We had CGE that gave us a report, I think in 2023 or 2022, Mampi, I can't remember, about the sexual harassment policies across. In fact, we were doing an inquiry on the fitness to hold office of a vice chancellor at Sfakomakato at the time. And then it was in 2021, I think. 2021. And there was a matter that came from 2011 of a sexual harassment accusations or accusation of sexual harassment. And we then had a meeting with CGE. Said, CGE, how these people handles a sexual harassment case doesn't make sense to us. Help us. CGE comes and says, the national standard is here. It says, in order for your policy to be in line, it must have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One of them is that with immediate effect, whether true or not, with immediate effect, the perpetrator must be put on leave to save the situation, to protect the victim. Right? Now we listen to you colleagues that there will be somebody who would have been accused of GBV, sexual harassment. Your own system comes and says, we find you guilty, we put you on a side. You bring them back to now work in the university without a competitive process. To say, as a university, there was nothing we could do because this person aced an interview. You go fetch him, right? Chief Ariemo. The alleged victim was no longer there. But she had friends. She had people she stayed with. Now, these people who are still at the rest at the time, those who know the story, they see you bring this person back. You know what does it do to a mind of these young girls? It means there's no justice here for GBV victims. From where they are seated, The victim is at home. The alleged victim is at home. The alleged perpetrator is not only brought back, they are being paid. This is the picture. And we ask you questions here earlier on. Who comes in defense? Two men. And that's why I said to you, it does not look good. You make our war against gender-based violence very difficult. There are men out there who think, maybe if I belong to a strong faction, whatever I do, there's nothing that's going to happen to me. And that's our big problem we have. Wes, COO, you were accused of sexual harassment yourself. And, you know, was the Honorable Souls was asking those questions. We can't get a feeling of what definitive measure. We're told, no, okay, so he had a strong counter argument. And the alleged victim had a strong, a weak argument. What does it do to somebody seated somewhere in the middle there, not taking side? They will tell you that it means it's true. That if you belong, if you are a man and you belong in a strong faction, you can get away with everything. In fact, even in that case, we are told now of an NDA, non-disclosure. But what we know is that that dean of students is no longer in the employ of the university. The COO is in the employ of the... So the picture you have painted, Vice Chancellor, is that if you are on the side of a strong faction, irrespective of what you do, there's no one who's going to touch you. I felt this one I must spend time, and I'm going to give you, I know you have noted your follow-ups, Honorable Khabo, I've noted you. CFO, who has built the student accommodation at Sol Plaatjie? Please take the mic. Who has built the student accommodation?
Do you mean the residences that we own ourselves, just for clarity?
Yes.
Who, do you want the contractor names?
No, I want to, who funded those things?
Oh, okay. It's the Department of Higher Education, and it is an infrastructure grant that we receive.
So, government funded the building of those residences?
That is correct.
Okay. So, how much is your expensive, the ones that you own as an institution? How much is your most expensive residence per bed?
Per annum, I think it is about 64,000
So
per annum.
6,400 per month.
More or less.
No, it can't be more or less. If it's 64,000, it must be 6.4 because we charge for 10 months.
That's correct.
How much is your cheapest that you owe? And this 6.4 is not sharing, it's single.
Chair, am I allowed to open a spreadsheet or not on my?
No, you
because
can.
I don't know it off by heart.
Okay, how much is your cheapest?
The cheapest would be more or less would be aligned to what NSFAS allows. So that's generally our older residences, and that's in the vicinity of 50,000. So I'm not giving exact numbers, but I can give exact numbers if you just.
I would like you to give me exact numbers because I want to have a conversation, Vice Chancellor, that this government, well, the reason I went there, CFO, is because you made a comment that it's incorrect that NSFAS must claim to be funding for full tuition, when in fact they don't. But NSFAS can't keep up with the exorbitant amount of fees that these universities put. you charge per bed in some instances 5,000. Let's say NSFAS says, Kimberley, it's an unmetro, I'm paying 5,000 per bed, maximum. What do? You've got sharing beds. So in a room, a very small room, we've got 3 beds. So for that small room, you charge 15,000. You charge 15,000 minimum. Then you are saying NSFAS must afford it. As if government has got, budgets that, are not running dry. That is number one. Number two, which is what you must say, we will say to them at USAF. We will have a conversation with USAF after next week on the 26th. All courses are accredited by Council for Higher Education, all of them. You were saying here that you are happy that you are now going to teach nursing. Being accredited, good. We'll check how much you charge for a year on this nursing. Same courses. Then let's check what Univen charges. Let's check what VETS charges. And then you guys want to claim that there's law, LLB, Honorable Nguban. At Univen, they probably charge 38,000, 40,000. At UCT, they probably charge 90,000. At VETS, they probably charge 119,000. And the expectation is that who must pay? And then you want to complain that no, NSFAS can't claim. We must look for the core of the problem. Why must the cost of education in South Africa be so expensive? Must look at that. Because it does not make sense that we build. The reason why we give you grants every year as this government is to subsidize education for the poor in this country. 48 billion this year that we have given to you as grants. To all 26 universities are getting 48 billion as grants, Honorable Nguba. These universities then come back and tell the same state that we're independent. What do you call it? Autonomous. Or autonomous, you don't enter. You ask a question, why must residents here, why can't it be in line, why can't all university-owned residences be in line with the NSFAS care? Because if they are above, it means we are saying this NSFAS students who we all accept don't have anything, must owe, even if it's 200 a month, it's 2,000 at the end. So you are saying that where must they get this money? Then they're probably studying medicine. They must be there for 7 years, sometimes 8 years. Then you are saying that before you register you in January, and I'm going to get to that part. Before we register you in January, you must owe us 25,000 or less. Where must they get this money that you are helping to accumulate? When we say to you, you are strategically excluding the poor, we're not making a rally noise. It's because of this thing. If you say 25,000 or less, and your student accommodation where you have put this NSFAS student is 15,000 every year. So it means when they are supposed to go study 3rd year, they already owe 30,000. They must go at some point by Ozama, this 5,000. So if it's a male, they must go on December, try and get a peace job. If not, they must go rob people and get arrested. If it's young females, it's even worse. It means they must do things that morally and ordinarily they will not be doing. So you are forcing these poor children out of the system by these concessions that you make outside of having proper conversations with the students. Let me give you Honorable Sol. I'll give you your follow-ups. Whilst the CFO is still getting my information, I'm still going to get to her. Honorable, let me. Yes, long set. Yeah. I know you want the CFO. She's still busy. Let me give somebody.
Yeah. To me, Chair, it wasn't much to say. It was to say, to understand. VC, do you understand the government's hunger or drive for redress in institution, like transformation, like saying we want other institution to be led by a female? Do you understand that part of it is to try and solve many of these things that are happening under your nose as a female VC?
Yes, I clearly understand the drive for wanting females in leadership of universities to address these kinds of issues. My assumption would be the expectation is that we do it legally, right? Yeah. Using all the laws of the country to our disposal. So not just randomly removing people, but investigating and going according to the information provided from legal.
Yeah. But now, this is what has happened before. We take people that are supposed to address the issues of the past and put them into leadership position. Mm-hmm. But the issues that are supposed to be corrected continue, even them at helm. Don't you feel that these ladies that have been abused at GPV and even have left the institution, they feel defeated under your leadership?
I don't know that they feel defeated under my leadership. Many of what we found out today, for me, especially the matters on the students, is the first time I heard of them. They happened before I joined the university. It would have been an easier situation to respond if we were given this information in advance, so we could come prepared. So I could have gotten all the background.
What I'm trying to say, VC, is to say things that have been happening in the past continuously, mm-hmm. of GPV, yeah. of abuse of female genders, aren't supposed to continue even when you are there still. Mm-hmm. People supposed to feel at least we are represented. These things now are no longer happen. There's someone we can relate, yeah. who can stop these things. But they must not continue under your nose, because they will feel that, what's the use mm-hmm. of this transformation, this redress? People go in there and they are not solving issues, and they enjoy the pack and become silent, and things continue as they are. Yeah. People, you don't fail. Don't fail other female counterparts in the institution you are leading.
No, I agree with you 100%. It has to be that a female in this position has to make a difference. I can assure you, all of what you've brought to our attention, we will investigate. We'll try and address, but not in a rushed manner, using proper processes so that we can report back to the committee on that as well.
No, I don't have a question for the university chair. Since I have to run, I thought I'll just do my concluding remarks. I just want to say, Chair, we welcome the resolution of the committee to summon the Minister of Higher Education, Butimana Mela, to appear before Parliament next week to explain to us the irregular appointments that he has made in the SETAs, where he irregularly extended the term of office of CEOs even after the contract had lapsed. So we look forward to that particular meeting which will be taking place next week. We also heard that he has recently made a new appointment of an interim chair of the NSFAS board, who happens to be an ANC comrade and the current general secretary of SATU. I believe it's a teachers union. So I don't know how he's going to fix NSFAS when they are struggling with feeding scheme and making sure that teachers, assistants, and general assistants are being paid, because they are not paid in basic education. It's a fact. So if we're going to take someone from SATU who is failing to pay teachers, assistants, and failing to fight for the raise in the payments of teachers who are underpaid, who are understaffed in our schools, and then we bring that person to such a complex institution. Chair of Council, you would know, because I believe you were once the administrator of NSFAS. As a community meeting, it's not Sanko. Highly sophisticated issues that we deal with there. The minister has decided to deploy his PAL, so we're waiting for him to come next week. And then in closing, thank you very much, Vice Chancellor, Chair of Council, Executive Management, Deputy Minister, DDG. I think I'm starting to like the Deputy Minister because she doesn't run away from our meetings, Chair, even when we give her a hard time. But you must not say that I am lobbying for her to be the minister, because all the Deputy Ministers become ministers in the higher education. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I hope the nation is aware that we are dealing with a serious matter of gender-based violence. An honorable member decides to dilute such a serious matter by bringing the minister into the discussion. But it's a discussion for another day.
I think the member must withdraw, Chair, because I made it very clear that I'm making closing remarks because I have to leave. Because after we have our interactions, you give all members an opportunity to make closing remarks. So I'm not ignoring the discussion that was had. I'm leaving. So it was my last input to the meeting. So if Honorable Khabu feels some type of way because we spoke about the GS of SATU, please let him not bring GBV into the discussion. Thanks, Chair.
Chairperson, let me continue. Let me go back to the issue of, before dealing with this issue of GBV, Chairperson, because I think we are just downplaying it. Can we get clarity now that you have confirmed CFO, and we appreciate your proactiveness in terms of resolving the 4% issue? But can we get a date as to when can you resolve that issue in writing in terms of it being resolved? Can we just get a date and a report in terms of how you have resolved that matter? That is the first thing that I wanted to raise with you. The second issue, as a form of follow-up, Chairperson, this assistant students are almost teachers. This assistant student, Chairperson, I would like to get an understanding in terms of the criteria or the selection process. How does your name get to be discussed by the 4 people that are very much important in that university? Can we get the criteria? Earlier on, you disputed that you are handpicking people. And earlier on also, the HR indicated that the policy does not clearly define the criteria. So I want to understand, how does your name get to be processed or to be recommended for appointment? I'm not sure, Chair, can this is one of the policy, because it's linked to the gender-based violence that I want to deal with.
Sorry, Chair, should I respond? Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honourable Member. Chair, I was not sure, should we also submit that document to indicate to you how the process is done as part of the record? Would that work, Honourable Member?
It will work, but when you are dealing with that, clearly, you said that there is a process.
Yeah.
Attach all the necessary
we'll
supporting
attach.
documents to that
Yes,
process.
yes.
But do you have such a policy?
No, there's no policy as far as I know in terms of the appointment of student assistants specific. Yeah. Thank
So
you,
is that, it boils back to that issue of a discretion?
To partially discretion, yes.
It now boils
Yes.
back to the issue of how does your name get to be,
Yes.
the
So
discretion
that-
gets to
that
be
will-
applied.
that will be, yes.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, there is an issue that has been presented by majority of students, even on online. I'm much more interested on your gender-based violence policy, like you have indicated it earlier on. There is a great belief that you are protecting the perpetrators, like the chair has been arguing. And there are some of the students that are also raising that issue, Ashley. Do you have a report on the GBV cases that has been reported to you for the past 5 years? That is the first thing. But the second thing probably that would request in writing is how you have dealt with those issues previously. Because there is an argument that you tend to put student leaders in a corner in such a way that you allow them to make a lot of mistakes, and some of those mistakes you don't act on those mistakes. Then later, as a way of micromanaging them, you incorporate them into the administration. Firstly, so that number one, they don't expose you and your shenanigans that you are doing. But secondly, as a way of making sure that your information is safe. I'm raising all of these things because it has been alleged, and I'd want to get a report on these two administrators or assistants that you have been engaging on and around. Because it has been reported that it is a trend on how you are protecting this SRC for the past 2 years, if not 3 years. It's either in each and every academic year, it's either the president or an SG who's involved on sexual abuse, and to a large extent, the university seems to be dealing with it. So I would like to get a report on your GBV cases that has been reported. I'm raising this because of some of these students are sending us emails, giving us a process that you had followed on how you have dismissed them. The last part that I would like to make a follow-up on, Chairperson, is this GBV policy that they are speaking of. When was it reviewed? And whether is it aligned to the national policy as it has been requested? That one will want to get clarity on. The last part, follow-up, is on issues of student accommodation, Chairperson. And the chair would maybe, it has been made mention, and Honorable Lonzi, before dealing with other issues that are very peripheral, he wanted to address it. The issue of the administrative fee, Chairperson. We are not getting clarity on the administrative fee, on how are they phasing it out. Because it is our firm argument that it's more like double dipping. You are getting assistance from government in terms of funding the cost of schooling of this student, and yet again through that administrative fee, you are recouping a certain portion, because we are told that students are expected to pay a certain portion because of the concession that you had signed, but on the other side they are unable to align it with the capping of the NSFAST. The last portion on NSFAST student accommodation, Chairperson, I know when you get closer to me you are trying to manage me. You must be worried when it begins to protect you. The last part that I wanted to deal on is on, apart from the accommodation that are not aligned to the NSFAST cap, and I think Honorable Lonzi wanted to deal with it when he said that you were a former administrator. Why would then this university have an agreement with, would charge students an amount that is above the cap of NSFAST? That one will get clarity. But the last part is that there is an argument of the current date has been resolved of service providers. That part of it has been resolved. But as a follow-up, there is an argument of 2 outer financial years, previous financial years, 2 if not 1. There are a list of service providers who are arguing that you are not entertaining their issue, you are only dealing with the current financial year issue. Can we get clarity in terms of a list of those people, and how are we intending to resolve it, so that when we take up the issue with NSFAST next week, we're able to get an understanding as to, apart from dealing with the current financial year, how do we then deal with historical debts aligned to student accommodation? With that being said, Chairperson, thank you.
You can answer in the meantime.
Honourable Chair, from what I understood, there was a request for a number of reports we have to provide, and so we concur. We will provide the reports. I know that the NSFAST one in particular, you have a strong deadline of wanting it before next week when you meet with them. So we will provide the list of accredited accommodation providers as required, and then all the other reports we'll provide to you. If we can perhaps get an indication of a deadline, The NSFAS ones, we understand has to be early, but if you can indicate to us the others, what is the deadline we are looking at?
Chair, I will also provide the information that was requested. I'm not too sure about this 2 prior years, but I will go back to the office and find out which service provider. I know there are instances where the students were defunded, or maybe it's a self-funded student where the accommodation provider is then not paid. But I will go and have a look at that. I think the rest is a request for information. On the admin levy, Chair, I don't have an answer right now for you in terms of phasing it out. It is being charged to the landlords. We don't charge a maintenance fee. I really don't have any knowledge of any other kinds of fees that are being charged to the student accounts. If there are examples of that, please do share it with me, because I honestly have no knowledge of, and I can show you on the student fee accounts, I've got no knowledge of that. In terms of our policy on off-campus accommodation, the levy or the fees being utilized to create student life activities and to fund, or basically to plow back into student life. What we can do is an analysis of what it is used for, how much is, how much is it contributing to the budget, and provide a report on that. Is that acceptable?
I don't know. Are you saying you don't know why admin fees being charged?
No, not at all. The admin fee is the levy. That's the off-campus accommodation levy, and it only applies to off-campus students. That's what I'm saying. Then you mentioned maintenance and other fees. I think if I understood your question.
It was top-up and admission fee.
Oh, yeah.
Top-up and admission fee.
Oh, okay. I thought I heard maintenance.
No,
my
it was a-
apologies.
yeah.
Okay.
Top
all
up
right.
and admission fee.
Yeah, the top-up is that portion that NSFAS doesn't cover. So I can also give you now the exact numbers if you want me to read
But
that.
no, it's that top-up is killing our students, and that admission fee, it's killing them. They are complaining about it.
Oh, you mean the upfront payment?
Upfront payment is killing our students, because automatically 457.78 are getting grants in the country, and they're beneficiary of NSFAS that sometimes deregister them or does not even take them into cognizance in terms of their career. Now I'm saying, look at the top-up and admission fee that is killing our students in the demises that they're confronted with. I'm asking and I'm begging you that can we not have such? Can we not have caps that seeks to further derail the education of our students? Because the more we put complications, the more the system is failing us. So that's my plea that I want to put to you as CFO. I don't think it's acceptable that they must pay the admission fee, the top-up fee, in a way that is killing them, because already we've got a crisis where sometimes they are not even able to be covered by a particular bursary or a particular institution. And I wanted to check, while I'm closing, Chair, what happened to Fundi? Why did you remove Fundi all in your at the university? I will also want to check, because we would want to familiarize ourselves in terms of that. And then the last one, I want to check, can the university give us their racial and national profile of staff and management? Who's in management, who's in staff, do we have, how many colors do we have, blacks, whites, and then we want to check the dominancy as per the demographics of the university where it's situated, so that we're able to cover up. And I wish that the management VC, I'm going to plead here that the management, you must go meet all the students in faces, in different residents, and address them on issues they've raised. We are not operational, but we are strategic, but we are giving you a mandate as parliament to go and engage students. Want the SRC, want the unions, together with yourselves, and meet them in each and every residence and compile reports and start to have transformative committees of GBV, one, that you must formulate from RES. Two, you must start to have reports in terms of day-to-day running of those particular RES, in their maintenance and in any issue. And off-campus providers, you must start to have a forum that sits and say, we're going to meet, we're going to discuss the conditions, we got these complaints. Make it simpler for students to be able to access yourselves, and make it easier for you to have a collaborative effort in engaging on key issues that affect me, you, our students, and the country and society at large. For the university to be not a post-apartheid university that could have not covered the current issues. We're expecting SPU to have came here to say, in fact, we would have acquired more land because we want to explore on much of the opportunities in the province and in the country, where we have seen an influx of Northwest learners and across the country coming to Kimberley, while Galeshewe are not coming to Kimberley because they are moving to other studies. We should be retaining students in that particular area. We should be speaking about collaborative efforts with particular critical minds with regard to that. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, I think most of it is noted. I think the only question is on Fundi. So currently we still have a contract with Fundi. In fact, I think there's an engagement this week where we have to assess the challenges that we experienced. So part of this accommodation, and I was frank when I said it did not go well. It really did not go well in the beginning of the year when we were getting the students on board. And we had challenges with Fundi, and we are exploring as to what the reasons, what the root causes of those challenges were. To make just one example, we would receive a list of students that is in accommodation A from our off-campus accommodation officer. But we will also then receive a list from the Fundi system. Now there's contradictions in the list. Now we have the third one, which is training young minds, that must also give us information. And at the same time, we are under pressure to provide this information to NSFAS and other parties. So that is something we are looking at. I'm not saying we're going to keep them or remove them, but there are challenges that we need to investigate.
Chair, may I just say that I inquired from the institution about the water issue. I'm told that the water issue is still the same. That's just for the COO. I have confirmation that it is still the same. But I'll talk to the CFO. CFO, is it true that you paid the former chief information officer R500,000 rand before his separation agreement was signed?
Chair, I'm not sure if I'm allowed to disclose the amount, but what I can confirm is yes, we made a payment to the Chief Information Officer. At the time of making the payment, the negotiations, from my perspective, from the information that I had, the negotiations were finalized. I do not know if the separation agreement was signed, but I confirm that the payment was made.
What is your, for SCM processes, for your financial policy? For you to make a payment, are you saying it is not required for you? It's one of the supporting documents to know that this agreement is concluded. And for you to know that it's concluded or not, you need to have sight of that agreement, not so?
Chair, what we used is an instruction from legal and the registrar's office in terms of the tax directive. So the supporting document that I used to make the payment is the tax directive, which indicates a termination date, as well as the amount to be paid and the tax to be deducted. I did not look at the separation agreement.
Yes, but that's the confirmation. And if he hasn't signed, that means that the agreement has not officially been reached, and you would then have made a payment when it's not supposed to be made. Why did you withhold his salary?
Chair, I'm now wondering how much I'm allowed to say in terms of the agreement. So the registrar must
I'll
just
tell you
assess-
why. Because the registrar told you to make the payment, because you were then under the impression that all the other steps was taken, therefore. But you have to do due diligence too when you make a payment of such an amount. We will challenge how the process unfolded around that termination. But I'm just trying to establish now that you are telling me One, you haven't had sight of the separation agreement. Correct?
That is true.
And so officially, that's the official document that shows that there is an actual agreement between the university and this gentleman. But you yet made the payment. Then furthermore, he was under precautionary suspension and his salary was withheld, which placed him under certain pressure. And the allegation is that he then later had to sign this agreement, which was 10 or so days after you've made the payment. You've made the payment on the 28th of October or somewhere there. And 28th October, yes. And he's only signed on the 5th of November under duress. And he's going to show that. So I'm just informing the institution. You have just confirmed part of the delegation, and I'm just informing the institution that we are going to pursue this matter further because the practice is quite questionable, VC. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much. Do you have the numbers for me, CFO? Now we want to finish now, VC. The problem is the answers are coming slow. Yeah, so we must answer fast so that we can finish. I know you are worried about the flight. Okay. No, I was going to say we are going to miss it because... Okay, thank you. CFO?
Yes, so this is the numbers on the accommodation owned by SPU. We've got different categories. So for a double room in 2025, the rate is 50,365 rand. So that is in line with the NSFAS cap, and that is for a normal double sharing room.
So it means per room you get 100,600.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. And then the single room is, I'm going to read all of the amounts. A single room in 2025, that would be 53,336. Then we have different rates for the older residences versus the new residence that was just built. So in the older residences, then, or the 2023, those are the residences that were built in 2023. And then the double rate there is 57,451. The single rate in those residences, single rooms, 60,658. Then the newest residence that was just built in, actually finalized in 2024-2025, then that amount is 64,536 for a sharing and 67,980 for a single. And then I can also give you the numbers of students in each of the categories if you need them.
No, maybe, so the cheapest is 50,300. And the most expensive is 67,000.
67, yes, that's correct.
And then NSFAS pays how much? NSFAS pays you
52,000.
52,000. So there's a possibility. Okay, so in the 67,000 category, you don't have NSFAS funded student staying there.
Chair, I will have to confirm that. I'm not sure, like in terms of the split between the funders, but we try to put the NSFAS student in the accommodation that they can afford. We also have other funders and self-funded students.
Yeah.
But I cannot confirm if there's no NSFAS student in the 67.
Okay, so let's assume there's one. So the difference between what NSFAS pays and what is there is about 15,000 per annum.
Per annum, correct.
Yeah, so if we put an NSFAS funded student in this 67,000, that we've agreed this 67,000 accommodation, we don't owe what you call a loan. So there's no need for us to have an accommodation of 67,000 because we don't owe. It's not like we're paying a loan for it. You have said it was a state intervention through the grants. What is that? Probably SHIP program. IDs, whatever the case may be. But government has given you this money to build the student accommodation, to house these students so that they don't have stress of walking around looking for accommodation in Khalishiwe there in the township. So government has made an intervention. But we say it's 67,000 to do what? I understand that there's water and lights, but the water and lights are in line with, the reason why NSFAS agrees to pay more for a metro is because rates and taxes of a metro are above the ones in Kimberley. So if you say it's 67,000, by the way, there's accommodation here in Cape Town where the landlords are paying rates and taxes of a metro. There's accommodation in Johannesburg and Pretoria, where in Ekurhuleni, but where rates and taxes are much higher, but the accommodation doesn't cost 67,000. It does not make sense. So when we make a conclusion and say, this is a tactical exclusion of a poor person. Because not only do you put this thing here, you also have a concession that says, in order for you to register, you must owe 25,000 or less. So after 2 years of this child, they must go tabalaza 5,000 somewhere. Or they are excluded. Whether they are supposed to go to final year or third year or 4, doesn't matter. They are excluded because your policies, your concession first says 25,000. Number 2, there's a gap that doesn't make sense. You see, if you had borrowed money from a bank, I will say you are servicing a loan. But government gives you this thing for free. Says, I want you to help these poor people. You are not. So your policies are actually anti-poor. Or this policy, let me not generalize. This policy is anti-poor. And it doesn't make sense. I'm seated here, Dr. Carlos, and I think there must be a lot of things that you guys must review. There's a slide, Peter can't go on it now. There's a slide under finances where you say you probably need 89 million to maintain these residences. And this year you've made 100, but whatever the case, I'm not sure with the numbers, but you are simply saying to us you have made profit in that slide. The last two before the total, the last 2 rows indicate the past 2 years or so on what you have made. So student accommodation, you are making profit on student accommodation. You are making a case that I've made profit out of these poor students. And by the way, I know others are still owing. So if everybody pays there, the rates that you are charging could get up to almost 50% of over 50% of how much you are expected to pay. So if the cost of running the student accommodation is 100 million, why must you charge the rates that will make you get 150 million? Want to make profit out of it? Can be. And as government, I think, but we are going to have a conversation. And maybe let me also address this point because you said it earlier, VC, that you and your colleagues at USAF, you have taken a decision, you have written to NSFAS that you don't want them to accredit, they're creating problems for you and all of that. Fair enough. But luckily I was here as a member of this committee, Dr. Corlesen, when NSFAS took a decision to play a role in student accommodation. Let me tell you, Vice Chancellor, you're not the Vice Chancellor then, of what led to that. It's because your people in the student services supply chain were very corrupt themselves. I don't know, you see, I saw there were a lot of student accommodation providers here who I'm hoping, NSFAS, when we leave here, you'd have to sort out your mess with them. Your people were going to these accommodation providers, telling them, if you have 300 beds, I want this much to accredit you. And I'm telling you this with the, in fact, in 2023, I made a rather reckless statement. I said, just choose any university and I'll show you how they are stealing there. But it was a bit reckless. But today I'm saying, all of them, almost all of them, if you point it at and I'll tell you here, this is how they are doing this thing. You know why? Because these accommodation providers, at least me, I go to church. They go to church with me. So we come from the same places. They are human beings. When you abuse them, they go and say, Che, we're finishing now. Every February, January, I must take a loan to pay Jojo for me to be accredited. NSFAS was paying in that year, Dr. Corrales, in 2013, about 14 billion of the entire budget went to student accommodation, which meant almost 14 billion was an enabler of this corrupt individual. They are not many, but they are there in almost all institutions. Not many. But these corrupt individuals were playing a role in killing small businesses. We could not sit back and say, a small business must die. Because there's some greedy individual who wants to who wants to drive, what is that car, the blue ones? Who wants to drive a blue Lamborghini? Because they are greedy. No. What we said was, universities on their own, they are also killing our small businesses. NSFAS, go play a role together with universities. Find a way of, you can say university you accredit here, including your own, university own. We will come and say to you, we don't agree with this rate, we agree with this rate. Here, we don't agree. But do some, what is your favorite word? Supervise, inspect. Yeah. But play some inspectory role over what universities do. But when you do so, don't bring unethical, corrupt people to go do that job. But NSFAS, what did they do? They decided, this one of what the chair is suggesting, want to help. Let's put our own people, who are, many of them, not all of them, many of them unethical. We went to Deputy Minister, we went to Nkandla, the TVET college there called, what is that TVET college? Follows in Nkandla. We get there, but this is student accommodation. I told the principal, in fact, I would, if I was not going to other institutions this week, I was going to take you up and say, come, let's sleep next door, I'll sleep this side. Let's see if you can sleep here. That accommodation was accredited. There was no bed. Those people are sleeping in a mattress, not mattress, sponge. Barrett student accommodation in Nkandla, we went there. every month no fail they are paid. There are hard-working student accommodation providers with proper norms and standards being followed. But because they don't have money for that church or for this person of NSFAS, they are not paid. Well, it's a conversation we'll have with NSFAS next week. I've included the issue of NSFAS must give us a breakdown of what is it that they would have paid for the whole year, and how much was it expected, which provinces, and of these solution providers, which ones would have been given how much. Because these ones of training young minds, they've created a problem for the system throughout. I mean, in Polokwane it's them, in Sol Plaatjie, well, Kimberley it's them, in Pretoria it's them, I think Bloemfontein as well is them. And everywhere we're getting a lot of complaints about them. But it's a conversation we're going to have with NSFAS. I've told NSFAS that somebody must be held responsible for each and every small business that dies this year because you have not paid them. Somebody must be held accountable. So sometimes, because I'm a pastor, sometimes at my church, honorable souls, these accommodation providers, no, I'm just making an example about you. Yeah, you know, from pastor to pastor. So these accommodation providers, I tell them, they don't need to give me church or to speak on their behalf. Some of them come to my church and they tithe, and it's very handsome. So, no, I'm joking. But, so I don't agree that, in fact, we're going to have a serious disagreement with universities. That is the first, one of the reasons why we refused was that you had criminal elements. Number two, some of you, or these criminal elements, they will go to accommodation providers and say, Chief, you can see this thing of yours, I'll give you 4,000. I'll accredit you for 4,000. But we're going to charge government 6,000. And in this 2,000, you get 500, I take 1.5. You get whatever you wanted, but there is this overpay. And I'm saying to you, with conviction, I can point at you those things. The third issue was this, they will, you know, I don't know how many, in fact, hey, you know, people will accredit a rest that doesn't exist. A rest that is nowhere, doesn't exist, it's a ghost. But 2,000 students stay there. And as fast, here are the students. They take the students who are staying at home. They imaginary put them at that rest. They give them the transport allowance, which is far less than the accommodation. They pocket the difference. So the state was bleeding. And all of these things, corruption from universities. And sometimes, you know, sometimes this corruption from you guys. I'm not saying you, but the system. You know, these people in your system. And I heard you with passion earlier on. So, no, it must come back. I don't agree. There must be a hybrid arrangement. That must, because NSFAS can't pay 17 billion in 2025 to student accommodation and play no role. Where I come from, those people, we call them bomoreki. So what it means is that NSFAS is sitting here, but it's paying a table of some people there who are drinking champagne. Those people where I come from, we call them bomoreki. They don't interact with that table for now. They buy champagne, it's them who pay. So we call them bomoreki, deputy minister. So, they buy champagne. No, it's It's in this case it will be accommodation providers. So I don't believe that we must make NSFAS a critical state institution, a Moreki, somewhere where it just pours man. That's why I'm even suggesting that we must have a conversation with USAF, with CHE, with SAQA about how our individual fees structured. The state can't be told that you must not play a role, but you must pay. And if you can't pay this much, then you must stop claiming you are providing free education. That's a very regressive argument that is being made. And it's something we're going to attend to. Obviously, with USAP, we're going to have a conversation. We must have a conversation. I don't understand why same course can cost 4 times more in one institution and than the other. I honestly, we must have a conversation. We must have, and the state must fund the same way. And if it does not fund the same way, then the state does not provide free. It must not claim that it's funding free education in this country. I don't think that should be the case. So just last thing maybe to COO. No, maybe before. Register. 2023. Or COO. In 2023, there was a case of sexual harassment against one of your employees who were working at sports something. What happened? Take the mic.
Chair, may I please give to the registrar because it belongs to Student Affairs. Thanks.
The registrar is shaking his head, but let's give him.
Sorry, Chair, I don't have that information about a case of sexual harassment in the sports environment. And the Student Affairs became part of my portfolio in 2024, August of 2024. But we can definitely look into it and get the information for you. But I'm not aware.
Okay, so let me tell you what happened. So this guy commits this horrendous act of sexual assault on this young girl. This young girl gets courage to report it. So let me tell you the power dynamics of a lecturer with a student or a... When a lecturer commits such an act, it's a power dynamics. It takes everything for this young girl to report their bosses. It takes the wealth out of this young girl to report rape against an employee of an institution. It's not an easy thing. It's unlike when it's a student versus a student. It's even tough when it's a student versus SRC, but tougher when it's a student versus a lecturer or somebody who works at that institution. So they report this case to you guys. But because your policy, your policy has got eyes. So what happened with this case is that the case was reported. You suspended this boy for 2 days. And you know about it. Because some of your people asked him in front of her, and then he admitted. And worse, you then, because you forced him to apologize in front of the victim, you then say to the victim, accept, because if you don't, he has promised to commit suicide. So, Kore, I want you to put yourself in the foot of this young girl. This is what you have done to her. One, you have shown her that there's no justice in this world. You have shown her that even if you can be brave, your bravery is going to turn into stupidity because there's nothing that's going to happen to this man. You have shown her that once you are in charge, you are in charge. There's nothing anybody can do. But you have told her that lose faith in the justice system. That's what you have done. Whereas you've then entered into a hate. You said, accept the apology. If you don't, you make her feel guilty now. If you don't, he's going to kill himself. I'm going to ask you, members have asked you many documents. I want to give you until the 19th of September to bring me all of this.
November.
19th of, I said what?
September.
No, 19th November. 19th November. Because I don't do wrong things. I'll hide the name of the identity of this girl. And I've got no business defending people who do this horrendous. Because you say you don't know this person. His name is Hendrik Mpo. His name is Hendrik Mpo. The sports officer there. You must go. I've got no business defending people that are doing wrong things. I've got, unfortunately, I don't owe anybody anything to that effect. COO. No, before COO. That teaching and learning. There's no way, the core function of an institution is teaching and learning. So there's no way we can live here without talking about such. Have you had any accusations against anybody about sexual harassment or sex for marks in your institute? Please give him a mic.
Honorable Chair, I have not had any, but I have a structure within the university. It's called a Deans and Directors Forum, and I have placed that on the agenda and ensured that that is spoken about to all deans. I've also made it absolutely clear that the university does not stand for that, and as deans they must ensure that the processes within the university, especially with regards to capturing of marks, is transparent and ensure that this is not the practice within faculties.
So you've never heard about this, what I'm telling the sex for marks arrangement, you've not heard about it?
So, Honorable Chair, there has not been a report, but I've been in the higher education sector now for 30 years, and I will be naive to indicate that that has never ever come to my attention.
Yeah, but I hear you. So there's not been any reported incident.
No, none.
But have you heard about it, maybe in the corridors, the rumors of some sort?
Yes, I have.
Okay. So let me tell you why you have not had any reports. It's what I've just spoken about. That this sex for marks comes from lecturers saying to students, if you want to pass here, we must have, literally this is, what do you call it, sex under duress. So it's not consensual, right? So they can't report it because I've just shown you that in your institution, you're not going to get any reported cases. But it doesn't mean they don't exist. It means people have lost confidence in your ability to defend victims or alleged victims. But it doesn't mean it does not happen. But because we are not in that institution, we get those things. Write to us and say, lecturer X, Y, and Z is doing X, Y, and Z. Especially, you must go and do this exercise in your faculties of education and NAS. I'm telling you, we can't keep quiet when things are getting out of hand. COO, you've shown us very nice buildings there. But you did not tell us that you've got some, we've got defects. Take us through.
Okay. Chair, may I seek clarity, please? Are you referring to the new buildings?
Yes.
2022 to 2025 that I shown?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, there are I think it's two buildings. There are what we call, what is the term now? They are defects, you are correct, they are defects. But those defects within the contractual agreement, those are small things that are supposed to be fixed with, they're called snacks, that are supposed to be fixed for the next 12 months at no cost to the university.
And so here we're talking about the new agriculture building.
Yes, Chair.
And Great Hall.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
And who was building these buildings?
There's a company called, I think it's both of them is Ruacon, yes. It's
Sorry?
a company. I don't know if I should mention names, but I will just mention them, Chair.
Hey, we can even call them. I don't know, they are using state money to pay them.
Yeah.
So you are afraid to call names.
Yeah.
We can even call them to appear here as a private company.
Okay.
So please
name
them.
So the Great Hall was built by Ruacon and it's both Ruacon, both of them.
So
one
both
company.
of them are built by one company.
Yes, Chair.
And any other work that they've done there at the institution?
Not as far as my memory can serve me, Chair. I only remember these two.
They've only done these two places
Yes,
that
Chair.
has small, what do you call it? Small defects. What do you call
They
it?
are snacks. They are called snacks. Yeah, snacks. Yeah.
And they did not hand them over to yourselves with snacks.
Well, they are still on site as we speak, fixing the snacks to the satisfaction of the client. So as the building is used, they fix different snacks, plugs, like things like those, small things that they are fixing. But there are no structural issues as far as I can recall from the municipality inspectors.
Okay. It's okay. I think we're late now. The deputy minister must run. We don't have flights from Cape Town. We're going to struggle, some of us. But we've asked for a number of documentation. Maybe even Wednesday might not be possible for you to collect all of them. So there are many. You can go even on our website and on our minutes to get the documents that we have asked that you must bring or you must give to us, to ourselves. Just in conclusion, I want to say the issue of sexual harassment in South Africa and GBV is a sensitive matter. And I don't think the institution has covered themselves, or you have covered yourself in glory in dealing with some of them. I don't think we'll have a conversation, Deputy Minister, with the department, because these NDAs, non-disclosure agreements that the university has entered into, they look suspect. And the word out there is that there's a clique at that institution. VC, this clique is run by you, and that is why you colleagues would have given the Vice Chancellor an extended stay at home so that you continue to run this clique. And this clique, members of this clique, the COO, the register, acting DVC. I've not heard your name, but probably knew in the clique if you are there, but this is word on the street. And you dare mess up with this group, then you're out. And I'll make example, Professor Lovuyo, an example, Dean of Students, example, CIO, example, the current VC, extended stay at home. Because once you start questioning certain things, there must be something. As we have been in meetings, we've received a number of documents from some people who are saying COO is not telling the truth here, here's the facts. CFO is not telling the truth, here's the fact. Register is not telling the truth, there's a VC. So we do have those. But we are going to give you enough time to give us others. I must indicate that lying in Parliament is what they call perjury. Because you are lying under oath. And should we find from this documentation that we have and those that you are going to give us, that any of you lied to us, will apply to the Powers, Privileges and Immunities Committee, because that is covered by Powers, Privileges and Immunities Act of Parliament and National Legislatures, that Section 17 there speaks about those who lie in Parliament can be liable to a fine of up to 200,000 or up to 3 years imprisonment. And I've always told members, when we apply, we don't apply for this 200,000 fine, because these people who normally lie, they've got this money, so they are not going to make them feel so want jail. We've asked specific questions intentionally because we wanted specific answers, and you have given us the answers that you believe that were yours. So me giving you the 19th, I don't think it will be fair, so I must give you maybe till the 26th of November to get all the information on all of these things. There, obviously, many accusations. We could not get to all the questions about. We were told, your legal director who's not at work or suspended? I don't know, but it's not there because of other issues. You are spending a lot of money on legal. The CFO says 2 million, between 1.8, just below 2 million. You'll give us the breakdown, you'll say in 2025, there's a number of cases we're involved with the workers, with students, with senior managers. This was the person we hired, this is the person we paid. Like I said, don't say to us, Tebo Kholitsi, SC, you paid them 200,000 for this specific case. Because once you do so, you are allowing those who would have given us even a screenshot of an invoice that they put, or the money that you would have paid. 2 weeks back or so, we had a meeting with some entity. We asked them a simple question. Has this person been reinstated? The answer says no. At that time, we even have a screenshot of you having paid this person a back pay of 4 months and a bonus. So when you ask your question, please try and be as honest as possible. Because we'll then have problems with yourself. So we a lot of questions that I think we are going to ask to NSFAS next week. NSFAS can't collapse the system. Part of the system, sometimes I speak on behalf of these accommodation providers because if you are not paid, you must go tell the leadership of NSFAS. If you don't pay accommodation providers, the accommodation is going to deteriorate. I heard you earlier saying, yeah, at the beginning they are fine, but throughout it's going to deteriorate because when they are not paid, they can't service the municipality with rates and taxes. They can't pay water and lights. They can't pay for Wi-Fi. They can't pay for security. So where must they get this money to maintain this building? So NSFAS, when they don't pay, they are perpetuating this thing. And that's why on the 7th of May, we had a conversation with the leadership of NSFAS. We told them, we listened to them, both the chair and the CEO, acting CEO of NSFAS, saying they believe they've had a conversation with USAF. They want to take this thing of accommodation to universities. We warned them first about our experience in the system. That is number one. But we then realized that it might be that between some unethical university officials with some at NSFAS, there's a deliberate attempt to sabotage accommodation providers that are not accredited by universities. They don't pay them so that they then pay those who are accredited by universities. Like for an example, like I said, we're always tagged in these emails. At Sol Plaatjie, that's the same. Many of those who are accredited by you are paid. Those who are not accredited by you are not paid. In fact, there would have even talks that you must leave this NSFAS accreditation. So come back and be accredited by the university itself. And for me, students in June, May, who are staying in this accommodation, private accommodation, because you are not paying this, they are not going to have warm water. So you are saying they must go write exams. They must go write exams hungry. They must go write exams having not bathed, of taking a cold shower. So just because we want to prove a point, we don't pay these people, which I think for me it was very unethical. And we raised it with NSFAS. We're going to raise it with them. We're going to have a serious conversation with the department. We can't pay It's the case at University of Free State, where we've built accommodation here. This one is built by government. When you get there, about 70 down. 70 down. Who must afford this thing? If it was private accommodation, I would understand. I would say they probably have a loan, but you have not spent a cent on this thing. You are punishing the very same people that the state has got responsibility in making sure that they become better people. So you are punishing the state twice. They give you grants, they give you money to build, then you punish them. You say, pay more for this poor student. I don't think it makes sense. We're going to have a conversation with the department, and it's true. If we had a functional department, we would not be having these things. We should be sitting down and say, I understand running an institution is big business. Of course, you would have, professors that you must pay this much and all. So let's find a way of making sure that we're solvent as an institution, but in the process, we don't punish these poor children. And that's what conversations we must have. But Dr. Carolson, the issue of GBV, let's attend to it. It looks like it's a big matter. Let's attend to it, take it to council. Honestly speaking, we'll have a conversation some other time about your NDAs and you took this decision after a legal opinion. I mean, we went to one university not so long ago, and I told members here that the legal opinion that university is waiting for is going to come back and say everything is fine. Because the terms of reference are extremely important when you give, when you appoint counsel to advise you on anything. So you ask the Vice Chancellor, you say, listen, I'm not going to give you the suspension documents of a COO, but I want to know if I can bring them back. They come back and say, obviously they will say there if they are a legitimate legal firm. With the documents at our disposal, we believe that this could be done. That's what they will say if they are a legitimate legal firm. But because you have said to us here, you have not seen the suspension, you felt or no precautionary means until until is done, until investigation is done. Creating that, I mean, I could imagine that it would have been you who would have given the counsel that you asked for the terms of reference. And when it's you who gives, I mean, terms of reference to anybody, with the background that I've given about the perception that you are a team, a collective of this, there is no way that legal opinion will have came and said, no, let him stay at home. Because the plan was to bring the person back. So you see, Dr. Carolson, as council, this is where we come in to restore law and order, to say, listen, our institution is very small, it's new. Let's build an institution. One member said, one of those who are pushing for women leaders to lead, but women leaders will support them, VC, when there is consistency on certain principles. You can't have so many cases of student to student, student lecturers, worker and worker on sexual harassment. And almost all of them ends in favor of the alleged perpetrator. It does not look good. It makes our job, our fight against GBV, very weak. And we can't. So tomorrow when we come for you, when we come fight you, we will say to you, this institution that is led by a female is creating big problems for our females in this country. Tomorrow, after 2 years or 3 years, you'll find that females are no longer applying to go study at that institution. And that's one of the 2 democracy institutions that we're going to guard with everything we have. It must be a jewel, that institution. And that is why, even when you look at the proportionality of the grants that we put there, government is intentional. It wants to build a serious institution there. And that institution, we as the public protectors, we are going to make sure that those things are guarded. I felt I must just say those words, but I want to thank you for coming, Dr. Carlson. I know we had said until 1 o'clock, but I normally tell the secretary that it's 1 only if you answer fast. But if you take long, then it might be 1 a.m. But we are like you are only finishing at 5. VC, thank you very much. Senior management. I've asked the DM and the DDG to leave because there's some emergency they were rushing to. So student leadership, thank you very much. I saw the COO when the president answered the first question correctly. The COO turned and looked at him, and the president changed the answer. So I realized, President, before I conclude the meeting, I must say that we don't want to hear that we have suspended students. In fact, even the last one, the one that you suspended, that Honorable Low was talking about, it was wrong because even when we were there, it was a meeting of parliament. In fact, Dr. Corlison, I was in that meeting. The chair of council at the time was the speaker of Northern Cape. And we informed that we may be using your venue, but the plenary is plenary of parliament. And parliament has got privileges and sometimes not so good privileges. But when a worker raises their issue, because they are frustrated, you don't sit with them. They raise issues. I mean, I can tell you now, that 25,000 is going to create problems. It's what created problems at UFS. And they've lost infrastructure. And we told them that it's not progressive what you are doing there. So you are going to have problems with that. So if I were you, I'll be proactive. I'll sit down with management and say, look, CFO, yes, we do need this money, but is there any way that we can survive without this 25,000? Because what is going to happen? We are going to close 100 students from registering. They are going to mobilize themselves. They are going to strike. And once they strike, these companies were immoral, who you have put on your panels as building constructors, as what, they are going to find an opportunity and use the strike of students to burn buildings. Because you have no one else. It's them and these security ones. We did not, I was not happy with that answer of security, but with these security ones that you are paying so much for, they burn one building on the other side because they know if they burn, you are going to say increase numbers. Instead of bring 80, bring 200. Then they are milking the institution. So in order to avoid those things, sit down with the stakeholders and say, listen, this is what concession that we wanted, but we believe that you guys have raised your issues with Parliament. Let's hear you. Let's sit down with them. Let's see if you can't reach it before it reaches that stage, because once your building are torched, you're going to blame students. When sometimes it's not them. It's these people who are put on your panels who are sometimes security people, sometimes construction people. Sometimes people are just angry with your leadership. Who say, no, in fact, let me pay somebody to go burn there, so that the leadership question of the incumbent is questioned. So, look, sit down. You know, the top-down approach doesn't work anymore. We must convince each other. Sit down, convince each other, and then let's take it from there. So I want to thank workers. We did not engage. I wanted to engage you, but time was not our side. IF, NSFAS members, and then I know, you know, these service providers from, we did not engage with you, but NSFAS must sit down with you, resolve your problems. Depending on the answers that we get in 2 weeks here, we might need to have another conversation with the Sol Plaatjie. So we're taking down institutions that we believe that might be on the rate for us. Yeah, and then we must go visit them at the beginning of the year. Sometimes not as the whole team, we might need to take 3 to go to this institution, 3 to that institution, so that we cover as much as possible. But we're still categorizing you as green, orange, and red. Those who are red are really in danger of having serious problems, and we don't want to categorize you as such for now. But this one of GBV, I can tell you, it's a sore point. Something must change. Register, you know, the first thing that when I see you as an HR person, I should be able to articulate the policy of an institution on different issues that are relating to my space. And there must be standard ways of following policy. If it says, whilst investigating, somebody must be put aside, you do so. You don't say, because we are short of lecturers. This person would have said to students, sex for marks. The students report. Then you say, because this person teaches engineering here, I brought them back. You can't. You are defeating. In fact, you must be arrested. You know, you must be arrested. So having said that, it's okay, Labour. Well, you'll speak to me when we leave. We have now closed our meeting. We want to thank you all for coming. And yeah, so the meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.